not sure I want to find out.
They're just outside. You can open the outer hatch now.
Look out! You good in that thing?
That's what we're here for.
I don't know. The way these things speed around, we might just get in there and off it goes.
That's a chance we take.
Well, I took a chance on those earlier airplanes. Might just as well see what the inside of one of these looks like. Got your guns ready? I'll tell you one thing. If a little green man pops out of me, I'm shooting first and asking questions later.
The outer chamber now. Eros, do we have to kill them?
Yes.
Seems such a waste.
Well, wouldn't it be better to kill a few now than, with their meddling, permit them to destroy the entire universe?
You're always right, Eros.
Of course. But those are not my words. Those are the words of the ruler.
You two stay right where you're at.
We will do as you command. For the moment.
No for the moment about it. You just do as I tell you.
You do not need guns.
Maybe we think we do.
They would be of no use to you now.
They've been mighty useful before on Flesh and Blood. And you two look like you've got a lot of both.
True, they would be effective upon us. If you were to have the opportunity to use them.
Mister, if you don't get away from that control board, I'll show you just how effective they can be.
Shall we talk now or wait? Your friends will be here shortly.
What friend?
Those you left at the vehicle.
If you've done anything to Paula...
Take it easy, Mr. Trent. Oh, I assure you no harm has come to her. Would you like to see?
Next time you try that, I won't aim at the board.
You're a headstrong young man. I was only going to turn on the televisor so you could see her movements.
Go ahead, my friend. But move very carefully.
She's only fainted.
You fiend.
I? A fiend? I am a soldier of our planet. I? A fiend? We did not come here as enemies. We came only with friendly intentions. To talk. To ask your aid.
Our aid.
Yes. Your aid for the whole universe. But your governments of Earth refused even to accept our existence. Even though you've seen us, heard our messages, you still refuse to accept us.
Why is it so important that you want to contact the governments of our Earth?
Because of death. Because all you of Earth are idiots.
Now, you just hold on, Buster.
No, you hold on. First was your firecracker, a harmless explosive. Then your hand grenade. They began to kill your own people a few at a time. Then the bomb. Then a larger bomb. Many people are killed at one time. Then your scientists stumbled upon the atom bomb. Split the atom. Then the hydrogen bomb, where you actually explode the air itself. Now you can brings the total destruction of the
All
entire
right,
universe
and we're
through
live.
by
Let me
our
just
sun.
close Plan 9 from outer space. Okay, hello my tender dumplings. It's me, Matt, your man for media mischief. So today we are going to be reading some creepypastas. So for those of you who don't know, creepypastas are like internet horror stories. The term comes from copypasta, copying and pasting. So yeah, we're just gonna kick back, read some of these. Yeah, thank you so much to everyone who suggested some stories for this. And just before we begin, there is one thing I would like to say. Some of these stories do deal with some heavy subjects, so if you feel like you need to leave because you're getting uncomfortable, it's totally fine. Just thought I should give you that content warning. And so, without further ado, let's open with our first story, The Girl in the Picture. Part 1, Genesis. For a while now, this picture has been floating around the internet. You've probably seen it by now. The photo... Ah yes, hello Stellity. So nice to see you, my tender dumpling. The photo is a simple black and white, grainy still of a young girl in the woods. The girl has a dark shadow over her face and is posing in a strange standing position. There has been some debate as to whether she is running, jumping, or simply posing for the camera. The story surrounding the photo has only added to the intrigue. Apparently, this photo was discovered on a trail cam in Cambridge, New York. If you don't know, trail cams are specialized equipment used by hunters, researchers, and farmers to track game and other wild animals. These cameras are made to snap a picture when a motion sensor picks up movement in the lens's view. The landowners had set up this trail cam for hunting purposes. Beg pardon, just gonna hydrate. I have double the amount of water compared to usual right now, just because I'm gonna be reading a lot in this stream. There are people on the internet who have latched onto the idea that this is a picture of a long dead girl, that this picture is of a ghastly presence. Stream isn't loading for me. Let me get home. That's fine. Others wonder if this is a girl and why she might be. Others yet wonder if this is just a girl and why she might be alone in the woods. Police have gotten involved to find the identity of this child. This afternoon, I saw the picture while screwing around on Facebook during my lunch break at work. When I saw it, I froze. I knew who was in the picture. It was a face I hadn't seen in years. I left work early. I had to call my mom and get the facts straight. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm on my fourth shot of Malibu as I type this out. The booze helps. After all, what else can I do but tell a bunch of scary story junkies what I have to say? Nobody would ever believe me anyways. Nobody I told believed me. I'm rambling again. I'll take it easy on the sauce until I finish. My name is Rebecca, but everyone just calls me Becca these days. I grew up in Coila, a small township within Cambridge, New York. Compared to the hustle of my current home in Manhattan, Coila was a hole. I'm pretty sure more people live in my apartment building than all the people who ever lived in Coila. My best friend was Zoe. Zoe was fun, brave, and so adventurous. God, I haven't thought about her in years. You could probably say Zoe was my first love. Of course, at our age, I was too young to see it that way, but isn't that how you always see friends from the past? They are a grainy photograph in your mind's eye, a caricature. You remember all of the good and ignore the bad. I was 12 years old on the last day I saw Zoe. Every small town has rumors. Coilo was no different. In the late 1980s, the rumor was spinning stories about a satanic cult. If you've ever heard a cult story, I'm guessing you have, then these stories were nothing too shocking. Rituals in the woods, animal sacrifices, evil chants overheard in the trees. These were the stories spread from child to child and, unbeknownst to me at the time, adults as well. Supposedly, a cult had taken residence in a house in the woods around Cambridge and Coila and were privy to these and more depravities. The word on the playground in elementary school was exaggerated to the nth degree. According to my old friend Ricky Davis, these cultists would take children and molester them. I had no idea what that meant, but it sounded bad. After they were done, they would kill you and use your blood to make cranberry juice. The worst juice of all, according to Ricky. I know this sounds silly, but you have to understand, this is what we thought about these supposed cultists at the time. We were kids in the 80s small town. We had no internet. We were much more sheltered to the realities of the world than today's kids. If I had had a clue as to what was really out there. I'm jumping ahead again. Back to Zoe. I met Zoe about a week before kindergarten. Her family had just moved from Manhattan to settle in a quiet community. The house they settled on ended up being right across the street from my house. Being the same age, Zoe and I became fast friends. We stayed over with each other, ate dinner at each other's houses, and did virtually everything together. By first grade, our parents would joke that they shared a pair of daughters. In the summer of '89, we were both 12. It was the summer between 5th and 6th grades. A big year. We were headed to middle school. This year would be all about lockers and class schedules and puberty. Zoe and I were so close by this point that we weren't too scared. Transition meant change, but we had each other. We were taking 4 of our 7 classes together, and were excited to see what was in store. The week before school started back up, we were more worried about how to make the best of our last week of freedom than we were about school. Of course, at this time, the cult stories were as big as ever. Gonna hydrate real quick, hold on. Also, I'm coming in okay, right? I'm reading these stories off of a Google Doc, simply because it's the easiest way to jump from story to story, and I just want to make sure that I am audible to you all. If I'm not, please let me know. Okay, back to business. On the Friday before school was scheduled to start, I awoke lying next to Zoe in her bed. She was still fast asleep. I remember watching her sleep and thinking about how pretty she was. There was a time when I had wished Zoe were a boy. A part of me wanted to kiss her, and it would have been so much easier if she had just been a boy. Zoe was my best friend. Looking back, I guess it's only natural I felt that way. It was a very confusing time in my life. As I lay there, a clatter came from downstairs. Zoe had a big family, 2 brothers, 2 sisters, and a dog. All that in addition to a mom and a dad. And there was seldom much quiet time in Zoe's house after 7 a.m. Zoe slowly opened her eyes and looked at me. The morning sunlight from her bedroom window swam through her dark hair. Creeper, Zoe yawned at me. I scoffed at her. I was just trying to wake your lazy butt up with the power of my eyes. Did it work? She said, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Something like that. Hey, I said nervously. About what we talked about yesterday, we don't have to. Nobody will care. And let that little dork Ricky get one over on us? No way, we're doing it. We got up and went downstairs to enjoy our breakfast of champions, Frosted Flakes, and get our day started. We already had our day planned. The previous day, we ran into Ricky Davis near the school. Now a few years... Live readings, everyone. Now a few years older than his cranberry juice-hating self, Ricky had evolved into something of a class clown. He and his core friends would always prank and dare people to do stupid things. He wasn't a bad guy, just a little obnoxious. While we were strolling home from the nearby corner store with quite the candy haul, Ricky saw us while riding his bike and made a beeline for us. Hey, did you guys hear? He asked us, slightly out of breath from his stressful pedaling. We found the house. Confused, Zoe asked, What house? The cult house, Ricky exclaimed. No way, you're full of it, I said. I did, really. Yesterday morning my dad and I were out hunting and we saw this old house out there. It was really huge, but looked like it was falling apart. My dad said he saw footprints leading to the house and we should leave it alone. But it was totally the cult house, he shouted this last part. Zoe eyed Ricky skeptically. So you saw some old house and it's just supposed to be the cult house? I don't buy it. Think about it, Ricky pressed. An old house in the woods, lots of footprints. It has to be the cult house, and you guys have to go check it out. Ricky seemed thrilled by the concept. I was a little more wary. You want us to go out to some nasty house in the woods and waste our time making you look stupid when it isn't the house? No thanks. He snickered. If you girls are scared, just say so. And with that comment, I knew we were going. Zoe was a lot of things. She slacked on homework, she didn't like to do her chores, she even had been known to get mouthy with teachers from time to time, but nobody's called Zoe chicken. Zoe never stepped down from a challenge. Look, Zoe said, almost angry. If you want us to go look at your stupid house and prove you wrong, then we'll do it. We'll do it tomorrow. We aren't scared. Zoe puffed her chest slightly. I, on the other hand, was less enthused. I thought we were going to the mall with your sisters tomorrow. Oh, come on, Becca. We can get ice cream. Ice cream. Hydrating, everyone. I apologize. I got in a cardio workout. Like right before stream. And yeah, I just wanted to try to make good time, so I totally didn't drink any water right after my cardio workout. Just went straight for the shower, and now I'm here. Right. Oh, come on, Becca. We can get ice cream and pretzels at any time. Besides, this moron needs to be taught not to believe everything he sees. Zoe never bought into the whole cult story. Her dad was a history professor at a nearby college. His personal motto in life was, question everything. Something which had definitely rubbed off on her. When she heard the cult stories, her dad had told her that many small towns make up stories about things that go bump in the night. But these stories are seldom anything of merit. Zoe saw the stories as nothing more than pure baloney. I was less rational about the cult stories. Looking back, I think if you had asked me directly, I would have said I didn't believe the stories, but they still freaked me out. I was comfortable not knowing. While I did want to hang out with Zoe, I didn't want to go into those woods looking for a cultic site. But I started. Ricky interrupted me. Hey, if Becca is too scared, I can go out there with you. Again, I read the next line. Like I said, some sensitive things in this. Just, just, again, deals with some sensitive issues. The viewpoints expressed in the stories are not those of my own. Anyway, moving on. This got to me. Ricky was one of the few black boys at our school. Maybe it was because of this that a lot of girls liked him. I always heard girls giggle about their crushes on Ricky. Years later, Ricky would go on to be the captain of the high school baseball team and would go through girls about as quickly as he went through baseballs. He was that guy. I didn't realize why at the time, but I was not okay with Zoe being alone with Ricky in the woods. I'm not scared. Zoe and I are going out there, and you're gonna feel like an idiot once this gets out. And then it was settled. That night I stayed at Zoe's. We were up late into the night looking at the map Ricky had eventually drawn us, and planning what we would need to bring with us into the woods. Mostly a few basic survival items and junk food. It was an unusually cool morning for mid-August, so we bundled up accordingly. The local weatherman forecasted cloudy skies and cool temperatures for the weekend, much to the chagrin of Zoe's parents. After finishing our breakfast, we headed out to the school. just up the road from our houses. According to Ricky's map, the woods behind the school would be the best place to start. At the school, we stopped under the moonlight to be sure we had everything we needed. The moonlight was another local curiosity. Next to the school in the parking lot was a huge light post that had been installed years ago. Due to some electrical malfunction that I didn't really understand, it glowed brighter than the surrounding lights. Due to its near blinding intensity, it had been dubbed the Moonlight by the locals. As we walked from the moonlight to the open field separating the brownstone school building. Let me just hydrate. Gotta check my posture and take like deeper breaths in addition to hydrating, I think. This is new. I apologize. As we walked through the moonlight, as we walked from the moonlight through the open field separating the brownstone school building from the tree line, I felt uneasy. Koila is a small place, as I've mentioned. It's normal for people to be out walking dogs, gardening, mowing, etc. There was none of that. Nobody was around. No kids on the playground. No teachers going back and forth from their cars while preparing classrooms. Nothing. I suddenly felt alone. I quickened my pace to make sure I was side by side with Zoe. She made me feel safe. The woods in Koila are much the same as the woods in your The woods in Koila are much the same as the woods in your own hometowns. Lots of fallen trees, worn past from decades of playing kids, beer and liquor bottles and condom wrappers left over from nights of teenage debauchery. Typical. From the map in Ricky's testimonial, we estimated it would take about an hour and a half to get to the house, if it was really there. While I was by no means an expert, I had been hunting with my dad and uncle a couple times. In my 11-year-old mind, I was pretty sure I knew the woods well enough to get us there. While walking through the woods toward the house, we talked about what you would expect a couple of preteen girls to talk about. What movies did we want to see? What girls did we hope wouldn't be in our classes? How would we rub it in Ricky's face when we proved him wrong? Eventually, our minds turned towards the cult stories. Did you hear the rumor that Principal Van Drezen is in the cult? I asked Zoe. Zoe laughed. Yeah, and so is the librarian. And the janitor, Mr. Nick. My dad, too. Really, your dad? I laughed. Who said that? That bitch, Lisa. She had the nerve to say it to my face. She said the only reason I have a nice house is because my dad is in the cult. Ha, forget her. She's just jealous because her mom is a waitress. Ooh, ouch, Bex, that's cold. We both burst into a fit of hysterics. In our minds, if there really were a cult, none of these people would be in it. Every few months, a teacher would give someone a bad grade or a write-up, and within hours, that teacher was suddenly the cult leader. Rumors would spread for a while before a new target was eventually found. This is what really made the cult story so scary. The fact that anyone could be in it. There were always rumors being spread, if stories were to be believed. Just about everyone in town had been a cultist at one point or another. If a cult really did exist, it was formed by everybody and nobody. About an hour and 40 minutes in, I realized that the forest was subtly changing. Gone were beaten paths and the abandoned refuse of our elders. I noticed how clean the area was. Not just free of trash, but free of typical forest debris as well. It was as if the area had been picked through numerous times for firewood, twigs, sticks, leaves. Most of these things were just gone. I was just about to tell Zoe when... Oh, Jesus, he was telling the truth. It took me a moment before I realized what Zoe was talking about. Ahead through a clearing was a structure. Wordlessly, we walked forward to get a better look. The house was not as large as I had pictured. From Ricky's description, I imagined this huge, sprawling mansion. What we saw, while large, was much more modest than my imagination had led me to believe. The simple two-story house seemed to be only slightly larger than my own house. The windows that weren't boarded up were long since shattered. The color seemed to have been a pale blue, but much of the paint seemed to have chipped away, revealing splintered wood. There was no front door. It looked a lot like the old house from Leave It to Beaver, if that house had been abandoned for decades. In front of the house was a large fire pit. Well, damn, Zoe said. Yep, I responded. Well, he was right. What do we do now? I guess we can go inside and look. It looks like the cultists aren't home, she smirked. Zoe, we saw it, it's really here. Can't we just go? This is really freaky. No way, we came this far. We at least need to find a souvenir to prove we did it. Maybe you're positive no one is here, but I'm not. I could feel my heart pumping. I couldn't explain why, but I was terrified. Every adult had always told me that the stories of a cult house out in the woods were just stories, but here it was. Part of me was afraid that at any moment, someone would jump out and grab me or Zoe. Alright, my tender dumplings, I'm going to do something real quick, because obviously Stellity was in chat and said it's not loading for her. But if in the off chance that I'm not audible, I need to know. So I'm just going to contact Daisy real quick. Because the story is about to pick up and, well, I hate to think that I'm going to now start doing all the fun stuff and, yeah, not be audible. So just give me a second. Okay. Bing, bing. Okay, just message Daisy. Okay. Damn it, Bex. I didn't hike through the woods for nothing. If you want to sit out here like a baby, fine. But I'm going in. She turned away and started into the house. As I stood there and watched her walk away, I felt my dread deepen. I was afraid of being alone, but I was more afraid for Zoe. My best friend was going into certain doom and I couldn't stop her. I wanted to cry. Zoe, please, I shouted. Zoe stopped and turned around to look at me with anger in her face. I felt a tear run down my cheek. I'm really scared. Please, I trailed off. Zoe saw the look on my face and sighed. Her face softened. She looked back at the house toward the porch. Sitting on the porch was a smooth black stone. Hey, look at this, she said, as she bent over to pick it up. Do you know what this is? No. I wiped the tear away. This looks like a pretty good souvenir. Let's get going, Bex. I smiled, relieved, as Zoe walked up to me. She pulled me into a hug and apologized. I felt her warmth against me. It felt good. For a minute, we just stood there, embraced. Hey! We quickly let go of each other and turned our heads toward the sound, faster than I thought possible. Zoe's hand had darted down and found my own. She squeezed hard. Just ahead of the house, we heard a heavy trudging through the brush. Through the thin tree line in front of the house stepped a man. He was a large, burly man with large arms. His tattered New York Mets cap hid dark hair. He wore faded, muddy jeans, a red flannel shirt, and he had a scraggly beard. In his left hand, balanced on his shoulder, was an axe. I felt the color drain from my face. The cultists. They were here. That axe, the last thing I would ever see. Yes, Stellity. Premarital hand-holding. You actually missed where the teller of this story mentioned that like Zoe was her first love, but because they were both girls, but in the 80s, she didn't quite understood that. Not a man in flannel. Sorry, just since Stellity is here and making jokes, it confirms it. I am not inaudible. Thank goodness. Did not want a repeat of my disastrous stream from like a week ago. So back to business. I couldn't take my eyes off it. I felt my hand tense in Zoe's. Her pounding heartbeat echoed into my palm. The woodcutter met our gaze and quickly talked. Oh, forbidden lesbians. The woodcutter met our gaze and quickly tossed the axe into the dirt. Oh, no, girls, the man said with his palms flat out. It's okay, I won't hurt you. I was just clearing some brush out here. Collecting wood, that's all. Really, it's okay. Zoe's group loosened slightly. Then she sighed and let go. Oh, it's okay, you just scared us. What are you doing out here? The man laughed. What am I doing out here? I own the place. I'm fixing it up so I can rent it out to campers. What are you doing here? We awkwardly explained why we had come out this far, telling the man about Ricky and the cult house. The man listened patiently, chuckling whenever the cult came up. Well, little ladies, I can assure you that this is not a cult house. I am a godly man, the man said after listening to our story. Look, I said, we're sorry, mister. We didn't mean any harm. We just wanted to see for ourselves. We should probably get going before our parents worry. In my head, I cursed Ricky. He probably met this guy too and sent us out here to mess with us. The man smiled. You two seem like good girls. Why don't I give you a ride home? It's only a 15-minute drive to town. No, I said, that's okay. We know the way. I'm sure you do. Just tell me one thing, the man said. Are you both virgins? What? Zoe asked, shocked. Virgins, the man repeated with a little smile on his face. Have you fucked anyone? I turned away from the man to face Zoe, who looked appalled. Before I could respond, I felt a sharp pain on the back of my head before the world faded to black. Alright, we're about to get into part 2 of the story, but since Stellity is here and in chat, let me just do something real quick. For those of you who don't know, Stellity is my VTuber sibling. Beg pardon. One of two of them. She is a great streamer. You should absolutely be following her. So I just wanted to give her a quick shout out, especially since I remapped my toggleable buttons on my model, so now I can shout people out and and not be whipping out my controller and turning my eyes on and off and whipping out my wings and all that stuff. All right, so back to business. Part 2 of the girl in the picture. Mean. I awoke after what must have been hours. It was dark out now. My head ached immensely. I was on the ground, tied up around my wrists and ankles with thick rope. I looked around and realized I was still next to the house. From behind, I could feel the warmth of a massive bonfire. Flipping over, I saw the largest fire I had ever seen. The tips of the flame were taller than the house before it. On the other side of the fire was Zoe. She too was bound. Oh, you haven't seen my wings? I saved them for relatively special occasions. Maybe I'll whip them out near the end of this story because This is a real chiller, but at least for the stories that I was aware of before I put them onto this list, you'll find that I either really like ones that are kind of long and slow burn, or short ones that are nice and punchy. This is very much a slow burn one, and once that fire's set, I'll whip out my wings. Right, so Zoe on the other side of the fire. She too was bound. She was awake and looking at me with a horrified look on her face. I immediately thought back to my backpack I brought with us. Zoe's dad insisted we bring a pocket knife if we were exploring the woods. Zoe, it's okay. Where's my pack? Zoe cut me off. Bex. Tears poured down her face. She wasn't looking at me. I turned around. In the dark, I hadn't seen them before. But now they were all I could see. A dozen or so figures stood at the tree line. Each person wore a long black coat. Sorry, a long black coat. I need to hydrate. Hold on. Okay, each person wore a long black cloak with black gloves. They were all identical, save for one feature. Each wore a nearly identical mask. They were white, expressionless masks. The only thing setting them apart was red. Several of the members in the back wore all white masks. The rest had varying numbers of red dots painted on the masks. As they grew closer, the cultist masks had more red dots. However, the one standing closest to me, that mask was completely blood red. The robes they wore hid their features well. Some were tall, others short. Some were heavier than others. Several even bore the unmistakable curves of women. However, no identities could be discerned from this. The one with the red mask stepped forward. Brothers and sisters of the knighthood, our time is nigh. He spoke in a deep voice. He was tall, but not the tallest among them. Even under his billowing robe, he seemed very thin. We, the knights who have promised ourselves to the mighty King of Darkness, have come to make an offering to our Lord. Hail, Deimos, the rest said in unison. I started sobbing uncontrollably. Fear took me completely. Behind me, I heard Zoe pleading for them to stop. She kept saying she was sorry and that we wouldn't tell anyone. I could not muster the words to agree or disagree. I was lost in my own horror. The leader paid us no mind and continued. These beautiful ones shall make a glorious sacrifice for the coming of our Lord of the Wood. Hail, Deimos! The group converged and circled around us in a loose circle. We make an offering to you, O Lord! In unison, they began to chant, in an almost sing-song fashion in a tongue I didn't understand. Jesus Domine, Dominus nos in tenebras, esse septe benedictum hanc loce Domine numerus paradam, sit vobis famem sare teres papet, ambris inter nos osque interatum. This continued, again and again, for minutes or hours or days. I was lost to it. The rhythm took me. I would almost compare it to being drunk. My head swam. It made me feel tired. When the chanting eventually did stop, the group cried out one final time in unison, Hail, Deimos! With everything that had happened thus far, this was the most horrifying event of my or anyone's life. I lay there, listening to their chant, knowing I was gonna die, knowing Zoe would die. That is a terrible realization for any 12-year-old to be faced with. What happened next was worse. Done with their chanting, the cultists were ready for us. Look, I would like to hope that anyone who is hearing this is an adult, but regardless, you're not stupid, and I'm not going to sit here and spell it out. Needless to say, Everyone took turns using us in every way imaginable. The men, the women, all of them. I tried to fight it at first. I think Zoe did too, but after a while, the futility of it all set in, and I just waited for it to be done. Eventually, it ended. Yeah, it is gross. That's why, at the top of the stream, I did give a content warning that some of these stories deal with some heavy stuff. This is one of them. Afterward, the man in the red mask walked over to the house and procured a black goblet. He walked over and ordered me to drink from it. I probably should have resisted, fought, struggled, something. But I had nothing left in me to fight with. I was nothing. I leaned my head forward and sipped the vile black liquid. It tasted like rotten eggs mixed with fire. The liquid burned me from the inside. The pain was maddening, worse than anything I'd ever felt. I was dying. I knew it. I was finally dying. I vaguely remember hearing Zoe scream my name as the darkness took me. I was still screaming when I lost consciousness. Part 3 of The Girl in the Picture, Pinnacle. When I awoke, I heard sobbing. My head ached and my throat burned. I looked around to gather my surroundings. The remains of a small campfire lay before me. He told me I was his bride. I looked over to see Zoe sobbing into her knees. I had no idea what she meant. I just laid there watching her, confined to my own thoughts. I felt useless, used, dirty, nothing. I was nothing. I realized we were no longer in front of the house. The area looked more like one of the campsites littering our woods. It was still dark. Zoe, I started, but I had nothing to say. I realized how cold I was. I slowly stood, completely sore, and walked over to Zoe and put my arms around her. She finally seemed to realize I was there, held me tight, and cried. To this day, I have never heard or felt such anguish that was in that clearing that night. She cried, then I cried. We must have sat there holding on to each other for hours, before we finally mustered the courage to stand. Upon examining our surroundings, I realized how dark it was, how alone we were. At least I thought we were. At the other side of the dead campfire was one of the robed figures. He was laying with his back against a large sitting log. We cautiously approached the figure. When we inspected him more closely, we saw that the man's rib cage had been torn open. The inside of his chest was completely exposed. His face bore a solid red mask. If I had seen this gruesome sight only hours ago, I would have screamed. I would have cried. But I was not the same girl I was hours ago. I was nothing. I became aware that Zoe was holding my hand. I looked at her and she seemed to have regained some of her strength. "Okay?" she asked. "Yeah," I responded. "Let's go home." Having been in the woods a lot, I had a pretty good idea of where people like to camp. This gave me a rough idea of where we were. I picked a direction and started walking. For about a half hour, we just walked silently, hand in hand. Eventually, I heard Zoe say, "I'm so sorry I dragged us out here, Bex." We stopped and I faced her. I wanted to scream that it was her fault. I wanted to scream that it wasn't her fault. But I had nothing. I was nothing. Instead, I just said, "All right." It was shortly after that through the brush, we saw a huge bright light in the sky. The moonlight. I could hear Zoe smile as she said it. Then I heard it. It started as a noise off in the distance. Crunching, trampling, pounding. It sounded like some large animal was charging through the forest straight at us. We didn't wait to see it. I looked down and took Zoe's dark hand and started running harder than I ever did. After our ordeal, I didn't think we could run like that anymore. We charged recklessly through the brush, but despite our haste, the stomping behind us grew louder. The pounding was now accompanied by a monstrous roar. A roar which would send beasts of any kind fleeing in terror. The moonlight grew brighter. I could see the edge of the tree line and feel the heat of hot breath against my neck. The rancid air smelled of rotten eggs and fire. I burst forth from the woods like a swimmer out of water, gasping for air. I kept charging forward, with every ounce of my strength before collapsing under the gorgeous majesty of the moonlight. In that exact moment, I thought, I'll die here. The sound had stopped. I just lay there, panting. I was cut and bruised from my charge through the brush. I was bleeding. We had experienced the worst trauma imaginable. But Zoe and I had made out alive. My hand was empty. Zoe? I asked through panting breaths. Zoe! I looked around, but she was nowhere. Zoe! I thought I couldn't possibly cry any more tears. I was nothing after all. The tears started to come out freely nonetheless. I stood feebly. The woods, I thought. I started to walk towards the woods to find Zoe when I saw it. Just inside the tree line was a massive silhouette, easily 15 feet tall. The shadow seemed to be heaving, exhausted from its chase. Right in the spot where eyes would be were two glowing red orbs. His eyes. In those deep crimson eyes, I felt pain, I felt longing, anger, suffering, hatred, but most of all, evil. Whatever this creature was, a demon, a god, the devil himself, he wanted me. It felt the pull of its lustful desire for me at a time when I should have had no understanding of what that meant. I was not meant to escape. I stared for about a minute, cursing whatever it was that stood in front of me, hating it. However, faced with this evil forth from the depths of hell, I was filled even more with terror than fury. Suddenly, the entire tree line flashed red, then blue, then red again. I heard a car pull up and screech to a halt behind me. I turned to see a police car. I looked back at the tree line, but the shadow was gone. Part 4. Denouement. Zoe and I had been gone for 3 days. In that time, the towns of Coyle and Cambridge had been completely upturned. Police from neighboring cities had volunteered to come and help find 2 missing girls. After I was found, I was taken immediately to the hospital. I was questioned by police, my parents, detectives, Zoe's parents, and more police. I told them everything. I did not have the strength to hold back. Ricky, the house, the attacks. Waking up next to Zoe, the beast. It wasn't until 2 pieces of evidence were discovered that my story gained some tiny shred of credibility. First, my rape kit came back positive. Second, a heavily mutilated robe body was discovered at a campsite in the woods. His identity was never uncovered. They never found Zoe. It was eventually determined by the police that a group of cultists had kidnapped and raped 2 innocent girls. The group then killed their leader, left 1 girl for dead, then stole away with the other. They told me that I never saw Zoe after our assault, and I certainly never saw a beast. It was all made up to cope with the trauma. For a long time, that was the story I believed. With my shattered mind, I created a horrible story to cope with losing my best friend. A story where I had one last chance to say goodbye. A story with a monster. I spent a little time in an institution to regain some semblance of mine. I spent years in therapy as well. Hell, I'm still in therapy. Between vivid flashbacks, PTSD, and night terrors, I'll probably spend the rest of my life in therapy. It's been almost 30 years, and I haven't talked about Zoe since all those years ago. Sure, the people in my life know the rough details. I was kidnapped by a crazy cult. I was raped. I was nearly killed trying to escape. I haven't told them about Zoe, though. Not my wife, not my therapist, certainly not my kids. Nobody. It's not as though I had forgotten her. It's just too painful. I honestly hadn't thought about her in years. At least, not until I saw that picture of a little girl in a photo from Cambridge. Alright, and as promised, Stellity, let me just turn on some effects for this ending. I can only guess what you're thinking now. What chased you through the woods? If you were gone for 3 days, what happened during that lost time? Why would Zoe's childhood self appear in the picture? What if Zoe's spirit is trapped in the woods, waiting for you? What if Zoe is still alive? I wish I could go back and find Zoe's spirit in the woods. There are so many things I would tell her. I would tell her that I didn't blame her, that it wasn't her fault. I could tell her how I really felt about her. I could hug her one more time. But I can't do that. I can't because Zoe is dead. Zoe is gone. And she has been for a long time. That isn't Zoe in the picture. It's me. Me as when I was 12 years old in those woods. It's a sign. Seeing that picture made me see the truth. I wasn't meant to escape. He wants me back. And that is Girl in the Picture. Bit of a heavy story, but I think it's probably obvious why it's one of my favorites. Sorry, hydrating real quick. It's definitely a slow burn. That ending, it gets to you. It really does. Whew. But yeah, that's one of my faves. Probably one of the longer ones on this list. But yeah, let's pull up another story. I don't want to, because, like I said, my friend and tender dumpling Nigi Poku, recommended that I do a creepypasta reading. So there are some here that I want to save for if and when she shows up. So, I figure let's do another nice long one. How about this one? Psychosis. I must admit this is technically not one of my favorites, but it's the favorite of a reviewer of Creepypasta that I really trust. And I will admit, it is quite good. And also, Stellity, thank you for the lurk. I'll just start on Psychosis. Sunday. I'm not sure why I'm writing this down on paper and not on my computer. I guess I've just noticed some odd things. It's not that I don't trust the computer, I just need to organize my thoughts. I need to get down all the details somewhere objective. Excuse me. Somewhere I know that what I write can't be deleted or changed. Not that that's happened, it's just everything blurs together here, and the fog of memory lends a strange cast to things. I'm starting to feel cramped in this small apartment. Maybe that's the problem. I just had to go and choose the cheapest apartment, the only one in the basement. The lack of windows down here makes day and night seem to slip by seamlessly. I haven't been out in a few days because I've been working on this because I've been working on this programming project so intensively. I suppose I just wanted to get it done. Hours of sitting and staring at a monitor can make anyone feel strange, I know, but I don't think that's it. I'm not sure when I first started to feel like something was odd. I can't even define what it is. Maybe I just haven't talked to anyone in a while. That's the first thing that crept up on me. Everyone I normally talk to online while I program has been idle, or they've simply not logged on at all. My instant messages go unanswered. The last email I got from anybody was a friend saying he'd talk to me when he's got back from the store. And that was yesterday. I'd call with my cell phone, but reception's terrible down here. Yeah, that's it. I just need to call someone. I'm going to go outside. Well, that didn't work so well. As the tingle of fear fades, I'm feeling a little ridiculous for being scared at all. I looked in the mirror before I went out, but I didn't shave the 2-day stubble I've grown. I figured I was just going out for a quick cell phone call. I did change my shirt, though, because it was lunchtime, and I guessed that I'd run into at least one person I knew. That didn't happen. I wish it did. When I went out, I opened the door to my small apartment slowly. A small feeling of apprehension had somehow already lodged itself in me, for some indefinable reason. I chalked it up to not having spoken to anyone but myself for a day or two. I peered down at the dingy gray hallway, made dingier by the fact that it was a basement hallway. On one end, a large metal door led to the building's furnace room. It was locked, of course. 2 dreary soda machines stood by it. I bought a soda from one the first day I moved in, but it had a 2-year-old expiration date. I'm fairly sure nobody knows those machines are even down here, or my cheap landlady just doesn't seem to care to get them restocked. I closed my door slowly and walked in the other direction, taking care not to make a sound. I have no idea why I chose to do that, but it was fun giving into some strange impulse not to break the droning hum of the soda machines, at least for a moment. I got to the stairwell and took the stairs up to the building's front door. I looked through the heavy door's small square window and received quite the shock. It was definitely not lunchtime. City gloom hung over the dark street outside, and the traffic lights at the intersection in the distance blinked yellow. Dim clouds, purple and black from the glow of the city, hung overhead. Nothing moved, save the few sidewalk trees that shifted in the wind. I remember shivering, though I wasn't cold. Maybe it was the wind outside. I could vaguely hear it through the heavy metal door, and I knew it was that unique kind of late-night wind. The kind that was constant, cold, and quiet, save for the rhythmic music it made as it passed through countless unseen tree leaves. I decided to not go outside. Instead, I lifted my cell phone to the door's little window and checked the signal meter. The bars filled up the meter, and I smiled. Time to hear someone else's voice, I remember thinking, relieved. It was such a strange thing to be afraid of nothing. I shook my head, laughing at myself silently. I hit speed dial for my best friend Amy's number and held the phone up to my ear. It rang once, but then it stopped. Nothing happened. I listened to silence for a good 20 seconds, then hung up. I frowned and looked at the signal meter again. Still full. I went to dial her number again, but then my phone rang in my hand, startling me. I put it up to my ear. "Hello?" I asked, immediately fighting down a small shock at hearing the first spoken voice in days, even if it was just my own. I had gotten used to the droning hum of the building's inner workings, my computer, and the soda machines in the hallway. There was no response to my greeting at first, but then, finally, a voice came. "Hey," said a clear male voice, obviously of college age, like me. "Who's this?" "John," I replied, confused. "Oh, sorry, wrong number," he replied, then hung up. I lowered the phone slowly and leaned against the thick brick wall of the stairwell. That was strange. I looked at my received calls list, but the number was unfamiliar. Before I could think on it further, the phone rang loudly, shocking me yet again. This time, I looked at the caller before I answered. It was another unfamiliar number. This time, I held the phone up to my ear, but said nothing. I heard nothing but the general background noise of a phone. Then, a familiar voice broke my tension. "John?" was the single word, in Amy's voice. I breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, hey, it's you," I replied. "Who else would it be?" she responded. "Oh, the number. I'm at a party on 7th Street and my phone died just as you called me. This was someone else's phone, obviously." "Oh, okay," I said. "Where are you?" she asked. My eyes glanced over the drab white wash cylinder block walls and this heavy metal door with its small window. At my building," I sighed. "Just feeling cooped up. I didn't realize it was so late." "You should come here," she said, laughing. "Nah, I don't feel like looking for some strange place by myself in the middle of the night," I said, looking out the window at the silent, windy street that secretly scared me just a tiny bit. "I think I'm just going to keep working or go to bed." "Nonsense," she replied. "I can come get you. Your building is close to 7th Street, right?" "How drunk are you?" I asked lightheartedly. "You know where I live." "Oh, of course," she said abruptly. "I guess I can't get there by walking, huh?" "You could if you wanted to waste half an hour," I told her. "Ha, right," she said. "Okay, have to go. Good luck with your work." I lowered the phone once more, looking at the numbers flash as the call ended. Then the droning silence suddenly reasserted itself in my ears. The two strange calls in the eerie street outside just drove home my aloneness in this empty stairwell. Perhaps from having seen too many scary movies, I had the sudden inexplicable idea that something could look in the door's window and see me. Some sort of horrible entity that hovered at the edge of aloneness, just waiting to creep up on unsuspecting people that strayed too far from other human beings. I knew the fear was irrational, but nobody else was around, so I jumped down the stairs, ran down the hallway into my room, and closed the door swiftly as I could while still staying silent. Like I said, I feel a little ridiculous for being scared of nothing, and the fear has already faded. Writing this down helps a lot. It makes me realize that nothing is wrong. It filters out half-formed thoughts and fears and leaves only cold, hard facts. It's late. I got a call from a wrong number, and Amy's phone died, so she called me back from another number. Nothing strange is happening. Still, there was something a little off about that conversation. I knew it could have just been the alcohol she had, or was it even her that seemed off to me? Or was it... Yeah, that's it. I didn't realize it until this moment. Writing these things down, I knew writing things down would help. She said she was at a party, but I only heard silence in the background. Of course, that doesn't mean anything in particular, as she could have just gone outside to make the call. Nah, that couldn't be it either. I didn't hear the wind. I need to see if the wind is still blowing. Right, before we move on to the next day, I'm just going to hydrate real quick my tender dumplings. Also, hold on. Of all things, my nose itches a little. Get that? Are you ready again real quick? And let's get back to psychosis. Monday. I forgot to finish writing last night. I'm not sure what I expected to see when I ran up the stairwell and looked out the heavy metal door's window. I'm feeling ridiculous. Last night's fear seems hazy and unreasonable to me now. I can't wait to go out into the sunlight. I'm going to check my email, shave, shower, and finally get out of here. Wait, I think I heard something. It was thunder. That whole sunlight and fresh air thing didn't happen. I went out into the stairwell and up the stairs, only to find disappointment. The heavy metal door's little window showed only flowing water as torrential rain slammed against it. Only a very dim, gloomy light filtered in through the rain. But at least I knew it was daytime, even if it was a gray, sickly, wet day. I tried looking out the window and waiting for lightning to illuminate the gloom, but the rain was too heavy and I couldn't make out anything more than vague, weird shapes moving at odd angles in the waves washing down the window. Disappointed, I turned around, but I didn't want to go back to my room. Instead, I wandered further up the stairs, past the first floor and the second. The stairs ended at the third floor, the highest floor in the building. I looked through the glass that ran up the outer wall of the stairwell, but it was that warped, thick kind that scatters the light. Not that there was much anything to see through the rain to begin with. I opened the stairwell door and wandered down the hallway. The 10 or so thick wooden doors, painted blue a long time ago, were all closed. I listened as I walked, but it was the middle of the day, so I wasn't surprised that I heard nothing but the rain outside. As I stood there in the dim hallway, listening to the rain, I had the strange, fleeting impression that the doors were standing like silent granite monoliths erected by some ancient, forgotten civilization for some unfathomable guardian purpose. Lightning flashed, and I could have sworn that for just a moment. The old grainy blue wood just looked like rough stone. I laughed at myself for letting my imagination get the best of me, but then it occurred to me that the dim gloom and lightning must mean that there was a window somewhere in the hallway. A vague memory surfaced, and I suddenly recalled that the third floor had an alcove and an inset window halfway down the floor's hallway. Excited to look out into the rain and possibly see another human being, I quickly walked over to the alcove, finding the thin, large glass window. Rain washed down it, as with the front door's window. But I could open this one. I reached a hand out to slide it open, but hesitated. I had the strangest feeling that if I opened that window, I would see something absolutely horrifying on the other side. Everything's been so odd lately. So I came up with a plan, and I came back here to get what I needed. I don't seriously think anything will come of it, but I'm bored, it's raining, and I'm going stir-crazy. I came back to get my webcam. The cord isn't long enough to reach the third floor by any means, so instead I'm going to hide it between the two soda machines in the dark end of my basement hallway, run the wire along the wall and under my door, and put black duct tape over the wire to blend it in with the thick black strip that runs along the base of the hallway's walls. I know this is silly, but I don't have anything better to do. Well, nothing happened. I propped open the hallway to stairwell door, steeled myself, then flung the heavy front door wide open and ran like hell down the stairs to my room and slammed the door. I watched the webcam on my computer intently, seeing the hallway outside my door and most of the stairwell. I'm watching it right now, and I don't see anything interesting. I just wish the camera's position was different, so I could see out the front door. No, hey, somebody's online! I got out an older, less functional webcam that I had in my closet to video chat with my friend online. I couldn't really explain to him why I wanted to video chat, but it felt good to see another person's face. He couldn't talk very long, and we didn't talk about anything meaningful, but I feel much better. My strange fear has almost passed. I would feel completely better. There was something odd about our conversation. I know that I've said that about everything that has seemed odd, but still, he was very vague in his responses. I can't recall one specific thing that he said. No particular name or place or event. But he did ask for my email address to keep in touch. Oh, wait, I just got an email. I'm about to go out. I just got an email from Amy that asked me to meet her for dinner at the place we usually go to. I do love pizza, and I've just been eating random food from my poorly stocked fridge for days, so I can't wait. Again, I feel ridiculous about the odd couple of days I've been having. I should destroy this journal when I get back. Oh, another email. Oh my god. I almost left the email and opened the door. I almost opened the door, but I read the email first. It was from a friend I hadn't heard from in a long time. It was sent to a huge number of emails that must have been every person he had saved in his address list. It had no subject, and it said, simply, "Seen with your own eyes, don't trust them, they..." What the hell is that supposed to mean? The words shock me, and I keep going over and over them. Is it a desperate email sent just as something happened? The words are obviously cut off without finishing. On any other day, I would have dismissed this as spam from a computer virus or something, but the words, seen with my own eyes. I can't help but read over this journal and think back on the last few days and realize that I have not seen another person with my own eyes or talked to another person face to face. The webcam conversation with my friend was so strange, so vague, so eerie, now that I think about it. Was it eerie, or is this the fear clouding my memory? My mind toys with the progression of events I've written here, pointing out that I have not been presented with one single fact that I did not specifically give out unsuspectingly. The random wrong number that got my name and the subsequent strange return call from Amy, the friend that asked for my email address. I messaged him first when I saw him online, and then I got my first email a few minutes after that conversation. Oh my god, that phone call with Amy. I said over the phone, I said that I was within a half hour's walk of 7th Street. They know I'm here. What if they find me? Where's everyone else? Why haven't I seen or heard anyone in days? No, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. I need to calm down. This madness needs to end. I don't know what to think. I ran about my apartment furiously, holding my cell phone up to my corner to see if I got a signal through the heavy walls. Finally, in the tiny bathroom, near one ceiling corner, I got a single bar. Holding my phone there, I sent a text message to every number in my list, not wanting to betray anything about my unfounded fears. I simply sent, "You seen anyone face to face lately?" At that point, I just wanted any reply back. I didn't care what the reply was or if I embarrassed myself. I tried to call someone a few times, but I couldn't get my head high up enough. And if I brought my cell phone down even an inch, it lost signal. Then I remembered the computer and rushed over to it, instant messaging everyone online. Most were idle or away from their computer. Nobody responded. My messages grew more frantic, and I started telling people where I was and to stop by in person for a host of barely passable reasons. I didn't care about anything at that point. I just need to see another person. I also tore apart my apartment, looking for something that I might have missed. Some way to contact another human being without opening the door. I know it's crazy. I know it's unfounded. But what if? What if? I just need to be sure. I taped the phone to the ceiling, just in case. Alright, gonna hydrate before you move on to Tuesday. Okay. Tuesday. The phone rang. Exhausted from last night's rampage, I must have fallen asleep. I woke up to the phone ringing and ran to the bathroom, stood on the toilet, and flipped open the phone taped to the ceiling. It was Amy, and I feel so much better. She was really worried about me, and apparently had been trying to contact me since the last time I talked to her. She's coming over now, and yes, she knows where I am without me telling her. I feel so embarrassed. I am definitely throwing this journal away before anyone sees it. I don't even know why I'm writing in it now. Maybe it's just because it's the only communication I've had at all since... God knows when. I look like hell, too. I looked in the mirror before I came back in here. My eyes are sunken, my stubble is thicker, and I just generally look unhealthy. My apartment is trash, but I'm not going to clean it up. I think I need someone else to see what I've been through. These past few days have not been normal. I am not one to imagine things. I know I've been the victim of extreme probability. I probably missed seeing another person a dozen times. I just so happened to go out when it was late at night, or in the middle of the day when everyone was gone. Everything's perfectly fine. I know this now. Plus, I found something in the closet last night that has helped me tremendously. A television. I set it up just before I wrote this, and it's on in the background. Television has always been an escape for me. It reminds me there's a world beyond these dingy brick walls. I'm glad Amy's the only one that responded to me after last night's frantic pestering of everyone I could contact. She's been my best friend for years. She doesn't know it, but I count the day that I met her among one of the few moments of true happiness in my life. I remember that warm summer day fondly. It seems a different reality from this dark, rainy, lonely place. I feel like I spent days sitting in that playground, much too old to play, just talking with her and hanging around doing nothing at all. I still feel like I can go back to that moment sometimes. It reminds me that this damn place is not all there is. Oh, finally, a knock at the door. I thought it was odd that I couldn't see her through the camera I had between the two soda machines. I figured it was bad positioning, like when I couldn't see out the front door. I should have known. After the knock, I yelled through the door jokingly that I had a camera between the soda machines because I was embarrassed myself that I had taken this paranoia so far. After I did that, I saw her image walk over to the camera and look down at it. She smiled and waved. "Hey," she said to the camera brightly, giving it a wry look. "It's weird, I know," I said into the mic attached to my computer. "I've had a weird few days." "Must have," she replied. "Open the door, John." I hesitated. How could I be sure? "Hey, humor me a second here," I told her through the mic. "Tell me one thing about us. Just prove to me you're you." She gave the camera a weird look. All right," she said, slowly, thinking. "We met randomly at a playground when we were both way too old to be there?" I sighed deeply as reality returned and fear faded. God, I'd been so ridiculous. Of course it was Amy. That day wasn't anywhere in the world except in my memory. I'd never mentioned it to anyone, not out of embarrassment, but a strange secret nostalgia and a longing for those days to return. If there was some unknown force at work trying to trick me, as I feared, then there was no way they could have known about that day. All right, I'll explain everything, I told her. Be right there. Excuse me. I ran to my bathroom and fixed my hair as best I could. I look like hell, but she would understand. Snickering at my own unbelievable behavior and the mess I'd made of the place, I walked to the door. I put my hand on the doorknob and gave the mess one last look. So ridiculous, I thought. My eyes traced over the half-eaten food lying on the ground, the overflowing trash bin, and the bed I tipped to the side looking for God knows what. I almost turned to the door and opened it, but my eyes fell on one last thing. The old webcam. The one I used for that eerily vacant chat with my friend. Its silent black sphere lay haphazardly tossed to the side. Its lens pointed at the table where this journal lay. An overwhelming terror took me as I realized that if something could see through that camera, it would have seen what I just wrote about that day. I asked her for any one thing about us, and she chose the only thing in the world I thought they or it did not know. But it did. It did know. It could have been watching me the whole time. I didn't open the door. I screamed. I screamed in uncontrollable terror. I stomped on the old webcam on the floor. The door shook, and the doorknob tried to turn, but I didn't hear Amy's voice through the door. Was the basement door made to keep out drafts too thick? Or was Amy not outside? What could have been trying to get in if not her? What the hell is out there? I saw her on my computer through the camera outside. I heard her on the speakers through the camera outside, but was it real? How can I know? She's gone now. I screamed and shouted for help. I piled up everything in my apartment against the front door. Gonna hydrate before we get to Friday. Excuse me. Friday. At least I think it's Friday. I broke everything electronic. I smashed my computer to pieces. Every single thing on there could have been accessed by network access or worse, altered. I'm a programmer, I know. Every little piece of information I gave out since this started, my name, my email, my location, none of it came back from outside until I gave it out. I've been going over and over what I wrote. I've been pacing back and forth, alternating between stark terror and overpowering disbelief. Sometimes I'm absolutely certain some phantom entity is dead set on the simple goal of getting me to go outside. Back to the beginning, with the phone call from Amy. She was effectively asking me to open the door and to go outside. I keep running it through my head. One point of view says I've acted like a madman, and all of this is the extreme convergence of probability. Never going outside at the right times by pure luck, never seeing another person by pure chance, getting a random nonsense email from some computer virus at just the right time. The other point of view says that extreme convergence of probability is the reason that whatever's out there hasn't gotten me already. I keep thinking. I never opened the window on the third floor. I never opened the front door until that incredibly stupid stunt with the hidden camera, after which I ran straight to my room and slammed the door. I haven't opened my own solid door since I flung open the front door of the building. Whatever's out there, if anything's out there, never made an appearance in the building before I opened the front door. Maybe the reason it wasn't in the building already was that it was elsewhere, getting everyone else. And then it waited until I betrayed my existence by trying to call Amy. A call which didn't work until it called me and asked me my name. Terror literally overwhelms me every time I try to fit the pieces of this nightmare together. That email, short, cut off. Was it from someone trying to get word out? Some friendly voice desperately trying to warn me before it came? Seen with my own eyes, don't trust them. Exactly what I've been so suspicious of. It could have masterful control of all things electronic, practicing its insidious deception to trick me into coming outside. Why can't I get in? It knocked on the door. It must have some solid presence. The door. The image of those doors in the upper hallway as a guardian monolith flashes back to my mind every time I trace this path of thoughts. If there is some phantom entity trying to get me to go outside, maybe it can't get through doors. I keep thinking back over all the books I've read or movies I've seen, trying to generate some explanation for this. Doors have always been such intense foci of human imagination, always seen as wards or portals of special importance, or perhaps the door is just too thick? I know that I couldn't bash through any of the doors in the building, let alone the heavy basement ones. Aside from that, the real question is, why does it even want me? If it just wanted to kill me, it could do it any number of ways, including just waiting until I starve to death. What if it doesn't want to kill me? What if it has some far more horrific fate in store for me? God, what can I do to escape this nightmare? There's a knock at the door. I told the people on the other side of the door I need a minute to think and I'll come out. I'm really just writing this down so I can figure out what to do. At least this time I heard their voices. My paranoia, and yes, I recognize I'm being paranoid, has me thinking all sorts of ways that their voices could be faked electronically. There could always be nothing but speakers outside, simulating human voices. Did it really take them 3 days to come talk to me? Amy is supposedly out there, along with 2 policemen and a psychiatrist. Maybe it took them 3 days to think of what to say to me, and the psychiatrist's claim could be pretty convincing if I decide to think this has all been a crazy misunderstanding, and not some entity trying to trick me into opening the door. The psychiatrist had an older voice, authoritarian but still caring. I liked it. I'm desperate just to see someone with my own eyes. He said I have something called cyberpsychosis, and I'm just one of a nationwide epidemic of thousands of people having breakdowns triggered by a suggestive email that got through somehow. I swear he said got through somehow. I think he means spread through the country inexplicably, but I'm incredibly suspicious that the entity slipped up and revealed something. He said I am part of a wave of emergent behavior, that a lot of other people are having the same problem with the same fears, even though we've never communicated. That neatly explains the strange email about eyes that I got. I didn't get the original triggering email. I got a descendant of it. My friend could have broken down too and tried to warn everyone he knew against his paranoid fears. That's how the problem spreads, the psychiatrist claims. I could have spread it too with my texts and instant messages online to everybody I know. One of those people might be melting down right now after being triggered by something I sent them, something they might interpret any way they want. Something like a text saying, "Seen anyone face to face lately?" The psychiatrist told me that he didn't want to lose another one, that people like me are intelligent, and that's our downfall. We draw connections so well that we draw them even when they shouldn't be there. He said that it's easy to get caught up in paranoia in our fast-paced world, a constantly changing place where more and more of our interaction is simulated. I have to give him one thing. It's a great explanation. It neatly explains everything. It perfectly explains everything, in fact. I have every reason to shake off this nightmarish fear that something or consciousness or being out there wants me to open the door, so it can capture me for some horrible fate worse than death. It would be foolish, after hearing that explanation, to stay in here until I starve to death just to spite the entity that might have gotten everyone else. It would be foolish to think that, after hearing the explanation, I might be one of the last people left alive on an empty world, hiding in my secure basement room, spiting some unthinkable deceptive entity just by refusing to be captured. It's a perfect explanation for every single thing I've seen or heard. I have every reason in the world to just let all my fears go and open the door. And that's exactly why I'm not going to. How can I be sure? How can I know what's real and what's deception? All of these damn things with their wires and their signals that originate from some unseen origin, they're not real. I can't be sure. Signals through a camera, faked video, deceptive phone calls, emails, even the television lying broken on the floor. How can I possibly know it's real? It's just signals, waves, light, the door. It's bashing on the door, it's trying to get in. What insane mechanical contrivance could it be using to simulate the sound of men attacking the heavy wood so well? At least I'll finally see it with my own eyes. There's nothing left in me here for me to be deceived with. I've ripped apart everything else. It can't deceive my eyes, can it? Seen with your own eyes, don't trust them at all. Wait, was that desperate message telling me to trust my eyes? Or warning me about my eyes too? Oh my god. What's the difference between a camera and my eyes? They both turn light into electrical signals. They're the same. I can't be deceived. I have to be sure. I have to be sure. Let me just hydrate real quick. Okay. Date unknown. I calmly asked for a paper and pen. Day in and day out, until it finally gave them to me. Not that it matters. What am I gonna do? Poke my eyes out? The bandages feel like part of me now. The pain is gone. I figure this will be one of my last chances to write legibly, as, without my sight to correct my mistakes, my hands will slowly forget the motions involved. This is a sort of self-indulgence, this writing. It's a relic of another time. Because I'm certain everyone left in the world is dead. Or something far worse. I sit against the padded wall day in and day out. The entity brings me food and water. It masks itself as a kind nurse, as an unsympathetic doctor. I think it knows that my hearing has sharpened considerably now that I live in darkness. It fakes conversations in the hallways, on the off chance that I might overhear. One of the nurses talks about having a baby soon. One of the doctors lost his wife in a car accident. None of it matters. None of it's real. None of it gets to me. Not like she does. That's the worst part. The part I almost can't handle. The thing comes to me. Masquerading as Amy, its recreation is perfect. It sounds exactly like Amy, feels exactly like her. It even produces a reasonable facsimile of tears that makes me feel on its lifelike cheeks. When it first dragged me here, it told me all the things I wanted to hear. It told me that she loved me, that she had always loved me, that it didn't understand why I did this, that we could still have a life together, if only I would stop insisting that I was being deceived. It wanted to believe. No, it needed me to believe that she was real. I almost fell for it. I really did. I doubted myself for the longest time. In the end, though, it was all too perfect, too flawless, and too real. The false Amy used to come every day, and then every week, and finally stopped coming altogether. But I don't think the entity will give up. I think the waiting game is just another one of its gambits. I will resist it for the rest of my life if I have to. I don't know what happened to the rest of the world, but I do know that this thing needs me to fall for its deceptions. If it needs that, then maybe, just maybe, I am a thorn in its agenda. Maybe Amy is still alive out there somewhere, kept alive only by my will to resist the deceiver. I hold on to that hope, rocking back and forth in my cell to pass the time. I will never give in. I will never break. I am a hero. The doctor read the paper the patient had scribbled on. It was barely readable, written in the shaky script of one who could not see. He wanted to smile at the man's steadfast resolve, a reminder of the human will to survive, but he knew that the patient was completely delusional. After all, a sane man would have fallen for the deception long ago. The doctor wanted to smile. He wanted to whisper words of encouragement to the delusional man. He wanted to scream, but the nerve filaments wrapped around his head and into his eyes made him do otherwise. His body walked into the cell like a puppet and told the patient, once more, that he was wrong, and that there was nobody trying to deceive him. And that is psychosis. Yeah, you probably understand why I had to turn on my eyes for that one. That is the big zinger. Sorry, just hydrating. You know, I always thought that pasta was good, but having to read it for all of you, my tender dumplings, it's better than I remember. I can understand why it is, the one creepypasta expert that I told you about earlier's favorite pasta. It is. It's masterfully written. My goodness. I am going to hydrate up, though, just because it's a long pasta. It is a long pasta, but oh my gosh, that slow burn. It's so good. That was a lot of fun. I really liked that one. So yeah, let's pull up another one. Let's see. Feeling like maybe a shorter one could probably be best. Yeah, I've got actually quite a few shorter ones in here. Like I said, either like the slow burn or like the short and punchy ones. But you know, I think I'll do this one. This is another one of my favorites. It's kind of in the middle. It's not like super short but super long. But it's called I've Been to Hell. Here's what to expect. Alright, you ready? Part 1. Downward Spiral. I didn't even notice I was in hell my first year. Everyday life seemed the same, minus one particular detail. Nothing good happened. Ever. I had a secure job, relationship, and life. It fell apart. All those little doubts I had about myself ate away at me until they were full-blown paranoia. Then, it became reality. My company kept suffering loss after loss, until the problems were eventually pinpointed to being solely my fault. After I lost my job, I lost my fiancée to my best friend, and no one seemed to be on my side. Every person in my life was cold and distant. Even the little things that didn't matter were awful. The food always tastes terrible. My favorite shows were canceled. Something in my apartment always needed to be repaired. Each day was cold with rainy overcast. The nights were eerily dark with no stars or moonlight. There was absolutely no enjoyment in hell. But the first year is child's play compared to the rest. Part 2. Silence. During the second year, I came to two possible conclusions. The first was that I had gone completely insane, and the second was that I was no longer in the same world I was born into. It started in the morning when I powered up the TV. The morning news was on, but I couldn't hear anything. I turned the volume up to max, still nothing. I set the remote down, and I couldn't even hear it hit the table. I started to panic, and I immediately assumed I had just lost my hearing. I spoke aloud, but I was able to hear my voice just fine. I walked down to the corner store. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked directly at me. Everything froze like time was standing still. My stomach turned. A sea of people stared in my direction, but their faces were a jumble of features. Eyes, noses, and mouths all swirled in a mess of flesh, hair, and teeth. Even if I wanted to speak with one of those monstrosities, I couldn't. They remained still. Dead silence was everywhere I went. And every person stopped and turned in my direction, always watching my every move with their misplaced eyeballs. Hell was studying me, and it only got worse. Part 3. Seclusion. If you've ever wished you could be in complete seclusion, I'll be the first to tell you it's not worth it. One day, out of nowhere, I was completely alone. No jumble-faced people, animals, cars, or life in general. The world was a hollow reminder of what it used to be. With no other plan in mind, I started wandering. The depression started to wear on me. Always alone. I had no idea what was going on or where I was. Eventually, it was too much, and the loneliness weighed me down. I gave up. I jumped off the tallest building I could find. I felt the impact of the fall. I heard my bones shatter, but death never came. After 3 agonizing days of lying on the cold, black asphalt, the excruciating pain started to fade, and my body remained intact, even though it should have been completely mangled. Part 4. Shadows. The suicide attempt seemed to accelerate things, but I was awarded with one luxury, and I use that term lightly. I could hear sounds again. It wasn't worth much in an empty world, but nevertheless it had returned. But like everything in hell, there was a reason. My hearing allowed the shadows to terrify me on unimaginable levels. I'm not really sure what these things are, but I could try my best to describe them. You know that feeling when you're walking in a dark room or going down a flight of stairs in a creepy basement? The feeling that something is right behind you, so you start moving a little faster to get to the light. Multiply that fear by 100. I would catch glimpses of them out of the corner of my eye. Tall, black, humanoid figures darting quickly behind buildings or trees. I could feel them getting closer. The creeping paranoia consumed me. One night, I was taking a shortcut through an apartment complex. The entrance doors were open, and a flickering fluorescent light partially illuminated the narrow ground floor hallway. Halfway down the corridor, the lights went out, and darkness washed over me. The hair on the back of my neck stood straight up. I had the unmistakable feeling of something behind me. I prepared to run, but it was too late. With a high-pitched howl, one of the shadows had me, its cold, dead hands wrapped around my arms as it sank its teeth into the top of my skull. The pain was indescribable. I thrashed around in agony as more shadows emerged from the open apartment doors. In my fit of pain and terror, I pulled my head free from the fangs and stumbled to my feet. I ran for what seemed like hours. I learned quickly that traveling in the evening was no longer an option. I barricaded myself in any shelter I could find every night. The shadows always paced outside my doors until they would leave each morning as the dull, gray, cloud-covered sunlight drove them off. I'm just going to hydrate real quick before the next part. The final part. Abyss. Eventually, my nomadic lifestyle was impossible to continue. I unlocked the door of the small 2-bedroom house I had been sleeping in and walked outside. It was raining. It was always raining. Despite all that I had been through, what I saw took me by complete surprise. Sorry, my tender dumplings, that wasn't a pause for dramatic effect. I just think I heard a motorcycle outside, and I was just like, oh god, I'm whispering horrible things into existence. It's magical thinking. Sorry. Yeah, it's just a helicopter outside. Okay. I was just like, oh no, I'm summoning horrible things. Right. Despite all that I had been through, what I saw took me completely by surprise. The first change was the gates. Black, iron bars had surrounded the neighborhood. They extended from the ground and rose impossibly high into the sky. I was trapped. The second thing I saw were the jumble-faced people. They had returned. Dozens of them were lined up on the street in perfectly straight rows. They were different, though. In groups of 4, dressed in black robes, they walked hand in hand toward a massive, swimming pool-sized hole in the ground. Without hesitation, a group of 4 would fall in, and after a few seconds, the next group would follow suit. I turned around to head back inside the home, but I couldn't. The iron bars had somehow closed in, and they were just a few feet away. I looked back towards the people and saw the bars across the street had moved in closer as well. It was pushing me towards the hole. I panicked and grabbed the bars with both hands and began to shake them. They didn't budge. I started running the entire perimeter, looking for any way out. The bars began to move, ripping through earth and concrete, pushing me closer and closer to the dark abyss. By this time, the rows of people were gone. I planted my feet in the ground and began pushing with all my strength. The bars continued to force me closer to the endless hole, despite my efforts. After a few moments, it was too late. I was right on the edge. I remember clawing at the ground, begging for help. I accepted the inevitable fact that I was going to descend into the darkness. But just before I fell, a flash of light blinded me. Electric pain filled my chest. I woke up in the emergency room back on Earth. According to the paramedics, I was only dead for a few seconds. I began rambling about all that I had seen and been through. No one seemed to acknowledge or believe me. This story is a lesson. I am not telling you to change your life or be a better person. This is a warning. If nothing in your life is going well, it may not be a coincidence. You may be in hell. And that was I've Been to Hell. Here's what to expect. Like I said, it's not as long as the other ones that we've read so far, but boy, is it creepy. Maybe just for me, I don't know, because despite being a dampier, I was actually raised in a relatively religious house. Not terribly. My parents aren't religious nuts, but yeah, because my mother is just like so stupidly strong. And one thing that was important to her before she got turned into a vampire was the importance of her Christian faith. Yeah, so of course I grew up being absolutely horrified of hell, and that's a very creepy story because it's not the usual fire and brimstone you're told about. It's just it's just a really really creepy set of events. But okay, let's see. Just trying to not do any that I'm saving in case Nikipoku shows up. Though I will still read them even if she doesn't show up. Some of the longer ones. Because we just got through doing 2 longer ones. So, you know what? How about we go a little experimental? Because a horror VTuber on Twitter said I should do a Siren Head story. And I'm not going to front with you. Siren Head was a creepypasta monster a little after my time. So I'm not too familiar with him. But luckily, I did manage to find a story about Siren Head. So I figure let's read it. It's a bit long. It is broken up into 4 chapters, but hey, I figure, why the hell not? So, this is a story about Siren Head, simply called Siren Head. Chapter 1. A truck drove through the forest to a nearby campsite on a late afternoon. Rocking back and forth due to the dirt ground, the driver remained calm. He then entered a clearing, stopped on the side, and exited the vehicle. He looked onward as several feet away was the campsite. Accompanied by another vehicle and camper truck, the driver then turned around and continued his journey. At another side of the park, a park ranger arrived at the station. The driver exited his vehicle and got inside to see his coworker working at the desk. "Keeping busy, I presume?" he asked. Boss, yes, do you know me?" he said before looking around the room. Where's Dave?" he asked. "He's out and about. His friends are camping this weekend, and he wanted to meet up with them to check in," he explained as the boss walked towards the consoles. "Well, as long as he quickly comes back sooner for his evening shift, everything will be okay," he said as he grabbed a clipboard and walked back to the room. "By the way, I think you should see this," said the other ranger as he handed him the transcript paper. He then grabbed the paper and read. "Illegal activities?" he asked. The other ranger looked at him and said, "I got a call from a camper who said they found some trees fallen over. Considering a storm is not due for another weekend, and we haven't seen any beers. We haven't seen any beers. Sorry, let me hydrate. Excuse me. And we haven't seen any bears or deer around. I figured we should take a look," he said as he grabbed his keys. The boss then put the paper down and said, "All right, go ahead and take the Jeep. Just be sure you get back before sundown. I know you don't like the dark." The park ranger stopped inside and turned towards him. "If I don't, then hopefully today I've overcome that fear," he said, and he began walking out. "I'll give a call on updates." "Wilco," said the boss as he went to his desk. The truck arrived at the campsite to find the other campers relaxing. His best friend Ben sitting by the fire cooking. Ben was a young adult of his mid-20s. Ben's girlfriend Alexis and her best friend Olivia were sitting nearby, both of them also in their 20s. Alexis had beautiful long hair and a model figure. Olivia looked a bit younger. Despite her age, she wore her hair in a ponytail, and as he remembers her from college, she was usually quiet until they started talking. He then walked towards them. Ben finally noticed him coming. Ah, Louis, good to see you finally made it, he said as Dan got up to greet him as the girls looked. Louis was a slim guy with some muscle growth on and his hair combed to one side. Yeah, it was a bumpy road, and although I thought I heard some rubbing on the springs, other than that, I lived, he said as he shook hands. So what's been done so far? He asked. So far, campfire and food. We also planned out our swimming spot as well as fishing. Great. Is it almost done? Asked Louis. Close. Now come get yourself a set and relax with the girls, he said as he walked back to the campfire. A few minutes later, a park ranger vehicle arrived at the campsite. The park ranger, Dave, got off to see Louis coming to greet him. They then shook hands. Hey, Louis, nice to see you, said Dave. Same. How's ranger business? Louis asked. Slow, but right now Eric is on his way to another campsite because of unusual activity. And you're not going? Dave shook his head. No, I haven't started my shift yet. Besides, Eric said he wanted to do it himself. No harm, he answered. I better get going. I'm guessing I'll reach the station by nightfall. All right, then I'll message you in the morning, said Louis as Dave returned to his vehicle and left. Around the same time, Dave arrived at the campsite. The boss was sitting at his desk when the radio came, and then he picked it up. Wait here. Boss, I arrived at the location. There's some trees knocked over, but some are uprooted, while others are leaned to the side. And the camper? He asked. No sign of him. Hang on, I see footprints heading further into the woods. I think I see someone. There was walking sounds in the background, followed by silence. I think I see him. I'll question him. I will report back soon, said Eric. Copy that, replied Wade, and he placed the radio down as he went over to the console. He inspected every activity across the park and over the county. He stopped as the sound of static came on. He turned back to the radio and walked over to it, but it was shut off. He thought. Louie and the others sat by the fire. There were chuckles and laughter as Ben whispered to Alexis, and they both got up, leaving the others. The young girl Olivia shook her head. Such a horned dog, she said. Tell me about it, agreed Louie. Have you been camping before? She asked. Once, when I was very little. Have you? A couple of times when I was a middle schooler, she replied. It's been a great while, but it does feel good out here, he said and yawned. You get tired easily? Olivia asked, tilting her head. Only when I go out to the countryside or to small towns. It's been like that since I was in middle school after visiting grandparents. Must be the peaceful life catching up to relax your mind and body, she suggested. Yeah, maybe. I love the outdoors, and it brings joy to me. I do like the animals. Ever thought of being a park ranger? A couple of times, she replied as she leaned on Louie. It feels nice right now. Want to get some shut-eye? Yeah, she said softly. Meanwhile, back at the station, Wade began putting papers away in the file cabinet when the radio came on again. Boss man? It was Eric. What's up? Are we expecting severe storms tonight? No. Why? Well, the camper ran off as I got close, and the storm siren went off. Wade frowned and turned to the consoles. Let me check the charts again, but I know I didn't press the warning system, he said, before going through the monitor, which showed nothing on the radar. All clear on systems, he said, and there was a pause. I don't like it. I'm heading back. Wait, I see something in the woods. What the hell? Wade looked down at the radio he was holding. Boss, we're gonna need backup. What the... Ah! Eric, he called, but there was nothing but static. Officer Wade to Officer Eric, come in, he called, but there was no reply. Officer Wade to Officer Eric, respond! He then switched the radio channel. Wade to Dave, over. Yeah, boss, answered Dave. Something's come up with Eric at the nearby campsite. I'm gonna check it out. Copy that. I'm at the station. Okay, once you arrive, just stay at the station. Copy that. Wade put the radio in his shirt pocket, went to his locker, and grabbed his gun before heading off to the campsite. Dave eventually arrived at the station and went inside the building. He stopped to see the paperwork with a note labeled, "Important, Dave. Please read this." He picked it up. Trees fallen, uprooted, storm warning sounds? He muttered as he loaded the paper. The power then started flickering. Back at the camp, Ben and Alexis arrived to see the other two asleep on the ground, and they got into their beds and laid down. Nearby, a radio static sound was heard. "Did you leave the radio on?" asked Alexis. Dunno? Let me go see," said Ben, and he got up and entered the camper. He found the radio only for it to be off. Odd, he thought as he went back to bed. Back at the station, Dave opened the fuse box to see which fuse was weakening. He went over to the toolbox and found another fuse bulb, but it was broken. "Damn," he said, and he turned it to the sound of a vehicle driving up and walked back to see Wade exiting the car. "Dave, thought I told you to stay inside." "Sorry, sir, the fuse blew." "I'm glad you're around, though, but we have a problem. Eric is missing. I arrived at the site. His car was trashed, and there was no sign of him." "And you haven't tried Morse code?" "Nah. Eric would already be doing that to alert me," he said as he placed his hands in his pockets and turned around. I will say that, my tender dumplings. Yeah, there's like quite a few, because like I said, I picked a lot of stories that I already knew, but this is one I did not know, and there are a few grammar mistakes that are throwing me every now and again. So, so if they are making my stutter act up, I deeply apologize. Right, he said as he placed his hands in his pockets and turned around. "I'll resume tomorrow morning with more staff. I'll see you around," he said before leaving. Dave took a step forward and knew his boss was more troubled. All right, let me just hydrate before chapter 2. Okay. Chapter 2. Morning came as Wade returned to search, but there was no sign of Eric. Meanwhile, Louie and the others were at the lakeside fishing while the girls swam. "Such a calm night it was," he said. "It was," agreed Olivia, who returned to the shore. She turned to Ben, who was staring at the lake with his fishing rod. "Ben? Ben?" she asked, waving her hand as Louie shook him. What?" he asked, snapping back to reality. "You okay? You've been quiet," Olivia asked. Yeah, sorry, just thinking about something. Nothing important," he said. Okay, she said, and Alexis grabbed her hand, and they returned to the water. As Ben watched them, he turned to Louie and said, "There was something. Was it? You know me too well, but yeah, the radio went off and there was static. And I looked everywhere and the radio was switched off and our cars were off too, but it sounded close," he explained. "Huh," thought Louie. "That's weird." And the two men resumed their fishing. Excuse me. Another hour or so later, and the group returned to the campsite, where they looked around the park grounds. Before they knew it, the day turned to afternoon and they needed more wood. Ben and Louie held their bags together as Olivia and Alexis stood by the campfire. "We're gonna need more firewood from the camp store. You two need anything else?" asked Ben. "Nah, I believe we're good," replied Alexis. "Okay, take care until we return," said Ben, and the guys left. Meanwhile, at the station, Wade paced around and stared at the map. He held his mug and drank. "Damn it, just where?" he muttered to himself. The console then rang out, and he walked over to it. This ain't good," he said, as the console showed a storm formation on the south expecting arrival at that night. He then went over to the next monitor and activated the storm warning system. The system rang out all over the park as Louie and Ben entered the shore. They looked at the TV monitor. "Damn, there goes tonight's plans," said Ben. "Looks like plan B then, cooking inside," said Louie as he grabbed candy. Wade then turned it to the sound of the radio static as he shut off the storm warning system. He stared at the radio as a voice came in. Boss man, boss man." It was Eric, and Wade quickly grabbed the radio. "Eric, God, man, where are you?" "At the watchtower. Sorry, boss, my phone died and I lost the radio." "I need help." "Something is in the forest." Oh, wait, sorry, it's like, let me redo that. I was like, oh, wait. Again, this is a bit of a flawed story, but I was like, oh, wait, yeah, Eric is the camper who went missing. I'm getting it mixed up with, Dave, I think it is. Sorry. So, let me try to redo it from Boss Man. Boss Man, boss man. It was Eric, and Wade quickly grabbed the radio. "Eric, God, man, where are you?" "At the watchtower. Sorry, boss. My phone died and I lost the radio. I need help. Something is in the forest." "Say no more. I'm on my way," he said, and he put the radio down and grabbed a pen and paper, scribbling something, and he quickly left. Chapter 3. It started raining at the park with heavy thunder rolling in. The girls quickly entered the camper and dried themselves as they waited for the boys to return. Alexis is busy adjusting the radio as Olivia looked out the window. "Finally got the station going, but no word of when it lets up." "Hopefully the guys are okay," said Olivia, and Alexis turned to her. "I'm sure they are," she said. "In the meantime, let's heat up water for Coco," she continued. "Oh, I actually have other snacks in my car. Let me go get it," she suggested, and she exited the vehicle. Sorry. It's like, throat's still feeling a little dry. Let me just hydrate. Sorry, whole mouth was feeling dry, so I just kind of swished it around a little. She quickly ran to her car and entered to get the snacks. Just as she grabbed it, she heard a thud and looked out the window. She can't see anything, and she put her truck on standby to turn on her wipers and lights. She tried to see, but there was nothing there. Then suddenly, there were static sounds, followed by a warning sound. Fearing the storm was getting worse, she quickly left her car and entered the camper. "Hey, what's wrong?" asked Alexis. "You didn't hear the radio?" asked Olivia, putting the snacks on the countertop and drying herself. "No, it's still the same notification. Plus, I just heard a thud and tried to look," said Alexis, and Olivia froze and looked at her. "The radio didn't give off the extreme weather warning?" she asked, and Alexis shook her head. "I think something is outside. We need to..." They stopped and turned to the sound of something hitting a heavy object, followed by the girls seeing Olivia's truck tossed and rolled a few feet away from them. Olivia turned to Alexis. She was more worried. The guys drove quickly after getting some firewood and more items. Louie was worried about the road as Ben stayed calm. That's when the phone rang and Ben answered. "Hello? Babe, where are you?" "With Louie in the truck. We're on our way back." "Please, hurry. There's something outside. It tossed Olivia's truck." Ben and Louie looked at each other. "Say that again. Olivia's truck was tossed?" asked Ben. "Yes." Ben knew her tone. "Okay, stay in the camper. We're coming as quick as we can." And he hangs up. "Ben?" asked Louie. "Something is wrong, all right. I know Alexis can play pranks on me, but I know she's serious. Her tone changes a bit when she's scared. Okay, I'll try to speed up," he said, and he pressed the gas. "I'd rather you take some caution as the roads get slippery," said Ben, holding onto the handle. Wade arrived at the watchtower as the storm rolled in. He grabbed his radio and called for Eric, but there was no answer. He then got out of his car and quickly climbed to the top where he found Eric. He was injured with a cut on his arm. "Eric, God, man, are you okay? What happened?" he asked. Eric took a deep breath. "Something is in the park. It's big, but it blended so well with the trees." "Take it easy, son. We're gonna get you out of here. Take the rifle with you." They were interrupted with a storm siren warning, but the tone was off. "Oh God! Oh God!" said Eric, shaking in horror. "What is it?" "It's back. That thing is back. It uses noises. You have to get out of here, boss." "Not without you. Now come on," he said as he picked up Eric. The rain came down harder as the men quickly made their way down the tower. They were halfway when the rain slowed down, bringing the clearness to Wade, but he could still hear the noises, which was now emitting random words. 1, 7, feudal. Wade then stopped and put Eric down as he raised his rifle, but he couldn't see anything. "Boss, go! Just save yourself!" "Never," said Wade. Now he was getting annoyed with him. But you can't blame him. He saw something. They soon heard trees moving around, followed by large thuds, like as if a giant was in the woods. Wade barely caught a glimpse of the creature. It was skeletal-like, but still had skin. A mummy, perhaps? He thought. He tried to see the head, but the trees blocked his view. The clouds cleared and giving some light from the moon. Wade could now see the creature. "What in God's name?" Eric began screaming as Wade turned around to see him laying on the floor with his hands over his ears. Wade then turned to the creature and opened fire from the rifle, hitting it in the chest. The noises stopped and the creature ran into the woods. Wade then turned to Eric. To find in horror, blood was running from his ears. He was in agonizing pain. "Hold on, we're getting you out of here. I'm taking you to the hospital," he said, and he picked him up. Back at the campsite, the girls looked out the window, both silent as they heard gunshots. "What's going on out there?" asked Olivia. "I don't know, but I'm hoping the guys are close," said Alexis, as she then went to turn on the lights in the camper. Olivia turned to her. "What are you doing that for?" "Sorry, to turn off the lights in the camper." "If anything, we should try to hide ourselves. If whatever is out there comes back and sees a dark vehicle, it might think we're gone. We just need to stay sitting in the center on the floor." "Good idea." They stopped to hear the sound of a vehicle stopping and doors opening and closing. "Hello? Anyone there?" Alexis got up, shouted, "Here!" and opened the door outside only to find nothing. She started getting anxious, and there was a sound of a thud, and she stood still. "Alexis, get back inside! Hurry!" screamed Olivia. Alexis takes a few small steps back. She was too scared. Suddenly, she heard Olivia screaming for her, and she turned to see a giant hand swinging towards her. Chapter 4. Around the same time, Wade arrived at the watchtower. Dave arrived at the station and rushed inside. He looked around to see nobody around, and he finally found the note from Wade. The rain pounded harder, causing the station to flicker as he walked over to the console to find the weather reports off the charts. The lights then flickered and shut off. Great. Yeah, sorry for the slight hesitation there. Again, there's some minor grammatical things, so I was just like, wait, it was like, okay, so yeah, Wade was at, it just, there needs to be like some commas to help sort it out. I mean, big disclaimer. Author, if you are watching this is actually a pretty good story. I just say, maybe proofread it one more time or have someone else proofread it for you. Other than that, it's actually quite good. Dave pulled his flashlight from his pocket and headed out of the station. The rain was soon letting up just as he stepped outside. He opened the doors to his truck and grabbed the fuse and headed to the station's garage. He then opened the fuse box and replaced the fuse and the power returned. He then returned to the station when the radio alerted. Dave here. Oh, Dave, thank God you made it. Listen, cancel your shift and get out. What's going on? There's something out there. Some kind of walking creature with siren-like mouse. It's making all sorts of sounds. It attacked Eric. Is he okay? Yeah, we're heading to the hospital. Listen, this thing is dangerous. Don't get close to it. Get a rifle from the locker and arm yourself. Okay, I know we have one group of camper on the grounds. I'll head over there to get them out. Copy that. I'll let you know how Eric is doing. Wait out. Dave then... sorry. Just gonna... hydrate real quick. Lips are also kind of dry, sorry. Dave then left the station and got inside his car and set off. Louie and Ben arrived at the campsite only to find it trashed. Louie stopped the truck, which slid for a bit, and Ben quickly got out and ran to the trashed camper. Alexis! Olivia! Called Ben. Olivia! Called Louie. Alexis! Ben then rushed to the camper and ran inside, but it was empty. He then got back... It's like, again, just with regards to the grammatical thing, because, like, there are tense changes a good deal of the time, especially now. So, yeah, this is what I'm talking about with a little proofreading. He then got back outside and pulled out his phone. Ben! Called Louie. Ben rushed back to the truck and turned to see Louie waiting for him a few feet away, and approached him as Louie turned around. He stopped. My God, is that Olivia's car? Yeah, said Louie. He then turned around. Come on, let's look around some more. The two headed back and looked. They soon found footprints leaving the campsite and into the forest. Looks like the girls ran in that direction, but who knows where that leads to, said Louie. I'll search ahead. Check if the RV is still working, said Ben. Be careful, nodded Louie, and Ben took off with his phone's flashlight on as Louie headed inside. Ben walked further into the forest. The scenery was getting darker and darker, with barely any light poking through the trees. He breathed heavily but remained calm. Alexis! He called out, but toned down his voice. Alexis, honey, where are you? He stopped as he started hearing trees ruffling. Alexis? Olivia? He jumped at the sound of a bear roaring, and he quickly took off running. Louie finished checking everything, and he turned the ignition on in the camper. It gave off a start, but it cut off. Damn it, he said. He jumped and turned at the sound of alarms, but he looked around, and there was nothing. He then faced forward to see a truck approaching him. Dave arrived at the campsite, where he barely saw Louie in the driver's seat. He got off just as Louie did, and the two hugged each other. Louie, thank God you're all right. Where are the others? He asked. I don't know, Ben. No, sorry. Again. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, Ben. The way it's written is, I don't know, Ben, but it's a comma splice. So it's like, I don't know, period. Ben went out to look for the girls, replied Louie. Which way? That way, pointed Louie. Listen, get in the camper and wait for my return with Ben. The park is not safe. There's something bigger than what any park ranger can handle. Right, said Louie, as he headed back to the camper while Dave headed to the forest. Chapter 5. Dave readied his gun inside the forest and held up his flashlight. There was now silence as the forest made everything darker. He walked further until he reached the edge of the forest where the lake was. He checked his phone. It was midnight, and a fog bank was rolling in. Damn it! Suddenly he heard movement in the water. As he gently shone the light ahead of him, appearing on the other side of the tree was Olivia. Please, don't shoot, she said as she held up her hands. You're safe now. Where are the other two campers? Other two? Louie and Ben came back? Yeah, Louie's at the campsite. He said Ben went ahead to look for you in the other camper. He won't find her. What do you mean? There was this thing. It hit Alexis and she flew, but I don't know where she is now. It's too dark, she explained, trembling. Stay with me. We're going back to the campsite and wait there while I continue looking for Ben, said Dave as he grabbed Olivia's hand and headed back to the campsite. Louis sat in the camper when he turned to see the two return. Olivia rushed to him and hugged him as Dave caught up. I'm going back in for Ben. Stay here, but if anything gets out, I'll meet y'all at the park's entrance. Okay. Dave then turned around and headed back inside. Louis then looked at Olivia. What happened? He asked. There was this thing that had a radio, long arms. Louis, it killed her. It killed Alexis, shook Olivia, and Louis held her as she cried. Dave went through some bushes as he held his light, but there was a lot of trees. He stopped at the sound of heavy rustling in the trees, followed by a strange sound, but he couldn't make out what it was nor where it was coming from. Suddenly, a male voice was heard. Hello? This is Park Ranger Dave. Who's there? Oh, Dave, thank God, it's me, Ben. Ben, I'm glad you're safe. Come on, we gotta get back to the campsite. I don't think my leg is caught in something. Okay, hang on. I'm coming, he said. He carefully walked towards Ben, but as he turned the corner, he dropped down as he found Ben's body. Ben's head splattered open with his right eye drooping down, hanging by the artery, his body torn in half, his rib and heart exposed, as he was missing his arm. Jesus, what the fuck? Whispered Dave, before he then turned around at the sound of a radio playing. Around him, followed by a siren that he couldn't pick out where it was coming from. He heard movements, but all the trees were still and looked the same as the footsteps grew louder and heavier. He then got up and quickly ran. He didn't care where, as the next sound he heard was a loud roar, praying he doesn't come across any wild animal, but knowing that he was going through, it could be that thing. Dave soon stopped to find himself at a trail and poked around. He then spotted a utility shed and quickly went inside. Once he entered, he stopped and fell onto the floor. He breathed heavily, but the sounds were still heard, as he now heard words at random. 10, bear, child, feudal. Just then the noise stopped. The footsteps were silent as Dave held his breath. He slowly got up and looked around the shed. There were some tools around, but he doubted it'd do anything. He stopped and turned around at the sound of a warning siren of an attack. He couldn't be fooled this time as he readied his gun. Louis and Olivia stared at the distance as they too heard the siren noise. That's not good. Come on, we gotta get out, he said. What about Dave? He said I'll catch up at the entrance. Come on, he said, grabbing her hand. Dave slowly exited the shed and looked all over at his surroundings. He then quickly got onto the trail and headed off to the park entrance. He then heard the familiar storm warning system coming from behind him, but he dared not to look back. The sound died, but the footsteps continued on. As in the corner of Dave's eye, he saw the trees moving. Louis's truck raced quickly on the road. He held Olivia's hand, comforting her as she squeezed his. He soon spotted Dave and quickly stopped. Get in, he called from the truck, as Dave quickly moved when suddenly warning system noises came on, followed by movements. Behind you, shouted Louis as Dave quickly turned around to see the creature approaching him. He finally saw the head as it held 2 megaphones in place. As the siren sound becomes harsher, he raised his gun, hoping for something. He fired multiple shots as the creature gave off an injured roar like a bear, and it quickly ran off into the trees. Everyone breathed heavily, but wasted no time as Dave quickly got inside the truck, and they sped off. Everyone remained silent for what felt like half an hour, as the truck turned a curve, and they soon saw the lights ahead. We're gonna make it, she said, turning to Louis and Dave as they were closing it on. But Dave realized the lights ahead weren't the park's entrance. Get off the road, he said. What? Get off the road, he shouted just as Louis did so. The lights turned off, followed by the arrival of the familiar warning system sound. It all happened too fast. There was a loud crash. The truck was damaged and turned over with a wheel missing. Dave was thrown over, and he slowly regained consciousness. He groaned but got up, quickly grabbed his gun, and looked around. The trees weren't close together. There were plenty of light from the moon, but it was still foggy. He turned to the truck and quickly went to help others. He found Louis still at the driver's seat and unbuckled him and moved him out of the truck. Then he grabbed Olivia, who was groaning, and he pulled her out. He stopped and turned at the mechanical sound, but he couldn't see a thing. Louis then got up and grabbed Olivia's hand. Dave then turned around and spotted the sign. The entrance was just several feet away. He then looked ahead of him as the sound stopped, and he saw a glow appearing. "You start running now. I'll hold him off," he said. "We can't just... No time," he said. He checked his gun and pulled out 2 cartridges. He had 15 rounds left. The warning sound then came at the direction the light was at. "Just go now!" "Come on." I'm sorry. "Come on," Olivia said, dragging Louis, till he started moving and the two started running towards the entrance. Dave raised his gun as the heavy footsteps followed by the branches breaking as the light disappeared, and another sound came, an aurora from a beast she never heard of. He finally saw the creature, and he opened fire. Gunshots were heard, followed by a weakening siren noise. Louis and Olivia finally reached the park entrance, but they kept running until they reached the police station and they collapsed. Louis was catching his breath as he held Olivia's hand. He turned to see a couple of officers approaching them before he lost consciousness. The police and Wade returned to the park the following morning. There was no sign of Dave. The bodies of Ben and Alexis were soon discovered after the reports from Louis and Olivia. Everything was documented and held in file, but nobody could figure out what caused the chaos, or where the creature came from. It didn't appear during the search, but Wade knew it was still there, somewhere, until it claimed its next victims. Okay, and that's the Siren Head story. Like I said, I do have some criticisms. Like I said, there are a lot of tense switches and like some grammatical mistakes. So if the author of the story is watching, you might just want to go in and fix those. And in addition to that, you might want to make the tense shifts between the campers and the park rangers a bit more obvious, because as it stands, I was sometimes lost in between the two of them. And maybe just cut down the amount of campers, just cause like Ben and Alexis, I think it was. Yeah, they kind of just seem to only be there for a body count, which in a movie is fine, but yeah, in a written story, you generally want to have the characters, be there for more than just a body count. But hey, on balance, I thought it was actually pretty good. So, listen to my criticisms, but don't take them as insults. You clearly have something good going on. You just gotta keep writing and keep improving. Much like how I, myself, have to keep streaming and keep improving. See, we all have things that we need to improve on. So on balance, good job, friend. Good job. Okay, so now let's pick another story. I see we have one more viewer, so maybe I'll pick, one of the longer, ones. In fact, I think I'll pick this one, a classic. No End House. Let me just hydrate real quick, and we'll get into it. So, this is No End House. Let me start by saying that Peter Terry was addicted to heroin. We were friends in college and continued to be after I graduated. Notice that I said I. He dropped out after 2 years of barely cutting it. After I moved out of the dorms and into a small apartment, I didn't see Peter as much. He would talk online every now and then. AIM was a king in pre-Facebook years. There was a period where he wasn't online for about 5 weeks straight. I wasn't worried. He was a pretty notorious flake and a drug addict, so I just assumed he just stopped caring. Then one night, I saw him log on. Before I could initiate a conversation, he sent me a message. "David, man, we need to talk." That was when he told me about the No End house. It got that name because no one had ever reached the final exit. The rules were pretty simple and cliche. Reach the final room of the building, and you get $500. There were 9 rooms in all. The house was located outside the city, roughly 4 miles from my house. Apparently Peter had tried and failed. He was a heroin and God knows what the fuck addict. So I figured the drugs got the best of him and he wigged out at a paper ghost or something. He told me it would be too much for anyone. That it was unnatural. I didn't believe him. I told him I would check it out the next night, and no matter how hard he tried to convince me otherwise, $500 sounded too good to be true. I had to go. I set out the following night. When I arrived, I immediately noticed something strange about the building. Have you ever seen or read something that shouldn't be scary, but for some reason a chill crawls up your spine? I walked toward the building, and the feeling of uneasiness only intensified as I opened the front door. My heart slowed, and I let out a relieved sigh as I entered. The room looked like a normal hotel lobby decorated for Halloween. A sign was posted in place of a worker. It read, "Room 1 this way, 8 more follow. Reach the end, and you win." I chuckled and made my way to the first door. The first area was almost laughable. The decor resembled the Halloween aisle of a Kmart, complete with sheet ghosts and animatronic zombies that gave a static growl when you passed by. At the far end was an exit. It was the only door beside the one I entered through. I brushed through the fake spider webs and headed for the second room. I was greeted by fog as I entered the door to room 2. The room was definitely up the ante in terms of technology. Not only was there a fog machine, but a bat hung from the ceiling and flew in a circle. It was scary. They seemed to have a Halloween soundtrack that one would find at a 99-cent store on loop somewhere in the room. I didn't see a stereo, but I guess they must have used a PA system. I stepped over a few toy rats that wheeled around and walked with a puffed chest across the next area. I reached for the doorknob, and my heart sank to my knees. I did not want to open that door. A feeling of dread hit me so hard I could barely even think. Logic overtook me after a few terrified moments, and I shook it off and entered the next room. Room 3 is when things began to change. On the surface, it looked like a normal room. There was a chair in the middle of the wood-paneled floor. A single lamp in the corner did a poor job of lighting the area, casting a few shadows across the floor and walls. That was the problem. Shadows. Plural. With the exception of the chairs, there were others. I had barely walked in the door and I was already terrified. It was at that moment that I knew something wasn't right. I didn't even think as I automatically tried to open the door I came through. It was locked from the other side. That set me off. Was someone locking the doors as I progressed? There was no way. I would have heard them. Was it a mechanical lock that set off automatically? Maybe, but I was too scared to really think. I turned back to the room and the shadows were gone. The chair's shadow remained, but the others were gone. I slowly began to walk. I used to hallucinate when I was a kid, so I wrote off the shadows as a figment of my imagination. I began to feel better as I made it to the halfway point of the room. I looked down as I took my steps, and that's when I saw it. Or didn't see it. My shadow wasn't there. I didn't have time to scream. I ran as fast as I could to the other door and flung myself without thinking into the room beyond. The fourth room was possibly the most disturbing. As I closed the door, all light seemed to be sucked out and put back into the previous room. I stood there, surrounded by darkness, not able to move. I'm not afraid of the dark and never have been, but I was absolutely terrified. All sight had left me. I held my hand in front of my face, and if I didn't know what I was doing, I would never have been able to tell. Darkness doesn't describe it. I couldn't hear anything. It was dead silence. When you're in a soundproof room, you can still hear yourself breathing. You can hear yourself being alive. I couldn't. I began to stumble forward after a few moments, my rapidly beating heart the only thing I could feel. There was no door in sight. Wasn't even sure there was one this time. Silence was then broken by a low hum. I felt something behind me. I spun around wildly, but could barely even see my nose. I knew it was there, though, regardless of how dark it was. I knew something was there. The hum grew louder, closer. It seemed to surround me. But I knew whatever was causing the noise was in front of me, inching closer. I took a step back. I had never felt that kind of fear. I can't really describe true fear. I wasn't even scared I was going to die. I was scared of what the alternative was. I was afraid of what this thing had in store for me. Then the lights flashed for a second and I saw it. Nothing. I saw nothing, and I saw nothing there. The room was plunged again into darkness, and the hum became a wild screech. I screamed in protest. I couldn't hear this goddamn sound for another minute. I ran backwards, away from the noise, and fumbled for the door handle. I turned and fell into room 5. Before I describe room 5, you have to understand something. I am not a drug addict. I've had no history of drug abuse or any sort of psychosis short of the childhood hallucinations I mentioned earlier. And those were only when I was really tired or just waking up. I entered the no-end house with a clear head. After falling in from the previous room, my view of room 5 was from my back, looking up at the ceiling. What I saw didn't scare me, it simply surprised me. Trees had grown into the room and towered above my head. The ceilings in this room were taller than the others, which made me think I was in the center of the house. I got up off the floor, dusted myself off, and took a look around. It was definitely the biggest room of them all. I couldn't even see the door from where I was. Various brush and trees must have blocked my line of sight with the exit. Up to this point, I figured the rooms were going to get scarier, but this was a paradise compared to the last room. I also assumed whatever was in room 4 stayed back there. I was incredibly wrong. As I made my way deeper into the room, I began to hear what one would hear if they were in a forest. Chirping bugs and the occasional flap of birds seemed to be my only company in this room. That was the thing that bothered me the most. I heard the bugs and other animals, but I didn't see any of them. I began to wonder how big this house was. From the outside, when I first walked up to it, it looked like a regular house. It was definitely on the bigger side, but this was almost a full forest in here. The canopy covered my view of the ceiling, but I assumed it was still there, however high it was. I couldn't see any walls either. The only way I knew I was still inside was that the floor matched the other rooms, the standard dark wood paneling. I kept walking, hoping that the next tree I passed would reveal the door. After moments of walking, I felt a mosquito fly in my arm. I shook it off and kept going. A second later, I felt about 10 more land on my skin at different places. I felt them crawl up and down my arms and legs, and A few made their way across my face. I flailed wildly to get them all off, but they just kept crawling. I looked down and let out a muffled scream. More of a whimper, to be honest. I didn't see a single bug. Not one bug was on me, but I could feel them crawl. I heard them fly by my face and sting my skin, but I couldn't see a single one. I dropped to the ground and began to roll wildly. I was desperate. I hated bugs, especially ones I couldn't see or touch. But these bugs could touch me, and they were everywhere. I began to crawl. I had no idea where I was going. The entrance was nowhere in sight, and I still hadn't seen the exit. So I just crawled, my skin wriggling with the presence of those phantom bugs. After what seemed like hours, I found the door. I grabbed the nearest tree and propped myself up, mindlessly slapping my arms and legs to no avail. I tried to run, but I couldn't. My body was exhausted from crawling and dealing with whatever it was that was on me. I took a few shaky steps to the door, grabbing each tree on the way for support. It was only a few feet away when I heard it. The low hum from before. It was coming from the next room, and it was deeper. I could almost feel inside my body, like when you stand next to an amp at the concert. The feeling of bugs on me lessened as the hum grew louder. As I placed my hand on the doorknob, the bugs were completely gone, but I couldn't bring myself to turn the knob. I knew that if I let go, the bugs would return. There was no way I could make it back to room 4. I just stood there, my head pressed against the door marked 6, and my hand shakily grasping the knob. The hum was so loud I couldn't even hear myself pretend to think. There was nothing I could do but move on. Room 6 was next. And room 6 was hell. And if we're going into hell, I'm going to hydrate. I closed the door behind me, my eyes held shut, my ears ringing. The hum was surrounding me. As the door clicked into place, the hum was gone. I opened my eyes in surprise, and the door I had shut was gone. It's just a wall now. I looked around in shock. The room was identical to room 3, the same chair and lamp, but with the correct amount of shadows this time. The only real difference was that there was no exit door, and the one I came in through was gone. As I said before, I had no previous issues in terms of mental instability, but at that moment I fell into what I now know was insanity. I didn't scream. I didn't make a sound. At first I scratched softly. The wall was tough, but I knew the door was somewhere. I just knew it was. I scratched at where the doorknob was. I clawed at the wall frantically with both hands. My nails filed down to the skin against the wood. I fell silently to my knees. The only sound in the room was the incessant scratching against the wall. I knew it was there. The door was there. I knew it was just there. I knew if I could just get past this wall. Are you all right? I jumped off the ground and spun in one motion. I leaned against the wall behind me. I saw what it was that spoke to me. To this day, I regret ever turning around. There was a little girl. She was wearing a soft white dress that went down to her ankles. She had long blonde hair to the middle of her back and white skin and blue eyes. She was the most frightening thing I had ever seen. I know that nothing in my life will ever be as unnerving as what I saw in her. While looking at her, I saw something else. Where she stood, I saw what looked like a man's body, only larger than normal, covered in hair. He was naked from head to toe, but his head was not human, and his toes were hooves. It wasn't the devil, but at that moment it might as well have been. The form had the head of a ram and the snout of a wolf. It was horrifying, and it was synonymous with the little girl in front of me. They were the same form. I can't really describe it, but I saw them at the same time. They shared the same spot in that room, but it was like looking at two separate dimensions. When I saw the girl, I saw the form, and when I saw the form, I saw the girl. I couldn't speak. I could barely even see. My mind was revolting against what it was attempting to process. I had been scared before in my life, and I had never been more scared than when I was trapped in the fourth room, but that was before room 6. I just stood there, staring at whatever it was that spoke to me. There was no exit. I was trapped here with it. And then it spoke again. David, you should have listened. When it spoke, I heard the words of the little girl, but the other form spoke through my mind in a voice I won't attempt to describe. There was no other sound. The voice just kept repeating that sentence over and over in my mind, and I agreed. I didn't know what to do. I was slipping into madness, yet couldn't take my eyes off what was in front of me. I dropped to the floor. I thought I had passed out, but the room wouldn't let me. I just wanted it to end. I was on my side, my eyes wide open, and the form staring down at me. Scurrying across the floor in front of me was one of the battery-powered rats from the second room. The house was toying with me. But for some reason, seeing that rat pulled my mind back from whatever depths it was headed, and I looked around the room. I was getting out of there. I was determined to get out of that house and live and never think about this place again. I knew this room was hell, and I wasn't ready to take up a residency, not a presidency. He's not running for president of hell. At first, it was just my eyes that moved. I searched the walls for any kind of opening. The room wasn't that big, so it didn't take long to soak up the entire layout. The demon still taunted me, the voice growing louder as the form stayed rooted where it stood. I placed my hand on the floor, lifted myself up to all four, and turned to scan the wall behind me. Then I saw something I couldn't believe. The form was now right at my back, whispering into my mind how I shouldn't have come. I felt its breath on the back of my neck, but I refused to turn around. A large rectangle was scratched into the wood, with a small dent chipped away in the center of it. Right in front of my eyes, I saw the large 7 I had mindlessly etched into the wall. I knew what it was. Room 7 was just beyond that wall where room 5 was moments ago. I don't know how I'd done it. Maybe it was just my state of mind at the time. But I had created the door. I knew I had. In my madness, I scratched into the wall what I needed the most, an exit to the next room. Room 7 was close. I knew the demon was right behind me, but for some reason it couldn't touch me. I closed my eyes and placed both hands on the large 7 in front of me. I pushed as hard as I could. The demon was now screaming in my ear. It told me I was never leaving. It told me that this was the end, but I wasn't going to die. I was going to live there, in room 6, with it. I wasn't. I pushed and screamed at the top of my lungs. I knew I was going to push through the wall eventually. I clenched my eyes shut and screamed. The demon was gone. I was left in silence. I turned around slowly and was greeted by the room as it was when I entered. Just a chair and a lamp. I couldn't believe it. But I didn't have time to... I turned back to the 7 and jumped back slightly. What I saw was a door. It wasn't the one I had scratched in, but a regular door with a large 7 on it. My whole body was shaking. It took me a while to turn the knob. I just stood there for a while, staring at the door. I couldn't stay in room 6. I couldn't. But if this was only room 6, I couldn't imagine what 7 had in store. I must have stood there for an hour, just staring at the 7. Finally, with a deep breath, I twisted the knob and opened the door to room 7. I stumbled through the door, mentally exhausted and physically weak. The door behind me closed, and I realized where I was. I was outside. Not outside like room 5, but actually outside. My eyes stung. I wanted to cry. I fell to my knees and tried, but I couldn't. I was finally out of that hell. I didn't even care about the prize that was promised. I turned and saw the door that I just went through at the entrance. I walked to my car and drove home. thinking of how nice a shower sounded. As I pulled out of my house, I felt uneasy. The joy of leaving No End House had faded, and dread was slowly building in my stomach. I shook it off as residual from the house and made my way to the front door. I entered and immediately went up to my room. There on my bed was my cat, Baskerville. He was the first living thing I had seen all night, and I reached to pet him. He hissed and swiped at my hand. I recoiled in shock, as he had never acted like that. I thought, whatever, he's an old cat. I jumped in the shower and got ready for what I was expecting to be a sleepless night. After my shower, I went to the kitchen to make something to eat. I descended the stairs and turned into the family room. What I saw would be forever burned into my mind, however. My parents were lying on the ground, naked and covered in blood. They were mutilated to near unidentifiable states. Their limbs were removed and placed next to their bodies, and their heads were placed on their chests facing me. The most unsettling part was their expressions. They were smiling, as though happy to see me. I vomited and sobbed there in the family room. I didn't know what had happened. They didn't even live with me at the time. I was a mess. Then I saw it. A door that was never there before. A door with a large 8 scrawled on it in blood. I was still at the house. I was standing in my family room, but I was in room 7. The faces of my parents smiled wider as I realized this. They weren't my parents. They couldn't be. But they looked exactly like them. The door marked 8 was across the room, behind the mutilated bodies in front of me. I knew I had to move on, but at that moment I gave up. The smiling faces tore into my mind. They grounded me where I stood. I vomited again and nearly collapsed. Then the hum returned. It was louder than ever, and it filled the house and shook the walls. The hum compelled me to walk. I began to walk slowly, making my way closer to the door and the bodies. I could barely stand, let alone walk. The closer I got to my parents, the closer I came to suicide. The walls were now shaking so hard it seemed as though they were going to crumble. But still the faces smiled at me. I inched closer. Their eyes followed me. I was now between the two bodies, a few feet away from the door. Dismembered hands clawed their way across the carpet towards me, all while the faces continued to stare. New terror washed over me, and I walked faster. I didn't want to hear them speak. I didn't want the voices to match those of my parents. They began to open their mouths, and the hands were inches from my feet. In a dash of desperation, I lunged toward the door, threw it open, and slammed it behind me. Room 8. I was done. After what I had just experienced, I knew there wasn't anything else this fucking house could throw at me that I couldn't live through. There was nothing short of the fires of hell that I wasn't ready for. Unfortunately, I underestimated the abilities of No End House. Unfortunately, things got more disturbing, more terrifying, and more unspeakable in Room 8. I still have trouble believing what I saw in Room 8. Again, the room was a carbon copy of Rooms 3 and 6, but sitting in the usually empty chair was a man. After a few seconds of disbelief, my mind accepted the fact that the man sitting in the chair was me. Not someone who looked like me. It was David Williams. I walked closer. I had to get a better look, even though I was sure of it. He looked up at me, and I noticed tears in his eyes. Please don't do it. Please, don't hurt me. What? I asked. Who are you? I'm not going to hurt you. Yes, you are. He was sobbing now. You're gonna hurt me, and I don't want you to. He sat in the chair with his legs up and began rocking back and forth. It was actually pretty pathetic looking, especially since he was me, identical in every way. Listen, who are you? I was now only a few feet from my doppelganger. It was the weirdest experience yet, standing there talking to myself. I wasn't scared, but I would be soon. Why are you? You're gonna hurt me, 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 you're gonna hurt me. If you want to leave, you're gonna hurt me. Why are you saying this? Just calm down, alright? Let's try and figure this. And then I saw it. The David sitting down was wearing the same clothes as me, except for a small red patch on his shirt, embroidered with the number 9. You're going to hurt me, you're going to hurt me, you're going to hurt me, don't please, you're going to hurt me, you're going to hurt me, you're going to hurt me. My eyes didn't leave that small number on his chest. I knew exactly what it was. The first few doors were plain and simple, but after a while, they got a little more ambiguous. 7 was scratched into the wall, but by my own hands. 8 was marked in blood above the bodies of my parents, but 9... this number was on a person. A living person. Worse still, it was on a person that looked exactly like me. David? I had to ask. Yes. You're going to hurt me, you're going to hurt me. He continued to sob and rock. He answered to David. He was me, right down to the voice. But that 9. I paced around for a few minutes while he sobbed in his chair. The room had no door, and, similarly to room 6, the door I came through was gone. For some reason, I assumed that scratching would get me nowhere this time. I studied the walls and floor and around the chair, sticking my head underneath and seeing if anything was below. Unfortunately, there was. Below the chair was a knife. Attached was a tag that read, "To David, from management." The feeling in my stomach as I read that tag was something sinister. I wanted to throw up, and the last thing I wanted to do was remove that knife from under that chair. The other David was still sobbing uncontrollably. My mind was spinning into an attic of unanswerable questions. Who put this here, and how did they get my name? Not to mention the fact, as I knelt on the cold wood floor, I also sat in that chair, sobbing in protest of being hurt by myself. It was all too much to process. The house and the management had been playing with me this whole time. My thoughts for some reason turned to Peter and whether or not he got this far. If he did, if he met a Peter Terry sobbing in this very chair, rocking back and forth. I shook those thoughts out of my head. They didn't matter. I took the knife from under the chair, and immediately the other David went quiet. David, he said in my voice, what do you think you're going to do? I lifted myself from the ground and clenched the knife in my hand. I'm going to get out of here. David was still sitting in the chair, though he was very calm now. He looked up at me with a slight grin. I couldn't tell if he was going to laugh or strangle me. Slowly, he got up from the chair and stood, facing me. It was uncanny. His height, even the way he stood, matched mine. I felt the rubber hilt of the knife in my hand and gripped it tighter. I don't know what I was planning on doing with it, but I had a feeling I was going to need it. Now. His voice was slightly deeper than my own. I'm going to hurt you, I'm going to hurt you, and I'm going to keep you here. I didn't respond. I just lunged and tackled him to the ground. I had mounted him and looked down, knife poised and ready. He looked up at me, terrified. It was like I was looking in a mirror. Then the hum returned, low and distant, though I still felt it deep in my body. David looked up at me as I looked down at myself. The hum was getting louder. I felt something inside me snap. With one motion, I slammed the knife into the patch of his chest and ripped down. Blackness fell on the room, and I was falling. The darkness around me was like nothing I had experienced up to that point. Room 4 was dark, but it didn't come close to what was completely engulfing me. I wasn't even sure if I was falling after a while. I felt weightless, covered in dark. Then a deep sadness came over me. I felt lost, depressed, and Suicidal. The sight of my parents entered my mind. I knew it wasn't real, but I had seen it. And the mind has trouble differentiating between what is real and what isn't. The sadness only deepened. I was in room 9 for what seemed like days. The final room. And that's exactly what it was. The end. No end house had an end, and I had reached it. At that moment, I gave up. I knew that I would be in that in-between state forever, accompanied by nothing but darkness. Not even the hum was there to keep me sane. I had lost all senses. I couldn't feel myself. I couldn't hear anything. Sight was completely useless here. I searched for a taste in my mouth and found nothing. I felt disembodied and completely lost. I knew where I was. This was hell. Room 9 was hell. Then it happened. A light. One of those stereotypical lights at the end of the tunnel. I felt ground come up from below me, and I was standing. After a moment or two of gathering my thoughts and senses, I slowly walked toward that light. As I approached the light, it took form. It was a vertical slit down the side of an unmarked door. I slowly walked through the door and found myself where I started. The lobby of No End House. It was exactly how I left it. Still empty, still decorated with childish Halloween decorations. After everything that had happened that night, I was still wary of where I was. After a few moments of normalcy, I looked around the place, trying to find anything different. On the desk was a plain white envelope with my name handwritten on it. Immensely curious, yet still cautious, I mustered up the courage to open the envelope. Inside was a letter, again, handwritten. David Williams, congratulations! You have made it to the end of No End House. Please accept this prize as a token of great achievement. Yours forever, Management. With the letter were 5 $100 bills. I couldn't stop laughing. I laughed for what seemed like hours. I laughed as I walked out to my car, and I laughed as I drove home. I laughed as I pulled into my driveway. I laughed as I opened my front door to my house, and small saw 10 etched in wood. And that is No End House. Yeah, again, it's another slow burn one because, man, it gets that ending hits you like a ton of bricks. There truly is no end at the No End House. Well, that was a lot of fun. So let me just hydrate real quick, and I will try to think of the next one to read. Let's see, we've gone for like 3 hours. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of need to use the restroom, so I think I will do that. But I will, of course, put on a public domain movie for you in the meantime. Yeah, and I will be right back. Just gotta use the restroom, and then I should probably have a clearer head, yeah, for which story to read next, because, well, I still have tons on the docket, and just want to pick one that's nice for all of my tender dumplings. So like I said, be right back. Let me just pull up the movie. Should be up in a second.
After I scram, you call the cops. And this is your story. Remember it. These 2 kids came up here for a couple of beers. You're out in the kitchen, you heard the shot. When you got in here, that's what you found. Just stick to that story.
Mary! Mary, speak to me. Mary!
as long as you keep your mouth shut that you were ever up in May's apartment.
Why, sure, Jack, sure.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'd like to recall Dr. Alfred Carroll to the stand.
Call Dr. Alfred Carroll to the stand.
Dr. Carroll, as principal of the Lakeside High School, did you, during the last 3 months, notice any changes in the demeanor and attitude of your student, William Hopper?
Yes, in a number of things. For example, at times disassociation of ideas. In another instance, I happened to attend the recent interscholastic tennis matches. And while Bill Harper had been considered an exceedingly good player, I saw him miss the ball by as much as 3 or 4 feet. This, I understand, could be attributed to the use of marijuana. It causes errors in time, space.
Objection, Your Honor. The witness isn't qualified to express opinions upon the effect of narcotics.
Sustained. Dr. Carroll has been called merely as a character witness.
Well, then, although you didn't know to your own knowledge that the defendant was using marijuana, did you notice any changes that would lead you to believe, as an educator, that he was under some severe mental strain, which might possibly have been induced by some drug?
Yes, I recall distinctly a few weeks ago. It was during a class of English literature. There was a serious discussion of Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, when he suddenly burst into an uncontrollable fit of hysterical laughter.
Oh, by the way, Dr. Carroll, 6 months ago, what would have been your opinion regarding the character of my client?
He was a fine, upstanding American boy, a good scholar, a good athlete, and representative of the caliber of young men we are proud to graduate from our school.
Oh, snap out of her, will you? It's not our fault. Why'd I ever bring him up there anyway? He's just a kid. Can't hang him.
Shut up, shut up!
Why don't you let yourself go? Talk. Go off their nuts and have me that way, too. His own fault, wasn't it?
Shut up! They've got us hidden out, haven't they? The cops can't find us.
Jack, I want to get out of this place.
You're going to stay here as long as we have to keep those two out there undercover. Until the trial's over. The boss gets a better idea.
But they're getting on my nerves.
It can't last much longer. Not worried about her. We got to keep him gagged.
He's about ready to crack.
What you got to do is keep him from having too many reefers.
Any day now, that punk will get hot. He'll probably spill and tell all he knows if he gets a chance.
I don't think he'll get it. I'll see you later.
Where are you going?
I'm going to see the boss.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, boss. What are we going to do about that Wiley guy?
Still jittery, huh?
I don't know what the punk's going to do.
Keep feeding him those hot sticks.
That's what May's been doing. That's no good. I got a hunch that he's due to crack when that Harper verdict comes in. He's on the tee. He's liable to take a powder on us and blow his topper to the DA.
You mean you think we'd all be better off if you never heard the verdict? Well, what are you waiting for? You, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have a duty to perform. A duty to yourselves and to our community. Mary Lane is dead. The evidence you've heard at this trial could not have failed to convince you of the guilt of the defendant. By his own admission, he pressed the trigger of the weapon that sent lovely and innocent Mary Lane to a tragic and untimely death. We are not so much concerned about the motives behind the deed as to the deed itself. While the defendant has told you that he saw someone attacking Mary Lane, and that his mind went blank from that moment on, the defense has been unable to produce one witness to substantiate that statement. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've heard able men testify at this trial, men who have tried to bring out the fact that the defendant might have become momentarily insane when he fired the shot that killed Mary Lane. But the defense has been unable to prove that he was insane. William Harper was sane when he visited the apartment where the tragedy occurred. He was in the habit of visiting the place. He was sane when he went into a bedroom with another young woman. You've all heard what went on in that room. You heard it from the defendant's own lips. Involved as he was in a tawdry love affair, Mary Lane was in the way. She had found him out. In a moment of anger, he deliberately and willfully killed her. If such deeds are permitted to go unpunished, this community would cease to be a decent and safe place for us or our children to live. I do not believe I have to plead or even demand that you bring in a verdict to punish the defendant for the crime that he has committed against society. You are upright citizens. That is why you were chosen to judge another. And as honest, upright citizens, there is only one verdict which you can find, and that is a verdict of guilty.
And this court will be adjourned until the jury's verdict is reached.
I suppose you all feel the same about this case.
But he might have been insane when he did it.
No, he wasn't. He knew what he was doing.
But supposing he was insane?
You can never make me believe it nor anybody else. We'll take a first vote. For conviction, 1 for acquittal.
But there's a reasonable doubt about the boy's sanity.
We can't. No doubt about the fact that he murdered her. He admitted it himself. That wasn't the first time he was there. We gotta make an example before boys like that contaminate all of our children. We can't have every murderer hiding behind the gag that he's insane. Sure, they see red before they kill somebody. But whose fault is it?
Okay, and I'm back. Let me just close Reefer Madness. Legalize the ganja. Sorry, that was me trying to do that one bit from the Eric Andre show. Yes, but okay, now that I'm back, yeah, what I'm thinking, unless you disagree, my tender dumplings, is that since we just got through doing a long one, I want to do, yeah, like 2 short ones, and then, yeah, 1 long one, if that is all right. So, let me try to pull up a really good short one. Alright, here is the first short one. It's called, Did You Fall? Did you know that the world isn't always what it seems to be? Have you ever considered, just for a second, that the last time you climbed up the stairs, you didn't make it? Consider this the next time you climb up or down a flight of stairs. Perhaps, as you're reaching the top, or stepping down onto the bottom, that while you were ascending or descending, that you actually fell, and your mind is refusing to register it. Perhaps, instead of walking away from the stairs and going about your day the way you think you did, you're actually at the bottom, injured. Perhaps you broke some bones. Perhaps it was your neck. Perhaps you're actually dying. Consider this proposal, as at any moment, the illusion could break. You'll wake up at the bottom of the stairs, bleeding and broken, or awaken in a hospital bed, potentially with brain damage. Perhaps the illusion will be broken only by the coldness of death. Perhaps at any moment during this illusion, you could slip away, and everything will just suddenly go black. 1 second, you're driving your car or watching TV, and the next, nothing. Perhaps this is your wake-up call. Yeah, so that is a good short one called Did You Fall? So let me pull up another good short one. Ooh. How about this one? Grandma's Ashes. It's all about when our loved ones don't quite leave. Grandma's house used to be filled with ordinary people. People like you and me. She died a week ago, leaving behind a legacy as one of the finest mediums in all the county. She gave comfort and reassurance to all those who suffered the vulnerability of a lost love. It has a bit of a grammatical statement, so my mind is trying to my mind's trying to fix it in post. Right. She gave comfort and reassurance to all those who suffered the vulnerability of a lost loved one, even though my parents never quite believed it. As requested, Grandma was cremated, and her ashes settled in a colorful jar atop the windowsill, in view of her beloved garden. Her video will, though, requested one last unsettling thing: that her ashes be put into an oil lamp and be used as light. Oddly enough, we obliged this request, half expecting the ashes to smother the flame and render our lamp useless. We gathered around our kitchen table. I poured the ashes into the oil beneath. A flame quipped up, quite shockingly. We took back everything we said about crazy old Grandma at that moment. Her ashes burned a flame that raided the room with the grotesque faces of the undead. First tens, then thousands, swarming our home with their gaping mouths and their empty eyes, all surrounding, approaching the pebble of a flame, dancing out the tip of the oil lamp. Weeks on, the flame still burns, and we're all afraid to put it out. Yeah, like I said, another good short one. Yeah. So like I said, that's 2 short ones. Let's do a nice long one. How's about it? Okay. So, I will say this. Video game creepypastas, they're a little overdone, not gonna lie. But this is probably one of the best ones I've read. As we all know, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet came out recently, but this goes back, way back, to Red and Green. What if there was something in those games? Something that couldn't be seen upon initial startup. This is Come Follow Me. During the first few days of the release of Pokemon Red and Green in Japan, back in February 27th, 1996, a peak of deaths appeared in the age group of 10 to 15. The children were usually found dead through suicide, usually by hanging or jumping from heights. However, some were odd. A few cases recorded children who had began sawing off their limbs, others sticking their faces inside the oven, and choking themselves on their own fist, shoving their own arms down their throat. The few children who were saved before killing themselves showed sporadic behavior. When asked why they were going to hurt themselves, they only answered in chaotic streams and scratched at their own eyes. When showed what seemed to be the connection to this attitude, the Game Boy, they had no response. But when combined with either Pokemon Red or Green, the screams would continue. They would do their best to leave the room it was located in. This confirmed the authorities' suspicion that the games, somehow, had a connection to these children and the deaths. It was a strange case, because many children who had the same games did not show this behavior, but only a few. The police had no choice but to pursue this, since they had no other leads. Collecting all the cartridges these children had purchased, gotta hydrate a bit, I said children's, which is technically not grammatically correct. These children had purchased, they kept them sealed away as strong evidence to look over later. They decided the first thing to do was talk to the programmers themselves. The first person they met was the director of the original games, Satoshi Tajiri. When told about the deaths surrounding his games, he seemed slightly uneasy, but admitted nothing. He led them to the main programmers of the game, the people responsible for the actual content. The detectives met Takanori Ota, one of the main programmers of the game. Unlike Satoshi, he did not seem uneasy, but very kept, explaining that it was impossible to use something like a game to cause such deaths, and also bringing up the point that not all the children were affected. He brushed it off as some kind of odd coincidence or mass hysteria. It seemed like he was hiding something, but he wasn't giving way. Finally, he did say something interesting. Takanori heard a rumor going around that the music for Lavender Town, one of the locations in the game, had caused some children to go ill. It was only a rumor, and had no real definite backup, but it was still something to look into. He directed the detectives to Junichi Masuda, the music composer of the series. Masuda had also heard of these rumors, but again said they had no evidence that his music was the cause. Even to prove a point, he played the exact song from the game completely through with no effects to anyone. The detectives, nor Matsuda himself, feeling anything different or odd. Although they still had their suspicions of Masuda and the music of Lavender Town, it seemed they had reached another dead end. Going back to the cartridges they had seized from the homes of the children, they decided to take a slightly more direct look at the games. They knew it was these games that gave the children the ill effects, so they took extreme caution. Popping the cartridge and turning the console on, the game screen booted, the title screen appeared, and the option to continue or create a new game appeared. When they chose to continue the game, stats of that game appeared. They saw the names of the children who had played, usually Red or another simple name. However, the interesting thing was the time played and the number of Pokemon they owned. On every game, the time was very low, and all of them had only a single Pokemon in their inventory. They came to the stunning reality that could not have been the music from Lavender Town that had caused such ill effects in the children, since it was impossible to reach that part of the game in such a small amount of time, and with only one Pokemon in their inventory. This brought them to the conclusion that something early on in the game had to be the cause. If it wasn't the music, nor the title screen, it had to be something within the first few minutes of the game itself. They had no choice but to turn off the game now and go back to the programmers. Asking for a list of all the programmers from Takanori, they found, surprisingly, that one of the programmers had committed suicide shortly after the game was released. His name was Chiro Miura, a very obscure programmer who had provided very little for the game. Even more interestingly, he had requested his name did not appear in the credits of the game, and so it was not. Looking over the evidence found at Chiro's apartment, they found many notes written in bold marker. Most of it was crumbled or marked out, making it very difficult to read. The few words they could find in the mess was, "Do not enter," "Watch out," and "Come follow me," in bold. The detectives were unsure what these meant, but knew they had to have a connection. Further searching, they discovered Chiro was good friends with one of the map designers, Koji Nishino, and this was probably the only reason Chiro had been given a part in making the game. Koji Nishino, since the release of the game, had locked himself in his apartment, barely leaving in the dark of night to fetch anything he might need. He told his friends and family he was mourning for his dear friend Chiro, but they didn't believe this, since Nishino had locked himself up the day the game was put in stores, a few days before Chiro had killed himself. It was troubling, but the authorities finally persuaded Nishino to sit down and speak with them. He looked as if he hadn't slept in days, dark rings under his eyes. He stunk, his nails had grown black, and his hair was greasy, sticking to his forehead and neck. He spoke in stutters and murmurs, but at least he had something to say. When asked if he knew anything about the children who died after exposure to the game, and if there was any connection to the game, he answered seemingly carefully, choosing his words thoughtfully before answering. He told them that his friend Chiro had an interesting idea with the game, something he had wanted to try since he heard the project was starting. Nishino himself knew Takanori, the director and main programmer, for a long time, so he could easily get a mediocre programmer in on the project with a little persuasion. It seemed Chiro had convinced Nishino to get him in on the project, and it had worked. The detectives knew they were onto something. This unknown obscure programmer, Chiro, had to have something to do with it. Something. They asked what Chiro's idea was, why he wanted so badly to have a part in making this children's game. Nishino told them that Chiro never told him much about it, other than a few details every now and again. He wanted to insert a special Pokemon in the game, one completely different from all the others. It would serve as an extra, a kind of out-of-place thrill for the player. It wasn't, however, missing no. It couldn't be. With the gameplay time recorded on the cartridges, it was impossible for the children to have time to meet that Pokemon. Nishino, throughout the entire conversation, seemed to break down even more with every question. The detectives pushed him more and more, searching through his mind for any and every scrap of knowledge. This man had no game. Sorry, just like, and this man had no game. I'm just like, not sure what the author meant here. Disclaimer, this is one I myself picked, but, yeah, it's, I mostly picked it, because it, has kind of a strong ending, but yeah, this man had no game. And the off chance you're watching this author, just maybe change that one, because it means something very different in English slang when you say someone had no game. Sorry. And Chiro's intentions, was when they asked about the notes found in Chiro's home that he snapped. From under the couch Nishino was sitting on, he whipped out a pistol, pointing it straight at the police while backing away a few steps. Then, just as quickly, he brought the pistol to his face. "Don't follow me," muttered Nishino as he stuck the pistol in his mouth and pulled the trigger. It was too quick for the police to react. It was done. Nishino had killed himself, repeating slightly different what was once written on one of Chiro's papers. Okay, well, hold up. Let me check something. Okay. Yeah, I'm just taking a look. It's a little in bad taste because, big disclaimer, Koji Nishino, I just did a quick Google search on him. He is very much alive. Yeah, like I said, a lot of these stories were picked from memory. So, yeah, I forgot they did that. That's in bad taste. I don't like that. It seemed all leads had finally died. The team who had created the original game were splitting up, becoming harder to find. Okay, also not true. I don't need to look that up. A lot of the people involved in Game Freak creating the Pokemon games are still doing it. Like, just when I looked up Koji Nishino himself, he has worked as far as Sword and fucking Shield. So, that is not true. Okay. It was as if they were keeping a secret. When the police finally managed to talk with anyone who had parts in the game, even the obscure character designers or monster designers, it seemed they had nothing of interest to say. Most of them didn't even know Chiro, and the few who did had only seen him once or twice working on the game itself. Throughout all of this, the only confirmation they had was that Chiro was indeed the one who had worked on the very early parts of the game. It had been a couple of months after the original children's suicides, and the death rate had dropped dramatically. It seemed that the game was no longer giving any ill effects to any children. The callback of the games that was planned was cancelled, since it seemed the game was no longer harming any children. They had began to think that maybe Takanori was right, and it was all just a very odd coincidence or mass hysteria. Until they received the letter. It was given to one of the detectives himself, quite directly out on the street. It was a woman who gave him the note. A very frail, thin, sick-looking thing. She gave him the letter quickly, telling him it was something he needed to see. Without waiting for a response or another word, she disappeared into the crowd. The detective brought it into his office, and calling the others in, he brought it out and read it aloud. It was a letter written by Chiro himself, but it wasn't one found at his apartment. They had thoroughly searched and cleared out the place, so wherever this letter had come from, it wasn't kept at his home. It was signed and to be given to Nishino. It started off quite normal. A hello, how are you, regards to the family, and such. After one or two of these normal paragraphs, they reached a section that requested Nishino to get him into the game team, to get him a programming position in red and green. As the letter continued, the handwriting seemed to grow more jittery. He talked about a glorious idea he had, a way to program something unseen in any video game before. He said it would certainly revolutionize not only the gaming industry, but everyone. He went on to say that it was a very simple procedure to program this idea into the game. He did not even have to add any foreign programming, but could use what was already given in the game itself. This would, the detectives agreed, make it impossible to notice any obscurities in the programming itself. It was a perfect way to hide whatever this was. The letter ended abruptly. There was no goodbye, no say hi to the family, no write back, or thank you. Nothing like that. It was just his name, written hard in the letter where the paper almost broke through. It was only his name, Chiro Miura. This was the nail in the coffin for the detectives. They had no more suspicion about the case. Whereas, like, oh, they wrote cause, but I was like, about the case? I'll just do it as written. They had no more suspicion about the cause. Chiro had programmed something into the early parts of the game. Something maddening. To further increase this streak of success, they discovered that the programming team had worked in pairs, even Chiro himself. He had worked with another programmer, Sosuke Tamada. If anyone knew what secret in the game was, Sosuke Tamada would be the man. This was their final hope of unraveling this mystery once and for all. They learned Sosuke had to provide a lot of programming to the game, and seemed to be an average guy and a good worker. They were easily allowed into his home, a fair place, and they entered his living room where they sat. Sosuke did not sit, however. He stood by the window of the second-story floor, looking out onto the busy street. He was smiling a little. There was no direct witnesses to the events that followed. The only thing from this conversation that remained was found on a voice recorder sitting on the table in front of the two detectives assigned to talk to Sosuke. What follows is the unedited recording. Sosuke Tamada, what part did you have in the game's Pokemon Red and Green? Asked the first detective. I was a programmer. His voice was light, friendly, almost too friendly. That's all. Am I right in knowing that the programmers working on the game worked in teams? Asked the detective. One could hear the voice of feet moving on the floor slightly. You would be right, said Sosuke after a moment of silence. And your partner, his name was... The detective was quickly cut off by Sosuke's eerie voice. Chiro Miura. That was his name. Chiro Miura. Another silence. It seemed the detectives were a little uneasy about this man. Could you tell us if Miura ever acted strange at all? Any particular behaviors you observed while working with him at all? Sosuke answered them. I don't know him that well, really. We didn't meet up frequently, only every once in a while to trade data, or when the entire group was called up for a meeting. That's the only times I ever really saw him. He acted normal, as far as I could tell. He was a short man, and I think this affected his consciousness. He acted weaker than any other man I met. He was willing to do a lot of work to gain recognition. This I do know. I think... Silence. Yes, asked the detective, pushing for him to continue. You think what? I think he was a very weak man. I think he wanted to prove himself regardless of this point. I think he wanted to make himself known for something special. Something that would make people forget about the way he looked and pay attention to the powerful mind that lay inside his skull. Unfortunately for him, however, he didn't have much of a mind to back up that reasoning. Why do you say that? Asked the second detective. Well, it's the simple truth, answered Sosuke quickly. His feet could be heard moving across the tiled floor. He was nothing special, even if he wanted to believe so. You can't become greatness. You can't become greatness? Again, this story is not holding up as well as I remember. You can't become greatness, even if you believe it. It's impossible. Somehow, I think Chiro knew this himself. Somewhere deep in there, he knew it. The detectives were silent again, not sure how to steer the conversation. After a moment, they continued. Can you tell us what Chiro's part of the game was? What did he work on, exactly? Sosuke answered more quickly than before. Nothing. I mean, nothing important. He worked on some obscure parts at the beginning of the game. A pause, then a little more information. It was Oak's part to be exact. He worked on some of Oak's parts. When he's seen first, you see... All I can think is, it's like, since it's red and green, and they're kind of addressing it by, like, everyone is like, wouldn't it be like Oak's, Japanese name, but, translation convention and all that? What else? Pushed the police. They could hear in Sosuke's voice. He knew something. We know you know about the children and the deaths. We know it was Chiro who did it. He programmed something in the game. What are you implying? Asked Sosuke. It sounded like he was trying to maintain his voice. We're implying that since you're his partner, if you're hiding something from us, then you could just be as responsible for those children's deaths as Chiro is himself. You can't prove anything, Sosuke shouted. Tell us what Chiro did to the game, they shouted back. What I told him to! Silence, Complete silence. You want to know, huh? Asked Sosuke finally, breaking the eerie silence, but replacing it with his voice. You want to know what this is all about? Chiro was an idiot. He'd do anything for a bit of attention, anything at all. He couldn't program worth a shit either. The one thing he could do, however, was be manipulated. You could tell him what to do, and he'd do it. He wouldn't even question it. He'd do it. Just to hear that thank you when he received the finished product. That was his reason. That was all he wanted. 2 clicks from the detective's guns could be heard. Okay, again, I was like, you don't... Just because some dude's acting sussy, you can't... I mean, disclaimer, the police... I could control him flawlessly. He's a lot like Takanori. Of course, none of you knew this, but I was the one who brought up the idea of the game. The idea of the entire operation. Okay, no. Oh, didn't I say the ending of this is good? I hope I'm right. Well, I did get paste this, but like the ending line sucks. But like the climax, I guess, is good, if I remember correctly. I just told the fellow what to do, and he followed me without doubt. He knows nothing, just like Chiro. I was about to say, like, no, Satoshi, based on what I understand, Satoshi Tajiri had the idea, and then in between, like, Game Freak and Nintendo, they kind of nicely polished it. A sound of a window opening could be heard, followed by the detectives. Don't move or we'll shoot! Let me tell you about a mechanic in the game, continued Sosuke. His voice was more rushed, but it still held that slyness. Consider it a hint, alright? If you walk around in grassy areas, enough Pokemon will appear, and you'll have the chance to go into battle with it. It's a necessary part of the game overall, you see. Step away from the window. We won't warn you again. At the start of the game, you have to walk into the grassy area before Oak appears, and you receive your first Pokemon, understand me? Under normal circumstances, it was programmed that even though you're in a grassy area, no Pokemon will spawn. I made it different. I manipulated Chiro, told him what to put in the program, gave him all the instructions on how to do it, and he did it flawlessly. It's rare, but it can happen. Stepping into that grass, one can spawn. Sosuke, we don't want to shoot! Shoot me? Asked Sosuke. Oh, now he's turning into an anime villain. Oh, shoot me? Asked Sosuke, laughing at the same time. Shoot me? You're as dumb as Chiro was. Once he found out the truth, he had to end it. It was his fault after all. He shot himself because of it. If you're so determined to finish that case of yours, if you want to know, play the damn game for yourself. Roll the wheel, and who knows, maybe you'll learn the secret for yourself. Like I said, anime villain. All he needs to do is, oh, Kaiba boy, roll the wheel. Except Pegasus is funny. A shot could be heard, loud enough to distort the audio. Sounds of screaming, murmuring could be heard. The table the recorder was on crashed. Earth-shattering distortions, silence, then laughing. Sosuke was laughing, and then the words, come follow me, and then nothing. The recorder continued to record until the tape ran out. There was nothing else on it. The police arrived on the scene quickly, and to their horror they discovered Sosuke and the 2 detectives dead. They had all been shot, but not after struggling. The detectives had been shot multiple times, at least 10 each, before dying after being shot between their eyes. Sosuke himself had clearly died of 2 shots to his chest, straight through the heart. The game was causing a massacre. At least 100 children were dead. Nacino, the unsuspecting friend, dead. Chiro, the manipulated toy, dead. The 2 detectives, dead. And now, even the creator, the cause of this atrocity, Sosuke, dead. This game was stretching far over its original intentions. It was killing anyone, and everyone got involved. The lead detective had decided to put this case away. The man who committed the crime was dead, so there was no longer any reason to continue the case. All evidence, all the cartridges, all the notes, all the letters, they were locked away, kept in darkness where they belonged. There were talks about the entire thing, small conversations every now and again. But over the years, even these began to fade away. Eventually, the case was only a memory in the minds of those who had experienced it firsthand. 10 years passed. February 27, 2006 was the date. The lead detective, the man who locked away the original evidence 10 years previous, was reminded of the awful event that occurred. Although he was no longer in the force, he still had access to files and was helped when he could. The reminder of the event caused him to look back, to open the sealed container that held all the evidence collected. He read through the letters and the notes. He remembered the woman who had appeared to him on the street one day and handed him the letter that led to the change of the entire case. He wondered who she was, and where she had come from. Perhaps she was Chiro's mother, or maybe Sosuke's. It was far too late to pursue any of this. Far too late. Sealing the container again, he saw a second one directly behind it. Pulling it out, he read the note on top of it. Evidence number 2104A. He opened it up and looked inside. Filling the container were exactly 104 Pokemon Red and Green cartridges, each one in perfect condition, untouched since the day they had last checked them 10 years ago. He reached in and pulled one out, Pokemon Red. He hadn't seen one in a long time. He didn't know what he thought next, but he reached in his desk and pulled out an old Game Boy. He received it a long time ago, but it still worked. It was his son's, but he had died a few years ago. His wife was gone too. That was then, though. Popping in the game cartridge in the back of the Game Boy, he turned on the system. The title screen, then the option to continue or start a new game. Tanaka, that was the child's name, the one who played it first. He was probably dead, along with the others. He pressed New Game, and started a new game. It was normal, average. He walked around, talked to his mother, went outside. He started walking towards the grass. In his head, he could still hear Sosuke's words. Even though he was not there, even though he had never seen the man in his life, he could still hear him. He could still see him, hear him. Come follow me. He was getting closer and closer, only a step or two away. Roll the wheel, and who knows, maybe you'll learn the secret for itself. Or for yourself. He entered the grass. The screen did nothing at first. Nothing at all. It just sat there, and so did the detective, completely frozen, as if had time... Sorry, my lips are a little dry. As if time had stopped for the both of them. The screen went black, then lit up again. The iconic green background with the black text appearing. The lead detective's weary eyes grew wide. He couldn't help but read out what was there in front of him. Come follow me, come follow me, come follow me. I miss you, Dad. I miss you, my husband. I miss you so much. Tears formed in his eyes, falling down his cheeks. Screens and screens of text appeared, and he rapidly clicked the A button to continue it. It was his wife and child. They were speaking to him, calling to him, crying with him. They wanted to see him. They loved him. He loved them. I love you too, muttered the man in a hoarse, scratching voice. Come follow me, become new again. We want to see you and hold you, and be with you forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Don't stay away. You can see us too. We miss you. Come follow me. We love you. A black screen. The detective's eyes grew wide, his jaw dropping. The screen lit back up, and Oak was leading him out of the grass. Come follow me, said Oak. No! Shouted the man, dropping the game onto the floor. He quickly fell forward, reaching for it, bringing the screen back to his face. Bring them back! Bring them back to me! The game continued on as usual, not responding to the detective at all. My wife, my child, listen to me! Bring them back to me, he said. Bring them back to me, I said. Voices. He heard voices. hundreds of voices. He turned around from his seat, looking behind him. Standing in his room were children, many children. Some had no eyes, some had rings around their throats, some were burned all across their body. They were They were screaming, reaching towards him. Bring back my mommy, bring back my daddy, bring back my dad. They all screamed out, reaching for the game, their mouths agape with horror and pain. I don't want them to go away. Bring them back to me. Bring them back to me. No! Shouted the detective. It's mine! My family is here! Don't touch it! Horror spread across his face. Come follow me, said a voice. The lead detective looked over, and in the corner of his room, next to an old desk, was Sosuke. He stood in the corner, tall, handsome, clean. A smile was on his face, stretching across his face. Again, wording. Come follow me. The lead detective jumped up, stepping back, trying to force away the children crawling towards him, reaching out for the game held tightly within his hands. What's going on here? What's going on? Where's my family? Sosuke smiled generously. I'll show you. I'll help you get away from them, you see. Just follow me. Sosuke reached down and opened a drawer on the old desk. The lead detective, pushing through the crowd of children, trying to get away, looked inside. Sitting there, covered with dust, was his old gun from when he was on the force. He had not used that gun in many years and had put it away, not wanting to remember the things he had to do with it. Aren't guns really rare in Japan? Even for the police? But right now he didn't see it as something that caused pain or killed. It was shining, it was light, it was something that could set him free. Just follow me, said Sosuke, picking up the gun and putting it in the lead detective's hand. He formed his hand to hold the gun, then brought it up to his temple. Just pull the trigger, that's all. The lead detective turned around. The children were crawling at him, grabbing his legs and pulling at him. They reached for the game. He turned back towards Sosuke and smiled. My family, I'll follow you. He pulled the trigger. Bang. His brains spread across the wall as he fell to the ground, dead. It was a few days before the body was discovered. Bullshit, in a police station? No. It lay on the floor, blood everywhere. In one hand held an empty gun, and in the other a classic Game Boy with Pokemon Red on the back. The battery had long died, and only an empty, black screen was left. This was the final murder that the remaining authorities could allow. The last detective who was ever part of this case personally carried all 104 cartridges away and burned them all, making sure not a single one survived. They would taunt them no more. However, this is not the end of the story. The code was said to have survived. It was even passed on to other language versions of the games. If you have an old Pokemon game, you can place the cartridge in the back of the classic Game Boy, turn on the system, and roll the wheel. Who knows? Maybe you'll learn the secret for yourself. Okay, like I said, that did not hold up as well as I remembered. I remember it being, slightly more paranormal. Where, because I can suspend my disbelief enough that, like the original red and green, for the Game Boy in Japan, caused some issues. I can suspend my disbelief that far, but like the rest of this, and there was an evil programmer. That's all very cliche. I think I remembered a better version in my mind where it's just like a random supernatural thing, like it's like some ghosts that are just coming through the game. Like they just found a weakness in the code. So yeah, that did not hold up as well as I thought. I think just like the idea of just sitting down and playing the game, and then suddenly your dead loved ones start talking to you through it is what I mainly remember, and hence why I put this on the list. But Nah. Fuck that. It's like, no thank you. But yeah, let's now move on to another story. Let me just check the time. Alright, it's 10. Just cause, like I said, ideally I'd like Nigi Poku to show up for some of these stories, but, whatevs. Yeah, let me try to do like a really good short one. Sorry, I'm just trying to find one. Ooh, there is one short one early in the list, but I kind of want to save that to like yeah, cap it off. So, here. Let's do this short one. It's called Sound Asleep. Sleep's a wonderful thing, wouldn't you agree? Everyone loves to fall into a deep slumber and wake up feeling completely refreshed and full of life. The average person spends 1/3 of their life sleeping. That's roughly 194,820 hours. While it varies from person to person, a sound louder than 40 decibels is more than enough to keep someone awake. However, once the subject is asleep, it can take more than 60 decibels to wake them up. This is just louder than a dishwasher or a dryer running if you were seated next to it. Luckily, most things aren't that loud, such as a human footstep. If you were lying down and someone stepped right past you, it would reach excuse me. Lips are dry, and my throat is. It would reach, let's see, if you were lying down, someone stepped right past you, it would reach about 20 decibels. Or a tapping on your windows, reaching just 10 decibels. Especially something like a blade being drawn from a sheath, reaching just 17 decibels. Oh, I'm rambling. Anyway, sweet dreams. Yeah, hey, Stella D. Yeah, shoot. Oh, it's like, you're now chatting. I'm like, oh goodness, did you hear that, Pokemon Creepypasta I just read? That I was like, oh, that didn't hold up as well as I expected. Ah, well. But yeah, yeah, I just got through it, and so now I'm just doing, because this, list, like I said, is full of long, slow burns. Yeah, boof, sorry. Yeah, like I said, I was like, I remember the spirits coming through the game, and like that being effective in concept, but the rest was like, ugh, never mind. But, yeah, let's see. So I'll do another short zinger, and then a longer one. Ooh, how about this one? We'll see that art is a wonderful thing in The Doll. I gave her the doll on her birthday. She loved it at first, and told me it was beautiful. That its hair was so soft and the dress was so pretty. She wouldn't let it out of her sight for days. Through the daylight hours she set it on the table, so she could see it while cleaning the house, and at nighttime it sat next to the bed, watching us sleep with big blue unmoving eyes. But my daughter's love for the doll soon changed. Soon I noticed something was bothering her. I asked, of course, but she wouldn't tell me at first. She said I was just... Oh, I was thinking it was like a typo. I said she was just being silly. I could notice that day after day she became more reserved towards me until I couldn't take it anymore. I pressed her, told her she would tell me what was going on right now, or I would drag her to a doctor. She finally broke down and started crying, and the words came spilling out. She then told me it was the doll. It scared her. She told me she had the feeling it was constantly watching her. Sometimes it even seemed like it moved. This worried me, and I went to take a look at the doll. It sat motionless on the little table in the bedroom, the big blue eyes remaining unchanged. I couldn't help but sigh from relief a bit. Of course she's not moving. She couldn't have been. I went to turn away, but then saw a tiny movement from the corner of my eye. I turned back to the doll, picking it up from the table. I held my face close to the doll's, staring into the eyes. Something was moving. I tried to concentrate, to look closer. Yeah, there definitely was movement, but not from the eye itself. It was behind the eye. Before I could register this, the eye burst out, and out of it spilled at least 10 wriggling maggots. I dropped the doll in shock, backing away instinctively. My daughter yelled from the other room, asking me what was going on. I yelled back at her not to worry. She picked up the doll again, using a tissue to wipe away the maggots. Inside I saw more, pressing against the skin and plastic outer layer. So soon already. I would have hoped that she would have lasted longer. I'll have to get a new one for her. Maybe keep it alive at first. That way it'll last longer for sure. While I throw away the old doll, I think about how my daughter always says she loves the thick blonde curls of little Katie down the block. Doesn't she also have blue eyes? Yeah, you'll notice in some of these that I pick, I like a little different perspectives, let's just say that. But okay. So now, let's go to a longer one. How about Gray Water? Which actually, that was fun, thank you. Yeah, let's go to Gray Water, which actually, in a weird coincidence, this was the pasta of the day over on the Creepypasta wiki when I went on there for the teaser image / thumbnail for this stream. So that's pretty cool. Cool little coincidence. So let me just hydrate, make sure my lips are wet. And we'll do Gray Water. Gray Water Gardens lives up to its name, I thought, as I made my way up to the damp concrete slabs, bridging across the stagnant pond. Everywhere leading up to the ashen, decrepit house was lined by rotten flowers and the congealed feces of cats, dogs, and other animals. The water itself looked like it had remained the same for centuries. This place is as dead as I am. I arrived at the door, more a collection of damp splinters, and, hesitantly, pushed it open, causing the hinges to shriek. No more shrieking, please. The inside was as drab and oppressive as the outside, and my nostrils filled with a sense of mold and neglect and regret. Or maybe it's just me. I hadn't showered in days. I couldn't face the water. There was what appeared to be some kind of waiting area, 3 or 4 old wicker chairs, and one of those "please be seated" signs you find in posh restaurants. So, looking around for the slightest bit of human company, I sat down and waited. Despite myself, my wallet found its way into my hands, and then the picture of M I kept in there found its way to the front of my eyes. I could never throw this away, no matter how many times I told myself to, for the sake of my own sanity, but I couldn't. This was all I had left of her fair white skin and pale blue eyes and ginger hair I'd tease her about, and the freckles on her face and chest. She was beautiful. I tried to correct myself to present tense, but I couldn't. I'd never forget the day the last of that ginger hair fell out. A cough brought me back to reality. I looked. blinking away tears, to see an old man, bald and bearded and stooped over, grinning through a mouth of yellow teeth. His clothes were as gray and wiry as the hairs on his face, like he was Greywater Gardens in human forms. Even his right eye was gray. The left was just a black, empty socket, with the eyelids hanging over it forlornly. "You have an appointment?" He spoke like he hadn't used his voice in years. Yes, I have a secret. I want to deposit it." "I know you do," he said. He let me grasp for words, wondering how the hell he knew. When he said, "You wouldn't be here for any other reason, would you?" He turned and beckoned me to follow him into the back room. I gazed at the picture of M one last time. "I love you." Then I slid it in my back wallet and did as I was bid. The room was more of the same, gray and wet and rotting and horrid. The only remarkable feature was the huge, hefty ledger on an antique wooden table, next to a plain steel chalice. In the middle of the room was a concrete pool, only a few feet across, filled with the same stagnant gray water from the ponds outside. The old man opened the ledger. "You wish to deposit a secret?" he asked, perhaps as a formality. Or maybe he's playing with me. Yes, I said. "Your name?" I told him. "Excellent. Then let's begin." He picked up the chalice and moved to the pool. He bent down, agonizingly slow, but eventually he filled the cup and shuffled over to me. "Drink the water," he told me, a grin playing upon his old and papery lips as he pushed the cup into my hand. "The water will enter you, and your secret will replace it in the water. No man can discern its murky depths." His smile was now so wide, I thought his face might crack open. "But be warned, once I have taken custody of your secret, you can never reveal it. No one will ever know. But there will be no confidence or confession or chance of redemption. Are you sure this is the path you wish to take?" "I am." I didn't even hesitate. "No one can know. For both of our sakes." The old man shrugged and took a step back. I raised the cold steel to my face, but before I could drink, curiosity gripped me. "Why do you take other people's secrets?" "In the world of the blind," he laughed, raspy and throaty, and tapped at his missing eye, "the man with one eye is king." And I knew exactly what he meant. "For you, M," I thought as I downed my morbid toast. I dropped the chalice and left without a word, knowing now that she was safe. As I walked out of Greywater Gardens, I looked down at the putrid pond and remembered. It wasn't the water that was it wasn't the water that was gray at all, but her face as I held her frail body down in the bath. And that was Greywater. Sorry for kind of whiffing the ending there, but basically, he killed him. Thank you for the little dancing voice, LD. I appreciate it. I'm glad he can vibe to the murdering of someone's wife. Dun dun dun. Yeah. But okay, let's see. Now a dancing fiend. Too much Celody, I swear. I can't even make out what that last one is. But let's see. But yeah, that is... Yes. So... Okay, I know that's Rem, but I'm... or Ram. I actually have never read or ReZero, and That's definitely a rave. I can't quite. I think it looks like Big Man from Splatoon 3. It's like I'm. But yeah, that was technically a longer one. So I now want to knock out 2 shorter ones. This one is called Grocery List. Did you remember everything? You get a phone call from your mother. Since her car has been in the shop, she asks you to go to the grocery store and pick up a few odds and ends for her. Bread, milk, cereal, and chicken breasts. After writing down a small list, you reluctantly get into the car and pick up the items at the store. The lady cashier makes an odd remark to you. You know, we're in no danger of a milk shortage. Upon arriving at her house, you knock several times. No answer. You decide to try the door. It opens. You place the grocery bag on the counter. Strange. There seems to be 6 other grocery bags, each with identical contents. In a couple, the chicken and the milk has gone bad. Mom? You call out. But no answer. You make your way through the kitchen and into the living room. Sitting on the couch, with her head cut off and neatly resting on her lap, is your mother. Naturally, you call the police, who come over to investigate. They mention that she has been dead for nearly a week. Furthermore, the police psychiatrist is at the scene and talks to you after you give your initial statement. Sitting on the front steps, you overhear the psychiatrist talking with the crime scene investigator. It's not uncommon for people suffering from schizophrenia to get locked into a series of repetitive behaviors, he says. You think to yourself, they can't be talking about me. Schizophrenia? No way. Repetitive behavior. Do they think I did this? Suddenly, your cell phone goes off. Hello? Hi, hun. It's me. Could you stop at the store and pick up some chicken and milk? Oh, and I need some bread and cereal, too. No problem, Mom. I'll be right over. No, not my other mama. Ooh, I don't want to die. Sometimes I wish I... it is. It was like, oh, it seems... I was about to say the second person actually was trying to be back at that same time tomorrow. Oh, it does? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. Ooh, schizophrenia. Oh, okay. This one seems kind of ill-educated. Ooh, schizophrenia. Oh, okay. Well, then I will say, yeah, to any of my tender dumplings who might suffer from schizophrenia, if that is indeed ill-informed, I deeply apologize. It's like I picked it, yeah, solely for the big zinger of an ending. Yeah, I apologize if it's offensive. You may lightly cancel me for it. I do not mind. But let's see. That said, let's now pop open another short zinger. I don't have any clue. I don't have it, but I like the idea. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, same. That's what I like about it. It's one of the things I like about a lot of these short ones. They make you think. But yeah, here is another short one called Runaways. All I can ask is, have you been checking on the children? It was the middle of the night when I went to check on the children. They should have been sound asleep, but they were nowhere to be seen. I called out into the darkness of my home, hoping they would respond and put an end to the intense anxiety which filled my mind and body. There was nothing but silence. I couldn't call anyone. There was nothing to do but search and hope. I found the front door had been left ajar. My home is surrounded by woods for miles in every direction, so even then I had not exactly narrowed down Cassie and Ben's location. As I got dressed and put on my boots to go in search of them, I was furious at their misbehavior. It took me the rest of the night to track them down. When I did, they were still in their tattered pajamas and sleeping beneath an old weeping willow. They had their tired little bodies out. I threw the boy and the girl over my broad shoulders and was met with only a little resistance. I suppose they knew how angry it was. I suppose they knew how angry I was. My children were wise in that respect. When I got back home, I made sure to double-check the lock on their cage. There would be no more escaping. Those two were my favorites of all my little playthings. And that is Runaways. I have kids. Well, hopefully you don't have kids like the narrator of that story, Stellity. No! Yeah. Like I said, I like these short zingers. They get you. They always get you. But let's see. Okay, well, you know what? Gun to my head, if I have to choose in between, the one I'm about to read and the other one that I think my friend Nikki Poku, my friend has informed me that she wants to be a possum and I couldn't be more proud for. Oh, that is wonderful! I was thinking, it's like, is your friend older though? Just because, I do know how old you are, and I'm just thinking, just like I sincerely hope that your friend has a good income, just because, I mean, kids are expensive, Jesus. But it's a noble goal. I think that is really cool, your friend. But this next one is called Chat Room 98. It's a little similar to another one I picked out. But out of it and the other one, I feel like this is the weaker, so I kind of want to get it out of the way so we can get to the stronger one later. But don't get me wrong, this is still a really good one. It's like a chocolate cake, and like a high class chocolate cake. She's like 25. She will wait until she has a stable job. Then she said, "I realized that after I graduate, that can be my big goal." Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I was thinking of just like, that tracks. That tracks. Hey, good for her. I'm assuming she's in grad school. She's like 25, so right on. It's like I am in full support. So yeah, this is Chat Room 98, aka be careful who you talk to online. She's very, very responsible. She does a lot of daycare work and teaches middle schoolers how to play violin. Oh, yeah, okay. She sounds like she'd be a great parent. But yeah, this is Chat Room 98, aka be careful who you talk with online. Hi. I'm currently in a bed inside St. Anne's Hospital in North London. Dr. Martin kindly allowed me to use his laptop, so I can explain how I got here and what happened to me. My name is David Argento. A lot of Davids tonight. It's like both No End House and this. I am 16 years old and apparently I am suffering from a mental illness of some kind. There was only so much I could take in from the doctor's words in the opposite patient room, since I have a bloody massive headache. I've been given a fair amount of ibuprofen, but this headache seems permanent. But I don't care. I absolutely must get this written down at all costs. Anyways, you might be wondering how I got here. Here's my story. About 4 nights ago, I went upstairs to the loft and took my old school books to the burning pile. I just finished my GCSEs, and like all my friends, hated every single subject I did. Math, history, English, especially English. You name it, I really hated it. So I found the books exactly where I left them a few months back, or dumped, more like. In a corner that was so old, there was enough dust to make candy floss. Cotton candy, for you Americans. I scorned the moment I looked at them again, except I knew this would be the last time I'd have to look at them. So I collected them all underneath one arm. Disgusting. I considered changing clothes shortly afterwards. But then, something caught my eye. I'm not really sure how I noticed it, but I remember being so intrigued by it that I dropped the books on the loft floor and picked it up. It was a red CD-ROM case, about the size of an average book. There were no words of any kind, even when I turned it over to the other side. Sod all. I was kind of excited. It looked like a computer game that the previous house owners had left behind. Since I absolutely loved computers at the times, I was interested in giving it a go on my Dell. When I opened the case, the disc inside lacked any kind of artistic illustrations. Instead, just a bland white color with some text written on it in black marker pen. The words were, Chatroom 98. All a CD'd out would be, I got a weird friend request on Discord. Oh, Stella D, honey. Just wait until you see who's behind the friend request on this one. I wasn't exactly pleased when I learned it wasn't a game, but since someone had actually went through the effort of making a chat room disc, rather than the vast chat rooms available on the internet, I concluded it would be somehow different. That I got right. Is it Jack Skellington? Oh god, I wish! Having kicked the worthless books down the attic ladder, I inserted the disc inside my old laptop. After a brief moment, a red book. That's not it. A red box with no text in it appeared. I wasn't sure to make of it at first, but it seemed to linger there for half a minute. Then the screen went black for a brief moment and flashed. The words, Welcome to Chatroom 98, appeared at the top center of the screen. Chatroom 98? What was the significance of that number? Then what appeared to be a white text box opened up in the center. I didn't know what to type, so I randomly put, Hello. I didn't expect any kind of response, but then I got one. A person by the name of Darwin Clark replied, Good afternoon. There was no possible way that this person was real. It seemed like I was the only possessor of this chat room disc. Then I realized it was one of those chat bots, a software designed to stimulate an intelligent conversation with whoever talks to it. ICT was the only thing that I was good at. I still thought it was strange, though. I'd only lived in my current house for 6 years, but I had never encountered that red box in my entire life. I suppose the house's previous owners must have owned it. But it's not like they owned a computer, unless you count the smashed-to-pieces one we threw away to the dump when we first arrived. Anyway, I tried to start a conversation to see to what extent the AI had been programmed. Lovely weather we're having, I wrote. No sooner than 3 seconds, Mr. Clark replied, No, it seems rather miserable today. I was taken aback. The weather was, more or less, exactly how he put it. I didn't know either until I looked out the window and saw that it was about to rain. It seemed the books had one more day to live, but I wasn't too surprised. The chatbot was probably programmed to say that. And since this is England I live in, it could have been more than likely. I then typed in, So what are your favorite movies? Again, I got a response. I don't watch movies. I prefer the theater. The theater? Was I talking to an old man? I replied, How old are you? I didn't care if the bot got offended. It would have to give me an answer eventually. The answer was, I'll tell you about myself. I was born in 1867 and grew up with 2 sisters, whom I hated. Okay, right. Whoever programmed this was clearly having a laugh. I typed back, laughing hysterically as I wrote. Well, I was born in 2098. with two identical twin brothers who are also aliens from the planet Boogaloo. I am also Jesus. I wondered what the senile old man would say next. I knew it was a chatbot, but I kept thinking it was a real person for some unexplainable reason. He said, "Really? How droll. Nice to meet you, Mr. Jesus. Have your brothers abducted anyone yet?" I cracked up again. Whoever made this must have done an impressive job. I typed in, "Yes, they are actually alien pedophiles who prey on human children. You'd better watch out. They also have a fetish for CD-ROMs." The next reply was just plain unsettling. Clark replied, "Well, although I may appear to be a CD-ROM, I was actually a human myself. Once. Until I faced judgment for my transgressions." I didn't know what the fuck he was saying, but the poignant detail of his description startled me for a second. It felt real. Too real. And then, to my surprise, he typed another message. "You don't understand? Let me make myself plain. My sisters, whom I hated, met with a tragic accident." I was starting to feel cold. This was not just a chatbot. This must have been a psycho chatbot or something. Or it was a big joke. I typed in to see his reaction. "Do you know what else my brothers have done lately?" And then I was met with the biggest surprise of all. Darwin Clark responded again. Only this time, I could see his message being typed, like a ticker tape typewriter. "You are an only child, David." What the actual fuck? I was seriously getting creeped out by now. So I typed in, "What the fuck are you?" And the response simply couldn't have been made by an AI. It seemed too much like a human was actually talking to me. "Let me tell you a story. Do you know what happened to your house's previous owners?" I sat there like an idiot, staring at the computer, awaiting a response. "The same that happened to my two sisters. Remember, I despised both of them." That was it. I moved the cursor to the top right corner to click the cross button and end this nightmare. I was relieved. I had only been talking to it for 5 minutes, but it seemed like 2 hours. But when I tried to shut down the PC, the unthinkable happened. The computer became unresponsive. It went all glitched and fucked up. Worse still, the chat room opened by itself. I got another message, and by this time, I was sure to be hallucinating by now. "You have not heard everything yet." I scrambled to the keyboard. I was losing my mind. "Are you fucking with my computer? Stop! This is seriously not funny!" Finally, I think this is where it happened. Darwin Clark typed again, this time in a much slower ticker tape typewriting fashion than last time. I could hear nothing more than my own heartbeat. It intensified once more, with each passing letter. My face was practically melting with sweat. As I focused more on the letters as they were being typed, the horrified expression on my face would have become so visible. I think I remember seeing it in the reflection of my laptop. The final message that he gave me, which lost me my sanity and ruined my health, was, "Look behind you." I remember feeling as if everything around me was slowing down. I really was worried. Part of me knew there would be something behind, and a smaller part tried to assure me there was nothing there. I shut my eyes and clenched my teeth violently together, and then shot my head back like a bullet. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I spat out a weak laughter and nodded my head in relief. and I felt like everything was safe again. Until I looked back at my computer monitor. I must have seen it the moment I swiveled my chair, but it caught me anyway. There was a face, a fucking face of a man, a fucking pale white man who was grinning at me on my laptop screen. His hair was blonde. He seemed to be in his mid-20s, but his facial expression was the exact opposite of friendly. His eyes were crimson red. I only saw it for a nanosecond of a nanosecond, but that was all I could take. After that, apparently I screamed violently, and then fell unconscious for 4 hours. That's what Dr. Martin told me. He's the guy looking after me at the moment. He really doesn't know what I've been through. So, here I am now, sitting in a bed at 4:30 a.m., typing this story to the world. Even as I type, I still worry that the face will appear once again and scare the shit out of me. I seem to be suffering from a trauma. My eyes have grown dark purple circles around them, because I have literally not slept at all since the incident. I tried sleeping, but that face stops me from sleeping. Now that I have written this story, I urge everybody to watch out. If you see a red CD-ROM case, throw it away. Do not open it, and do not use it. I'm going to jump out a third-story window. I can't take this anymore. I am fucking scared. I want to die now. If anyone tries to resuscitate me, then fuck you too. And do not, I repeat, do not go looking for Darwin Clark. He may or may not be real, but he can drive you insane. You have read this message. Do not look for Darwin Clark. And that was chat room 98. It's like probably one of my favorites. Is it the best? Probably not, but I don't know. Darwin Clark is it's like he's a fun. This one was great. My two different things I consumed recently. Ooh, go on, Stellity. I'll be pulling up the next story, but please do tell. I'll say I love Darwin Clark. I love him. He may have hated his sisters, but I love him. Let's see. Don't Die Alone, an indie game. Noted. It's like, ooh, what's the other one? Let's see. Just trying to find a... I okay if you listen to Magus Archives. Daisy doesn't like it very much, but I love it. I've heard of it. So okay, Don't Die Alone. Actually, here, let me just grab my phone real quick and yeah, just get a pic of chat because about a computer that is similar. Gotcha. Yeah, sorry, just grabbing my phone because what am I doing? I can just take a screenshot. Okay. Yeah, no, I have heard of the Magnus Archives, but I have actually never checked it out. I'm not even 100% sure what it is. But yeah, noted. I will be sure to look into the both of those. Let's see. So I'm just looking around. It looks like it's episode 65, Binary. Gotcha. I have heard of that one. So I was like, oh, chicken or the egg. Not sure which one inspired which. But let's see. I wonder, I'd be like, ask Daisy. Okay. But yeah, looking at my list of stories, yeah, I have like two others that are not the longest, but they're still pretty long. And then I do want to close it out with a really good short one. So I think I will start with, like I said, I'm banking on one of my tender dumplings potentially showing up, and yeah, I would. The other one is, like I said, the one that's just a hair better than Chat Room 98, and the other one is this. It's called Dear Abby, and all I can say is, Love makes you do crazy things. Dear Abby, we've never met before, so this may seem a bit odd, but I feel this is necessary. My name's Jay, for starters. I work the checkout line at the grocery store up on 67th Street. You know, the one with the parking lot that's way too big for it? Dear Abby, like the newspaper line. Yeah, I did think that, but I was like, I think it might be a coincidence. I'm actually not 100% sure. With the parking lot that's way too big for the store itself? Yeah, that one. I'm 24, fairly tall, and have a rather scraggly appearance. You probably wouldn't recognize me if I came up to talk to you. I don't have a very memorable face. I don't really know why I'm telling you all this, to be honest, but this isn't the point of me writing you. I was working late at night yesterday. It was a very average day for the most part. Nothing too exciting happened, but you'd be surprised how interesting this job can get at times. I'd been reading some book. The guy that worked that counter the shift before me had left. It was some really crappy murder mystery stock full of cliches. Incredibly boring, if you ask me. But it's something to do, I guess. When you showed up, though, my whole night changed. I don't know exactly what it was about you that caught my attention at first, but as soon as I saw you, I got this odd feeling. A weird mix between excitement and terror. That's the best way I can describe it, at least. I saw you walk into my line, and I quickly composed myself. I'd been slouching down in my chair for a while, since I rarely ever get anyone in my line. It was only when you got closer that I realized what about you had caught my attention. You were absolutely beautiful. You walked up and said hey and handed me your cart. I could tell by the way you were talking and the way you looked that you were very sleep deprived, though this wasn't surprising considering how late it was. After a second or two of awkward silence, I realized that you'd greeted me. I suddenly forced out a hi response. I cursed myself out mentally for that one. I sat up there for a second, trying to focus. What's your name? I said. It's only later that I realized how odd this must have seemed. What kind of grocery bag guy asks what someone's name is? I'm glad I did, though. I remember, you said you were named Abigail, but that you go by Abby for short. Abby. It seemed to fit so perfectly. The name seemed to roll off my tongue as I said it back to myself silently. It was like sweet honey. It just felt good as I said it. You seemed to be perplexed when I looked back at you, and I wondered if I'd said something to upset you. Shouldn't you be packing those? You said, and pointed to your groceries. Suddenly shocked and embarrassed, I looked up and apologized, then clumsily started shoving groceries into bags as fast as I could. I couldn't believe myself. How stupid could I be? But when I looked up, I realized you were laughing. You're kind of cute, you said. I tried to play it off cool. This guy's extremely awkward describing an experience he had with Abby to Abby. Oh, Stellity, darling, you don't know the half of it yet. I tried to play it off cool, but I was obviously thrilled. A girl like this thought I was cute? You are too, I said, as I hastily packed the rest of the groceries. As you walked out, you turned around as you reached the door and said, have a good night. I'm guessing I look pretty stupid writing all this down. Ooh, is he a total creep? Oh! If total creep is base camp on a mountain, this dude is the summit. Though he himself said I look pretty stupid writing all this down, you probably still remember it. You called it Stellity. I mean, it did just happen yesterday. But I went home ecstatic that night and with all the confidence in the world. I feel like it's almost unreal writing it back here. Anyways, I wanted to write you this letter, Abby, to tell you that I love you. I don't what it was I felt that night. It was some weird mix-up of emotions, but all I know was that even that small little transaction we had, I felt as if there was something between us. Please write me back soon. Sincerely, Jay. Yeah, in the first letter, dude's moving fast. This guy's got problems. Yeah. Dear Abby, it's been a week since I sent my last letter and I still haven't gotten a response, but that doesn't matter. How have you been? My life's been just as normal as usual. Get up, go to work, go to bed. I live in a really shitty apartment, but I guess that's what you get when you work as a grocery bagger. I've thought about you a lot lately, and I sometimes wonder if you still... How did he find her address? That is a good question. I actually, I think they reference it later, but for the first letter, I'm not 100% sure. I've thought about you a lot lately, and I sometimes wonder if you still remember me. I saw you again today at work, this time at a more reasonable hour, thankfully. I didn't want to bother you to see if you'd approach me on your own. You came to my line again, which made me absolutely thrilled. This time I was less nervous. I was going to act normal, no matter what you did or said. I wasn't going to let a girl like you slip through my fingers. As you walked up, you muttered something that was too quiet for me to make out, and I waited at the end of the counter for me to finish packing your groceries. This obviously wasn't all that I expected, but it wasn't too bad. You didn't seem to feel anything at all, actually. I was expecting you to either come up and talk to me or avoid me like the plague, but instead you just walked on through as I was another stranger. This makes me wonder if you got my last letter. You should check your mailbox more often. There was one moment where I felt something, though. I looked over briefly to see what you were doing. At the same time, you seemed to look up at me to see how far along I was. Right then, our eyes locked. Only for a second or two, but in those 2 seconds I saw so much more in you than I had seen last time. I felt as if I'd known you for years. Like I knew all your intricate feelings and emotions. Did you feel anything like that with me? Shortly after I'd finished packing your bags and you walked out. Obviously, this was a pretty normal process for me, considering I do it about 50 times every day. But I had been determined since that night I wrote you that letter that the next time I saw you, I was going to get more out of it. I kind of screwed that one up. I wasn't satisfied with it. I had to have more. There is a little room in the very back left corner of the grocery store designated for staff. In there, though, I know they keep all the security footage from the day. All staff are informed of this and the security cameras' locations when they're hired. Luckily for me, there's one positioned right next to my counter. I waited until the store closed up and everybody left, and then I went in. After flipping through a few of the TV screens, I found the one that was connected to the camera by my counter. I rewinded it until about when I remember you coming in. After a few minutes of scanning, I found it. There you were. I paused on the best shot I could find. I knew the camera wouldn't do you justice, but it was the best I could do for now. Having a longer look at you, I realized how truly perfect you were. Every feature of your body, your hair, your face, your legs, your chest, was just perfection. I rewinded the tape to when you first came up to my line a few times. I couldn't help myself. My eyes were glued to the screen. After a few minutes of consideration, I popped out the tape and shoved it in my pocket, and then drove home. I knew I wasn't allowed to. I could very well be fired for taking such actions, but I couldn't help myself. I had to have you with me at all times, even if it means losing my job. Abby, I love you. I love everything about you. I think about you constantly now. Do you feel the same way about me, Abby? I just want us to be together. Forever. Right back soon. Yours truly, Jay. Dear Abby, it's been 3 days and I still haven't gotten a reply. Why don't you want to talk to me? I'm still unsure if you got my last 2 letters. Please tell me if you have. So, I got fired from my job. They found the missing tape. I got a call from the store owner, my boss, at 6 a.m. on Monday and was told to come in immediately. They were having a mandatory all-staff meeting. When I got there, all of the staff was gathered around a small table with the owner at the head of it. Once everyone had arrived, he told us that apparently there had been a minor robbery yesterday. They'd had about $200 worth of stuff taken from them. And the one tape that would have shown who the culprit was the one I had taken. Just my luck. He told us that no one was going to leave the room until someone confessed. After a few minutes, I finally gave in. I told him everything. About how I felt as if me and you had some kind of connection. After explaining the whole story, the entire room was staring wide-eyed at me. After I'd finished, I sat there in silence for several seconds. Suddenly, the store owner broke the tension. Jay, you're fired. Get out of here and don't come back, he said. Sorry, throat's feeling a bit dry. Just hydrating real quick. I did as I was told and got out of there as fast as I could. That stupid prick. He's always treated me like shit. He's been on my case since the day I got the job. I swear he's just been waiting for me to do one little thing. I hydrated steadily, it's all good. I swear he's just been waiting for me to do one little thing that could justify firing me. And the one time I slip up, he finds out. Why didn't he understand, though? Doesn't he get that you and I are meant for each other? Any rational man would have understood. Anyone put in my situation would have done that. Right? I've been searching you up a lot lately. With no job, I have all the time in the world to spend learning about you. Do you know how much I can find about someone with just a first name and a town of residence? I found out your last name's Merritt. Oh, what a beautiful name. Abby Merritt. I can't help but say it aloud whenever I think about you. I also found out you're 24, and you only live a mile away from me. I drove down to your apartment complex today. It looks very nice, much nicer than where I live. I asked to see you multiple times, but I was told that you weren't there every time. I feel more discouraged every time, but I was determined to see you again. After a few hours of asking, I decided to stay back in the parking lot for a while, waiting for you to come back. And after many hours of waiting, you did. It was late at night, around 10, I believe. I saw you pull up in your car and get out. I felt a sudden rush of warmth at seeing your face again. I know I have the security cape camera to look at, but it doesn't compare to seeing you in real life. I made sure to record it for later when I was at home, this time with a much higher quality camera. I wanted to capture as much detail as possible. I didn't know the next time I would see you, and the security tape wasn't enough for me anymore. I asked the woman at the front desk multiple times what your number was, but she refused to tell me. She thought I was some sort of creep. See, Abby, these people don't understand us. They don't understand what we feel for each other. I ended up waiting a bit in the parking lot a little longer until someone came out. After talking to him for a bit, he told me what your apartment number was. He didn't want to talk at first, but I made him. You'd be surprised what you can make people do when you're holding a knife to their chest. Don't worry, I didn't hurt him too bad. But we can't have something interfering with us. Don't you agree, Abby? I'm sick of all these people trying to keep us apart. I ended up watching you from the parking lot for a while. Once I found out your room number and how the rooms in this complex were organized, it wasn't too hard to locate it. You should be more careful about shutting your blinds, you know. I was easily able to watch you from the parking lot. I can't get you out of my head anymore. Ever. All I do is watch that video I took of you over and over, Abby. I want to be with you forever. I want to wake up in the morning to see you next to me in bed. I cannot wait until the next time I see you again. Love, Jay. Dear Abby, I have some really exciting news for you, Abby. I'm moving in with you. Aren't you excited? We can spend hours and hours together. It'll be just perfect. Let me explain. My job paid just enough so I could make rent and pay for food every week. Because of this, I had little to no money in savings, nowhere near enough to last a very long time. When you take that money flow away, it doesn't take very much time until you have nothing left. I was able to get by for a few days, but just today I got evicted. This could actually be better than I originally thought. I wouldn't be surprised if that guy that gave me your room number has been able to contact the police by now. This way they won't be able to find me, and we get to spend all the time in the world together. It's perfect, isn't it? I made sure to bring all my tapes and photos I've taken with me, though. And my cameras, of course. You should really tell whoever's managing your apartment complex to get better staff. I was able to get by security easily. I went up to your room and knocked on the door, but I got no answer. So I decided to get in by other means. After scanning the footage I took from last night over a few times, I noticed that you have a ventilation shaft in the corner of your room. Not surprising considering how hot it can get in the summer here. I figured there had to be some kind of maintenance hatch that I could get in through. After a few minutes of looking around, I found a door at the end of your hall that seemed to have some kind of staff room, and luckily, there was a way into the vents from there. I crawled through them until I got to your room. It was very cramped and hard to move around in, but I managed. When I got there, though, I felt a rush of success. I figured since the lights were out and I couldn't see you that weren't home, but I'm patient. I scanned every part of your room, trying to memorize all the intricate details. Your scent overwhelmed me as I sat there. I had caught it briefly during the 2 times I saw you at the store, but never this strong. It was mesmerizing. I couldn't quite place my finger on it, but it reminded me of something. It was almost like peaches. I sat there hunched over for a few hours, though I've taught myself to be extremely patient. I can sit completely motionless for hours at a time, not moving a muscle. No one was going to notice me. Then, you finally got home. I felt a wide smile form on my face the second I heard the door open. There you were, my love. Of course you took no notice to my presence. The light in your room seemed to be angled perfectly so you couldn't see anything in the vent after the first few inches. I tried to contain my excitement, but I started breathing very heavily. I tried to cover it up as best I could, but it was hard. You suddenly looked right at the vent. I went completely silent. After a few seconds, though, you seemed to lose interest. This made me smile. This was the perfect spot. I could tell I had startled you, though. All throughout the night you were turning over in your sleep to look at the vent. People seem to have a sense for when they're being watched. It can send them into a complete panic. Don't try to fake it, Abby. I can tell when someone's awake. When someone's truly scared, sleep becomes impossible. Why are you so scared anyways? It's just me. Why would I scare you? You do love me, right? You know I love you. I'm looking forward to spending every day with you now, Abby. Write back if you can. Love, Jay. Dear Abby, I saw you wake up this morning. I didn't sleep a wink last night. You were too enthralling. I spent the whole night watching you. I couldn't help it. Anytime I tried to look away, my eyes seemed to be drawn back a few seconds later. You look even more amazing when you're sleeping, you know. You'd be surprised how much you can learn about a person's personality by watching them sleep. I was tempted to get out of the vent to get a better view of you multiple times in the night, but I resisted the urge. I couldn't have you figuring out I'm here. Not yet, at least. You seem to spend a lot of time in your bathroom in the morning. I assumed you were taking a shower or putting on makeup. Why would you do that, Abby? Anything you could do to change the way you naturally look would only cover up your true beauty. Why would you want to do that? Don't you want the whole world to see what I see in you? You left shortly after to work, or at least that's what I assumed. After careful consideration, I decided to leave the vent. I slid my hand through one of the slits and felt around for one of the bolts. The surface of the vent was very smooth, which made them easy to find. I grabbed onto one and twisted hard as I could, and finally was able to pop it off. I did this with all the other bolts, and finally removed the grating. The first thing I did was go over to the bathroom. I quickly disposed of everything I could find that could use to mask your face. Ugh, that stuff disgusts me. This way, everyone will get to see you how you truly are. I also found something else in there. Your hairbrush. I grabbed it and brought it close to my face to examine it. It was a dull blue with a very thick typo, and I gotta hydrate. It was a dull blue with a very thick, rounded handle. But that wasn't what was interesting me. What interested me was the hairs. I took a good few minutes to pull every one of them out and line them up on your counter. I counted them. I'd gotten 59. This pleased me greatly. I quickly scooped them up and put them in my pocket. I spent the rest of the day going through your stuff to learn more about you, your interests and such. I take it you're a big movie fan, Abby? I found your collection in the back of your closet. I have to say it's quite impressive. I found something else in there that made me mad. A picture of you with another man. It disgusted me just looking at him. Holding you like he owned you. I'm the only one that you can have, Abby. No one else. At about 8:30, I considered getting back into the vent, since that's usually about when you get back from work. Then I had another idea. I looked at your bed. The blankets hung low enough to the floor that you couldn't see underneath the bed, unless they were lifted up. I first screwed the vent grating back on, and slowly slid under with a smile on my face, and waited for you to get home. When you finally came in, you looked completely pale, and I noticed someone else came in behind you. They were talking to you about hearing noises coming from your room throughout the day. I mentally yelled at myself. I need to be more careful from now on. Going under the bed had been a good idea, though, since obviously your first thought was to check the vent. You thanked the person they left. Finally, you and I were alone. I sat there in silence until you went to bed. It seemed to be an eternity before you did. I wanted to get a closer look at you tonight, and this was my chance. You got in bed and turned off the lights. I was cautious, though. I waited for hours to make sure you were asleep. And when I was sure you were, I slowly slid out from under the bed, and I saw you there. You looked absolutely stunning. Every curve of your body was perfect. Every little detail was beautiful. I was in awe just looking at you. I reached out my hand and started to stroke your face. It was soft like silk. I felt myself starting to get hard. Your beauty was overwhelming. I slowly reached down and started to pleasure myself. I tried to control myself out of worry of waking you up, but I couldn't help it. I felt pure ecstasy. Everything about you was perfect. Suddenly, you seemed to turn and started to wake up. Horrified, I quickly slid back under the bed to be as quiet as possible. After a few seconds, I saw you get out of bed and look around. I could sense your fear even without looking at you. You should feel calm around me. I'll protect you, Abby. No one will ever touch you but me. I'd kill someone for you, Abby. I made sure to pay attention today. You didn't bring in my letter from yesterday or any mail at all. You must not check your mailbox. I'm going to change that, though. I'm going to leave this one on your desk tomorrow. Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm making something special for you. Check in your closet after you read this. Yours forever, Jay. Dear Abby, I spent more time today working on the surprise while you were at work. You're really gonna love it, Abby. I've put a lot of work into it, you know. I spent a few hours today putting the finishing touches on it. I think it's finally ready for you to see. You got home again at 8:30 and saw the letter laying on your desk almost immediately. I started to smile as I saw you open it, waiting to see your reaction. It was really quite interesting watching your face. I could see all your different emotions and thoughts. You seemed to be confused at first, then shocked, then horrified. You started to shake violently, and I saw that you were starting to cry. Do you not like me, Abby? Why were you crying? Don't you love me? Don't you love me, Abby? After that, everything was a blur. You looked over to the closet while sobbing. You seemed to be contemplating whether to open it or not. Instead, you ran past it and out the door. When you came back, you had all my letters in your hand and started going through them. At some point, you seemed to break down and curl up on the floor, tears still rolling down your face. I could tell you were desperately trying to say something, anything, but you were too paralyzed in fear. After about 10 minutes, I saw you look under the bed, in the vent, anywhere I could be. You see, though, Abby, I'm smarter than that. I knew you'd look in those places. I found a better place after I finished your surprise. You'll never find me here. No one will. Isn't it great? I can watch you forever and ever, and there's nothing you or anyone else can do about it. You hadn't found your surprise yet, though, Abby. I could tell you were still thinking about it. I saw you look over to your closet. I knew you wanted to open it, but at the same time you were nervous. What was going to be in it? What would you find? This couldn't last forever, though. You and I both knew that. I watched you slowly walk over to your closet, fumbling with the handle, trying to get a firm grasp on it. Suddenly, you flung open the doors and saw it. It was a scrapbook of me and you. I saw you flipping through the pages. You seemed to be shocked. Do you not like it, Abby? I got pictures of you, and when you weren't looking, pictures of you sleeping, pictures of your computer. I'd scattered the hairs I had collected throughout it, along with pictures of couples together. Of course, with our faces on them, though. I got that picture of you with the other guy and put it at the very back, except I didn't leave it like it normally was. I scratched that little prick's face off. I hate him so much. If I knew who he was, I would hunt him down and make him suffer. Don't you get it, Abby? No one can have you but me. Me and you are meant for each other. No one else. I watched you sob for another 30 minutes, and then get up and run out of the apartment. Shortly after, you came back with multiple policemen. This shocked me. Did you not like the surprise, Abby? Why would you bring these people into our room? They'll never find where I am. But if they did, it could ruin everything. All my work from the last few weeks would be for nothing. You wouldn't want that, right, Abby? I am exhausted from today's work, and as much as I love you, I need sleep, Abby. Have a good night. I love you. Love, Jay. Dear Abby, do you see what you've done, Abby? Do you see what you've done? I woke up at 8 a.m. to see you frantically packing your bags. I was confused at first, but then I understood. You were leaving me. You don't love me. You don't love me. How could you do this to me, Abby? You were the only thing I wanted in life. I had nothing else to live for, but when I first met you, I saw a shimmer of hope. I thought that I'd finally have a reason to wake up in the morning and go on with my shitty life. And you went and threw that away. How could you do this to me, Abby? A few seconds after you left your room, I got out of my hiding spot and followed you. I saw you throw your bags in the back and then get in your car and start it. I wasn't going to let you get away, though, Abby. I would never let that happen. I ran as fast as I could to your car, smashed out the window, and dragged you out. Did you really think you could get away from me, Abby? I had to hit you over the head to knock you out. You were making too much noise. Someone that doesn't understand, could have seen and ruined everything. Well, I had a plan if you reacted like this. I drove out to the storage unit at the edge of town. I had reserved a slot the day I decided to move in with you. I drove up, and I unlocked it. I grabbed you and carried you inside with me. It had only been a few minutes, so you were still unconscious. I made sure to check through your pockets to make sure you didn't have your phone with you. I set you down at the very back of the small room. Then I got in and lowered the door. I called the owner of the storage unit and told him that I had visited my lot the other day and forgotten to lock it, and asked him if he would mind locking it for me. Of course he said yes, and I hung up. I then threw the phone on the ground and stomped on it to make sure that it'd never work again. Shortly later, I heard the owner come up and lock the door. About an hour later, I saw you start to get up. I first heard a very faint grunt. Then I saw your legs start to move. Shortly after, you were fully awake. When you saw my face, you started to scream, which then subsided to a whine and then to a whimper. This really fucking escalated. It did. That's when you saw it. The one other thing in the room. My knife. It was obvious why it was there. And after a second or two of realization, you jumped and grabbed it. I looked you dead in the eyes and said, Abby, I love you. And then I felt the searing pain of the knife being driven into my side. I felt it being pulled out and jabbed back in with great force. I could feel it going each time, like a fire burning a hole through my chest. I fell to the floor, laughing while coughing up blood. I saw you back away, trembling, and sit back down in the corner. And now, as I sit here in a puddle of my own blood writing this, I wonder how you'll go out. Will you use the knife and take your own life? Or will you let starvation take you? Either way, we'll be together in death, Abby. Together from the day I saw you till the day we both died. Just as I wanted it. And as you sit there, crying, I can tell you've come to this realization. Abby, this is all I ever wanted. And for that, I have to say thank you. Love. Jay. Remember, kids, consent matters. So that was Dear Abby. Well, as much as I like for her to stop by, it looks like my friend Niki Poku will not be doing that. So, just looking back over the list, I say... Oh, shoot, I am so sorry about that, Stellity. I'm not going to say it aloud out of... out of privacy here for you, but I sincerely hope that is not happening. But let's see. So from the looks of things, there's one more longer one, and then I can close this out with a great short one called Masterpiece. And let's just say, it's a creepypasta deserving of that name. But first, this is the Seer of Possibilities. Keep your eyes wide open. Sometimes, otherworldly beings find interesting ways to try and contact you. They might use a Ouija board, or maybe they come to you in a dream, or sometimes they speak through another person. They each have their own style and preference that's particular to them. The one who contacted Jack spoke to him through his computer, or I guess you could say the communication was through on-screen text. The first time it happened, Jack had been sitting at his computer playing solitaire. A blinking red light from the router indicated that his internet connection was down again. This was at least a weekly occurrence, and Jack was getting used to this spotty internet service. As he moved the cards, the game faded to a solid black screen, and the red text appeared. Hi, Jack. I need a favor from you. You're a very special person, and I know you'll help me. I can't ask this of just anyone. I really need your help. Jack paused for a second. The router light was still blinking red. Is this some sort of joke? He couldn't help but wondering. Several moments later, the message continued. Yes, Jack, I know this is weird for you, but I don't want you to worry. This is just a small, easy favor I need. I'll make sure you're rewarded. Now nearly in a panic, Jack reached around and pulled the internet cable completely from the wall. Still here, Jack. I don't want to waste any more of your time, so I'll get right to what I need. Tomorrow, when you go to work, I need you to move the large potted plant that's next to the elevator on the ground floor. All you have to do is pull it 3 inches from the wall. If you do it at 8:17 a.m., nobody else will be in the area. Jack sat there, refusing to respond, still trying to figure out what was happening. The writing continued. Look, Jack, I'm asking you because I know you'll do it. You won't let me down. You're special. We'll talk tomorrow. Jack pulled the power cord from the wall and the computer went blank. Did that really just happen? He thought. Still shaking from the experience, he took a warm shower and got ready for bed, convincing himself that he'd either had some crazy dream or that this was some kind of elaborate joke. But who would play that kind of joke on him? He didn't really have friends or enemies. He woke up the next morning feeling refreshed. Work would normally start at 8:30 a.m., and Jack was never late. He pulled into the parking lot at 8:10 a.m. Normally he'd just go right in, but the message had told him to move the plant at 8:17 a.m. Was he really going to do it? Overnight, Jack's fear had turned into curiosity. Let's say he moved the plant. He wouldn't be doing anything wrong or illegal, right? In Jack's mind, the most reasonable course of action was to move the plant. He'd do it, nothing would happen, and he'd be able to put this whole crazy matter behind him. 1 minute before 8:17, Jack left his car and walked towards the building. He entered the foyer at the exact time he was supposed to. The message was right. Nobody else was around. Odd, Jack thought. The building was normally busy this time of morning, but this temporary lull had been had been accurately predicted. Fine, let's see what happens, Jack muttered to himself. He walked up to the large potted plant, placed firmly between 2 elevators in the lobby of the 10-story building. The plant looked like it was fake, a decoration people passed every day without really noticing. It was heavier than Jack realized. He put some might into his effort and pulled the plant 3 inches to his best estimate. He stood back and looked at the plant, then looked around the lobby. People were coming in behind him now, and the lobby was starting to fill up again. Nobody seemed to notice the plant was in a slightly different location. Nothing seemed different at all. Jack skipped the elevator and waited for something. But nothing happened. Finally, Jack entered the elevator and made his way to the 7th floor cubicle, on time, like always. If you ever asked Jack's coworkers to describe him, you'd hear words like polite, quiet, respectful, and competent. And while those words were all accurate, they gave little indication of the truth. The truth that Jack didn't really like most people. It's not to say he disliked them, just that he had very little interest in getting to know them or being their friend. Save for one. Allie, The girl who sat 2 cubicles down from him was the only person he wanted to know more about. With her big smile, blonde hair, and beautiful figure, Jack was very interested in learning all about her. Despite his lack of success with women in the past, he was actually doing a fair job at getting to know her. Every morning as he passed her cubicle, he'd stop for a chat. The chats were 1 minute at first, then 2 minutes, then several minutes. Jack was surprised that she actually seemed to like him. On this particular morning, their daily conversation only lasted a couple of minutes. As they exchanged their morning greetings and talked about Allie's wild night out, the elevator doors opened up behind them. Out hobbled James Bentley, the boss of both Jack and Allie. James's loud complaining could be heard throughout the office. "Ah, my damn foot!" "Well, what happened, James?" came the mumbled queries. "It's that damn plant they have in the lobby. I ran into it and twisted my ankle." "James, you can barely walk. You need to get to the hospital," came Allie's concerned reply. "Can't do it now. I have meetings all day. Too important to cancel. I'll just have to tough it out." Jack, feeling stunned, left Allie's cubicle mid-conversation and sunk down into his chair. It was his fault. He was sure of it. How could he have been so stupid and careless? Still, no use in worrying about that now. A twisted ankle would heal. Everything would be all right. Upon his return home, Jack immediately went to his computer and turned it on. As soon as the computer booted up, the screen went black and a new message popped up. "How was your day, Jack?" He sat there, staring at the screen, not knowing how to answer. The message on the screen continued, "Actually, I know how your day was, but never let it be said that I'm not polite. You're wondering what's going on. You want to know why James Bentley had to twist his ankle. Well, Jack, this chain of events isn't done playing out. I don't want to tell you too much too soon, but this will all make sense to you in short order. Just go to work tomorrow like you normally do. Don't worry about a thing, Jack. You'll be rewarded. You're special. Talk to you tomorrow." Jack sat back in his chair. What was going on? Who was sending him these messages? Jack's curiosity was fully engaged, and he was almost a bit excited to see what would happen next. The next morning at work started off as an ordinary day. Jack noticed that the plant had been pushed back fully against the wall, probably by the night cleaning crew. James Bentley showed up shortly after lunch, hobbling into the office on his one good foot. "Oh, man, this foot is killing me," Jack could overhear him say. But apparently James still had a meeting he didn't want to miss. It wasn't until around 3 o'clock that Jack saw him again. James, who always seemed to prefer Allie over others, came limping up to her cubicle. "Allie, you're not doing anything right now, are you?" No, nothing that can't wait until tomorrow, I guess." Good. Could you please drive me to see my doctor? I probably should have gone yesterday, but I just couldn't get away. This pain is killing me right now, and I don't think I can drive myself. I barely made it here this morning. I don't think I can even push the gas pedal right now. You can take my car if you want." Yeah, that's fine, James. I don't have a problem taking you." Turning to Jack, she said her goodbye. "See you tomorrow, Jackie." She put on her coat and slowly followed James as he struggled down the hallway. She gave a half turn and a shrug in Jack's direction. With a little smile as she walked away, Jack felt even lonelier than normal when she was gone. It was 10 minutes later that they all heard a crash. It was preceded by the loud horn of an 18-wheeler and screeching brakes. The collision itself was a sickening thud of 2 large metal objects colliding. Even on the 7th floor it was loud. The office workers gasped and ran to the windows. "Is that James's car?" one of them asked. "It's hard to tell from up here," someone responded. "It's so banged up." The horrifying implication of what had just happened came to Jack immediately. No, he thought, this can't be true. Shaking all the way, he ran to the elevator and went to the ground floor along with several others from the office. Some of them were crying. As they joined the growing crowd around to pass the scene of the accident, Jack could hear the far-off sound of emergency sirens. Looking past the gawkers, He could see that the 18-wheeler had hit James's car broadside. Its driver had been thrown out onto the pavement where he lay motionless. James was sitting in the passenger seat of his car, motionless, but with a surprised look on his bloody face. Jack couldn't tell if he was alive or dead. The driver's side, where Allie was seated, had taken the hit. The space she'd been occupying had been compacted to a third of its original size. Allie's head was smashed open, and her twisted body was broken and battered. The crowd was stunned. Tears, screams, sirens. That was all Jack could hear. Without going back inside the building, Jack ran to his car and drove home, angry and sad. He made the journey home and went to his computer. There the machine sat. He wanted to turn it on, but was afraid of what he'd find out. Was he really the one responsible for Allie's death? The whole chain of events had started with him. He knew he was to blame. Jack reached for the power button, and then pulled his hand back. Finally, after several minutes, he found the mental strength to turn it on. The screen flickered and then went black, and the familiar text started appearing on the screen. No, Jack, it's not your fault. I know you're blaming yourself, but all people die eventually. Some just sooner than others. Jack stared at the screen. He resisted the urge to throw the monitor to the ground. After a moment, the writing continued. Jack, I'm going to tell you something, and I really need you to consider this, to seriously consider everything I'm about to say. You thought you were in love with Allie. The truth is, you just wanted to fuck her. And please excuse my language, but every once in a great while, it's best to be blunt, Jack. She wasn't the one for you. She would have made your life miserable. Yes, you would have eventually found the courage to ask her out. She actually was interested in you. She thought you'd make a good project. Sad, really, for her, not for you. I want you to think back to all the things she told you. Why did her last boyfriend break up with her? Because she cheated on him, Jack mumbled under his breath. Because she cheated on him, Jack. The same thing she would have done to you. She would have made you happy for about 2 months, and then miserable for the next 4 years. Sneaking around, laughing at you behind your back, spending all your money. Once you finally got rid of her, you would have been so jaded that you'd never date again. This is true, Jack. I see all future possibilities. Sorry, it's been going for a while. I think I just lost the ones that come to pass and the ones that don't. You've seen how she really is, Jack, but you let your lust for her blind you to the truth. Together, you and I have made sure you avoided that path. One more thing, Jack. This isn't done playing out yet. There's more to come. No! Fuck you! You killed her! Jack screamed and threw the monitor from the desk. It landed on the floor and sparked out. Jack got barely any sleep that night, and the next day he wasn't sure he wanted to go to work. But the last words he'd been told had piqued his curiosity, and his anger had somewhat subsided. No work was done that day in the office. The company brought in grief counselors. People shared their thoughts. They cried. They hugged. James had actually survived the accident but was in a coma. The doctors thought he might recover eventually, but no one was really sure. Late in the afternoon, Jack was approached by Diego Salbarra, the head of the division. Diego was blunt and upfront, and he offered James's position to Jack. Technically, it would be a temporary promotion, but James wouldn't be back anytime soon. Diego promised him that the promotion would be permanent once enough time had passed. Let's keep this low-key for now, Diego told him. I know it might seem quick, but the Lancaster project James is working on can't be stopped. It's too important to the company. I need someone in charge right away. This can't wait. Stunned, Jack accepted the promotion. He left work with a strange mixture of feelings, not really sure how he felt about anything. On his way home, he stopped at the electronics store and bought a new monitor. He made it home and powered up the monitor. Once again, the writing came on the screen. Jack, I want to be the first to congratulate you. I'm proud of what you accomplished. Jack stared at the screen. Jack, I have to ask your forgiveness because I haven't introduced myself. I'm called the Seer. Like I told you before, I see what will be, and I see what can be. It's a very powerful gift I have. But you know what, Jack? For all my power, I still can't do anything corporeal. I can predict, I can see, and with enough effort, I can even communicate. But I don't have a body. That's something that was taken from me a long time ago. That's why I need you, Jack. I'm an artist of sorts. An artist of human manipulation. You'll be my paintbrush and my canvas. I want you to work with me, Jack. It's all very simple. Just perform simple tasks for me, from time to time. Jack was becoming even more curious. And Jack, before you give me an answer... Oh yeah, sure, go ahead, Elodie. I want you to know a couple things. First off, I'll never lie to you. Secondly, I will never ask you to do anything which, taken by itself, is wrong or illegal. Yes, bad things will result, and sometimes people will die. But they're going to die eventually anyways, right, Jack? And the bad will always be balanced out by something good happening to you. Jack winced at his last idea, but he fought the urge to turn the computer off. The Seer was right. Everyone would die eventually. Why not let something good come of it? And what about never lying to him? If he'd known at that time Allie was going to die, he'd have never gone through with the original favor. But as he thought more about it, he realized the Seer hadn't lied to him, but had only withheld information. Still, Jack wondered if he could trust the Seer. Work with me, Jack. Together we'll make incredible things happen. I'm just asking you to perform little tasks from time to time. Oh, but these little tasks will have great consequences. They're going to be beautiful, Jack, and they'll always end with a reward for you. That's the beauty of my art, Jack. One single task produces something bad and something good. Oh, one last thing, Jack. I can see you're having trouble with this. If I stopped talking to you right now, it would take you about 2 weeks to decide to join me. But you know what, Jack? You would join me. That's right. You're going to say yes. So instead of waiting, why don't you just say yes to me now? Let's get started, Jack. And when all this is over, you're going to thank me. I promise you. Jack considered what the Seer had just said. His initial feeling of revolt was slowly fading. He paused, and then for the last time, he placed his fingers on the keyboard and responded directly to the Seer. What do you want me to do next? Okay, so, now in the story there is a time skip that leads into, frankly, its incredible climax, but I gotta use the restroom again, so I'm just gonna put on another public domain movie, because I want to go into this as undistracted as possible, because it's probably one of the best climaxes I've ever seen in Creepypasta. So let me just put on Night of the Living Dead, and I'll be right back.
the day the time changes, the first day of summer.
What?
Well, it's 8 o'clock and it's still light.
A lot of good the extra daylight does us. Now, we've still got a 3-hour drive back. We're not going to be home until after midnight.
Well, if it really bugged you, Johnny, you wouldn't do it.
You think I want to blow Sunday on a scene like this? You know, I figure we're either going to have to move Mother out here or move the grave into Pittsburgh.
She can't make a trip like this.
Oh, no, that she can't. Is there any of that candy left?
No.
Look at this thing. We still remember. I don't. You know, I don't even remember what the man looks like.
Johnny, it takes you 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes to put the wreath on the grave and 6 hours to drive back and forth. Mother wants to remember, so we trot 200 miles into the country and she stays at home.
Well, we're here, John, all right?
We're back on? Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming back on the air after an interruption due to technical problems.
Which row is it in?
Well, there's no one around.
Well, it's late. If you'd gotten up earlier.
Oh, look, I already lost an hour's sleep on the time change.
I think you complain just to hear yourself talk. There it is.
I wonder what happened to the one from last year. Each year we spend good money on these things. We come out here and the one from last year's gone.
Well, the flowers die, and the caretaker or somebody takes them away.
Yeah, a little spit and polish. You can clean this up. Sell it next year. Wonder how many times we bought the same one. Hey, come on, Barb. Church was this morning, huh? Hey, I mean praying's for church, huh?
Alright, and I'm back. Let me just close Night of the Living Dead.
In church lately.
Alright, I don't think Stelly's back yet, but luckily, this creepypasta, like I said, the climax, probably one of the best in all of Creepypasta, but, I mean, like all climaxes, it does have some build-up, so I'll just jump right in. Just wanted to have a little drinky first. As years passed, Jack did every favor the seer asked of him. And as the seer had promised, Jack was rewarded for each of his actions each time. The rewards often came in unexpected and interesting ways. One of the more memorable experiences for Jack happened about 2 years after he agreed to help the seer. "Jack, I need you to go downtown tomorrow," the seer requested. "Enter Garman's Liquor at exactly 12:37 p.m. A man will ask you a question. The answer you're to give him is 27. As always, the seer's instructions were simple and direct, yet mysterious. The next day, as requested, Jack entered the store. In front of him, a burly construction worker was at the counter filling out a lottery payslip. "Let's see here," said the construction worker. "My birthday, that's the 15th. My wife's birthday, that's the 24th. And my kids ages 2, 10, and 13. The man scratched his head and looked around, zeroing in on Jack. Hey, buddy, I need another number. You got one for me? Jack smiled. 27. Really? I was thinking about playing 35, but you know what? I like your face. Let's go with 27. With that, the man completed his slip and paid for his lottery ticket. See ya, pal, he said happily, and he patted Jack on the shoulder on his way out the door. Jack tried not to put any more thought into what would happen to this man. Just let these things play out, Jack. You'll never know how things end up. So, just let yourself be surprised. The seer had advised him. Still, it was impossible not to wonder about these things from time to time. He knew, considering the way the seer worked, there was no way possible that he'd actually help this man. But giving him a losing lottery number? That was too simple for the seer. And he couldn't imagine he'd actually given him a winning number. So that's how Jack was surprised when, 2 weeks later, he ran to the same man again, this time at the grocery store. Hey buddy, it's you! I remember you! Check it out, I won! Indeed, the man looked like $1 million, wearing new clothes, a new gold watch, and a big goofy smile. The man walked right up to Jack. I didn't think I'd ever see you again, but I'm glad you're here. I could have never won without you. Hey, let me buy those groceries for you. No, wait, that's not good enough for you. You're my good luck charm. Always gotta treat people right. Sorry, lips a little dry. Always gotta treat people right. That's what my mom says. Reaching into his pocket, the man removed his checkbook and promptly wrote Jack a check for $10,000. It's the least I can do for my good luck charm. After thanking the man, and feeling a bit confused by the whole thing, Jack raced home to his computer. After turning it on, the seer's writing appeared on the screen. Well, Jack, how does it feel to be $10,000 richer? It feels good, but I can't help but wonder. We've never helped anyone before. Why are we starting now? Jack asked that question with a tinge of guilt. He never liked to admit that people were being hurt by his actions, but in this case his curiosity overwhelmed any latent feelings of guilt. Oh, Jack, we haven't helped anyone. Yes, that man is happy now, but he'll have lost every last penny within 2 years. You saw it yourself. He just gives away money. Old friends, lost relatives, they're all going to come asking him for money. And there will be some very bad investments as well. The stress of losing everything is going to cause his wife to leave him. She'll take the kids too. He'll be alone and broke. A ruined man who would have been much better off if he'd never won. You needn't feel bad, Jack. It's the man's own stupidity and greed that will lead this to happen to him. Jack felt some regret, but the seer's rationalizing and focusing on his reward always put him at peace in the end. Through the years, no two tasks were ever alike. Sometimes the effects of his actions were direct and easy to see. Other times they caused a chain reaction so complex that he simply could not follow it. Go to the county administrator's building. Park in space 43 at 4:47 p.m. came one such request. Jack did so, and 2 months later he met Donna, with whom he fell in love and ended up marrying. He wouldn't have even known the two events were related if he hadn't asked the seer about it. Jack, when you parked in that space, you caused the person who would have parked there to park in a different spot. But she bumped the car next to her. She barely made a scratch. But she called her insurance agent anyway, causing him to leave the office late. He missed his train home, and while waiting for the late train, he was mugged and stabbed. He'll never fully recover. The muggers took his credit cards and used them, and... Jack, I could keep going with this, but there's another 23 people involved. Sometimes these favors are going to be very complicated. But let's just say your action ultimately caused Donna to be in the exact right place for you to meet her. Jack's relationship with the seer grew. Though remaining mostly mysterious, The seer divulged enough information over time so that Jack could get a generalized understanding of the seer's history. From historical references, Jack knew the seer was thousands of years old. When still alive, the seer had been a powerful fortune teller and artist, who foretold future happenings through paintings. A foolish king, who misinterpreted the seer's prediction, and lost a battle as a result, had the seer executed. Unencumbered by physical senses, and existing in a lonesome void, the seer's abilities began to expand exponentially. Finally learning to communicate with the living, the seer began reaching out to those who would respond, including Jack. And of course, the seer knew everything about Jack. In all, it was as much a friendship as one can have with a dead person. And Jack was grateful to the seer too. He had a nice job, a nice house, a beautiful wife, and people respected him. He was happy, which is something he never really felt it before the seer contacted him. 12 years in total passed. 12 good years for Jack. Task after task was completed. Usually about one every month. Jack, sitting in the office of his large rural house, was contacted by the seer once again. "Hi, Jack. I have a favor to ask you. This one's the easiest yet. You don't even have to get up. Call Riaggio's Pizza in exactly 2 minutes. Let the phone ring 3 times. Then you can hang up." Jack smiled. Nice and easy. He no longer wondered about how these tasks would play out. He trusted the seer and simply did as he was told. Jack made the call. Exactly 2 minutes later. The quietness of the household had been broken 30 minutes later by the ringing doorbell. That's odd, Jack thought. Neither he nor Donna were expecting anyone. Jack looked out the peephole and saw a pizza delivery boy. The logo on his cap said Riaggio's Pizza. Jack opened the door. "Here's your pizza," said the boy as he thrust it into Jack's hand. "But I didn't order this," Jack argued. "Look, I don't give a damn if you ordered it or not. Mr. Riaggio told me to take it here, so that's what I'm doing," the delivery boy argued, as he looked increasingly annoyed and spat in the bushes. Jack looked at the boy in front of him. He looked to be about 17 years old, but the most noticeable thing about him was his size. He was huge, probably about 6.5 feet tall and very muscular. "It's already been paid for by credit card. Just take it, because I'm not driving it back." The boy put out his hand for a tip. I don't have any cash on me," Jack told the truth. "Whatever," came the disgusted reply. The boy looked past Jack into the house, then turned and walked slowly to his waiting car, looking over his shoulder as he walked. Jack closed the door and took the pizza to the living room, where Donna was watching TV. After explaining what had happened, he excused himself to go to his office, promising to return shortly. Donna opened the pizza box and took a piece. "Come back soon, sweetie. This pizza's got all your favorite toppings on it," Donna giggled as she took a bite. Arriving at his computer, the seer's words appeared on the screen. "Confused, Jack? Don't be. Your neighbor down the road ordered the pizza. Mr. Riaggio told that boy the correct address, but a ringing phone made it difficult for him to be heard clearly. Still, give the boy credit. He got the street right at least." "So, my reward is pizza?" Jack typed, a little confused. "Yes, Jack, your reward is pizza, and also the chance to spend a little time with your wife. Go down there, Jack. Share the pizza. Enjoy it. When you're done, make love to Donna. That's not one of your tasks. That's just some advice I think you should follow. Oh, by the way, your neighbors who ordered the pizza are arguing right now over the silly fact the pizza didn't arrive. Some of the things people argue over amaze me. They really do. Their fight is going to get very heated, but you don't need to worry about that. Go. Enjoy your night." Jack followed the seer's advice, cuddled with Donna as they enjoyed their meal, then made love to her on their big, comfortable living room couch. Donna fell asleep on the couch shortly after 11 p.m. Jack lay there, awake. This latest favor just felt odd. Carefully extracting his arm from under Donna, Jack left the living room and headed upstairs. Sitting down at his computer, Jack typed, "Are you there?" "Yes, Jack, I'm always here. I've been waiting for you to come back. That pizza delivery boy, he's quite a specimen, isn't he?" Jack looked quizzically at the screen. The seer continued, "He's a horrible employee. He was hired only 3 days ago, and already Mr. Riaggio wants to fire him. But as a physical specimen, he's strong, fast, and very observant. For example, he noticed that you didn't lock the front door after he delivered your pizza." "What?" Jack said aloud as he started to get up. "Sit down, Jack. I need to tell you something important, and locking the door now won't change your situation." Jack slowly took his seat again at the computer, looking behind himself as he did so. "You see, Jack, it's true that I never lied to you. Everything I've ever told you was 100% honest. But yes, I've withheld certain facts. You see, I told you that every task causes something bad to happen to someone else, and something good to happen to you. But there's a third thing. There's an ultimate goal that each task was working toward. Remember Allie? Of course you do. What you probably don't remember about her is that she was helping pay her brother's way through college. When she died, he had to drop out. He was going to be a great psychologist, but now he works in a factory instead. That's really too bad for our pizza delivery boy. He could have used a good therapist a few years ago. But that good therapist wasn't there for him. Instead, he got some Freudian quack. And remember the lottery winner? Yes, you do. He was a neighbor to our pizza boy. After he lost all his money, of course. He beat the boy senseless after the boy jumped into the street in front of his car. Quite a traumatic memory for our young lad. His mother didn't care about that incident. Didn't protect the boy at all. She couldn't. Not after using all the drugs given to her by her boyfriend, who happened to be one of the muggers who robbed that insurance agent. He bought the drugs with the money he made from the robbery. Do you see now the scope of my artistry? Jack sat, glaring at the monitor. He wanted to get up to check on Donna, but he was too scared to move. The seer continued, Jack, you've done over 100 tasks for me, and each one has served an ultimate purpose to psychologically destroy this boy, turn him into a monster, and to bring him here tonight. Don't you see, Jack? This involved tens of thousands of people and billions of possibilities. If you had failed to complete even one of the tasks, the whole chain would have collapsed. This was orchestrated by me and set in motion by you. Together we've done something wonderful. This is a masterpiece of human manipulation. Our masterpiece. And it all begins and ends with you. 2 perfect points in time. Tonight, wrong address, no tip. This poor boy finally snapped. He's downstairs right now. He's slitting Donna's throat at this exact moment. Jack could hear a short, muffled scream coming from the living room, followed by a gurgling noise. No! Jack screamed and stood up, starting to run downstairs. Jack, stop! The voice startled Jack. It was inside his head. For the first time, the seer was talking to him directly. It was a pleasant voice, a feminine voice. You can't do anything. She's already gone. He'll be coming for you shortly, and you can't stop him. But why? Jack cried, with tears welling up in his eyes. It's not an artistic masterpiece if it doesn't begin and end with you, Jack. Her voice was soothing. I want you to appreciate the fact that I'm talking to you directly. This requires all of my energy, and as a result, I'll have to rest for several years before I can contact anyone again. That's how special you are to me. Please don't feel bad about this, Jack. I want you to take a moment and enjoy our accomplishment as much as I do. The voice paused briefly, and then continued. Do you know what, Jack? If I'd never contacted you, you would have lived for 85 years. 85 boring, meaningless, bitter years. And when you died, nobody would have been at your funeral. I gave you 12 great, meaningful years. You were happy, and together we did something beautiful, something unique. Jack paused a minute and considered his 12 years of happiness, and his tears of sorrow mixed with tears of joy. He turned and looked at the computer, while behind him, the massive hulk of the demented delivery boy appeared in the doorway, a bloody knife in his left hand. On the screen, the last words from the seer appeared. "Don't you have anything to say to me, Jack?" Jack wiped his tears and absorbed everything the seer had just told him. As the Hulk started stepping closer to him, Jack mouthed his final words. "Thank you." Remember, my tender dumplings, always tip the pizza delivery boy. Well, that was fun. Like I said, that's one of my faves. And now, at long last, we will come to the last creepypasta of the night. An aptly named short pasta called Masterpiece. Masterpiece? The masterpiece is real! Look, the puns can't all be winners. Let's read this. I've been lying down for hours now. It's 5:35 a.m., and there's not much I can do. You know what the worst part about my situation is? I'm in the same room as my parents. They keep looking at me, and I can't help but look back and try not to scream. Their eyes are focused on me, and their mouths are wide open. There's a strong sense of blood, and I feel paralyzed with fear. Here's the thing. The second I make any hint that I'm not asleep anymore, I'm completely fucked. I will die, and there's nobody around to save me. I've been trying to think of a way out, but the only idea I have is to rush for the door and scream for help, hoping any neighbors hear me. It's risky, but if I stay here, I'll surely die. He's waiting for me to wake up and see his masterpiece. You're probably wondering what's going on. I do tend to get ahead of myself sometimes. About 3 hours ago, I heard screaming from the other side of the house. I got up and went to check on the noise before realizing I had to use the restroom. Instead of doing the smart thing and investigating, I used the bathroom first. I could have gotten myself killed right then and there for my stupid actions. I did my business and took a peek outside the bathroom. There was blood on the carpet. I got very worried and ran back to my room, hiding under the sheets like the pussy I was. I tried to convince myself to go back to sleep, that it was just some really vivid dream or something like that. But I heard my bedroom door open. Like the terrified child I was, I peeked out from under my blankets to see what was going on. I could see something dragging my dead parents into the room. It was not human, I can tell you that. It was hairless, with no eyes or clothing. It walked like a caveman, with its back slouched as it dragged my parents. But this thing was much smarter than any caveman. It was aware of what I was doing. It propped my dad up on the edge of my bed and made him face me, and then sat my mother down in the chair and positioned her towards me as well. Then started rubbing its hands on the walls, staining them with blood, and then drew a circle with the devil's pentagram in it. This thing had made what I could probably call a masterpiece. To finish it off, it scribbled a message into the wall that I could not read in the darkness. It then positioned itself under my bed, waiting to strike. The scariest thing now is my eyes have adjusted to the darkness since then, and I can read the message on the wall. I don't want to look at it, because it's terrifying to think about, but I feel I need to see before I am killed. I peek at the creature's masterpiece. I know you're awake. Oh, hey, Peony! How's it going, my tender dumpling? I'm so glad to have you here, but I just read the last story. But it's all good. I will see who's up, and we will raid them. Oh, you've been lurking. Oh, cool, cool. Well, I greatly appreciate the lurk. You are absolutely wonderful. Let's see. You know what? Let's raid this person. But yes, I'm so glad you've been here, Peony. I greatly appreciate it. So let's see. Okay. Yeah, think I've got the perfect person to raid. So... Just make sure I get their username right. Okay. All right, got them typed in the chat box. All right, so 10, 9, well, you know what? While the raid's about to happen, I should do my sign off. Thank you so much for joining me, my tender dumplings. This has been Matt, your man for Media Mischief. And let's raid, this person. I will see you next time.
It's on sale.